Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender.
You've got 30 seconds.
Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
I've only got time to say good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, and alongside me is the Bear, saying, as I got into my seat and I found Samantha rudely slung across the room, said, you've got 30 seconds. And
Cutting it fine today, Hendo.
Well, one of the reasons I was cutting it fine was because for some reason the entry code downstairs had gone up the spout. And it didn't even look like the same machine, and I was ringing a number or pressing a button to ring it, and because I couldn't even see, you see your face on the thing, and it wasn't showing. So I was just
a little black box below it, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I used that, but it wasn't working.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it was when I came in.
Well, I know, and then I saw a woman in front of me had a bit of trouble, so I was trying to ring you, but then obviously you would have been on the. Been already in position. Also in position, he's no great in position, but he's in position. He is great though. It's our weatherman from the Weather Cave down in Western Australia. It's Messy Jez. Good morning, Messy.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Bear.
Hello.
I'm pleased to say that the forecast for today is pretty good. There's a slight chance of a shower or two this afternoon, but I think it's unlikely.
It'll be over by then.
I think it'll be over today. I've got a horrible feeling it will be. Well, not necessarily a horrible feeling, but anyone who was coming in tomorrow and was wanting to watch and listen to some cricket might miss out. I wouldn't say it's a funny pitch. I mean, they were talking yesterday about some cracks opening up on it. But I mean, the ball's coming onto the bat really nicely, isn't it? But it will do a bit every now and again.
It's a good cricket wicket.
It's a good cricket wicket, and I guess techniques aren't as good as they used to be. And I suppose this is why, when you get a wicket like this, and you'd say it's a good cricket wicket, you might still get a truncated test match in that respect. Anyway, I think the lead for England is around about 195 runs, 366 for 8. A couple of late wickets last night for Ali. Are we calling him Ali Usman or Usman Ali?
It's Ali Usman is
Ali
what
Usman.
he's called.
Yeah.
I want to call him Usman Ali because it just sounds better. Just rolls off the tongue better.
There must have been a few other Usman Alis that we've commentated on.
I imagine so.
I was just thinking about that. Messi, what's your thoughts as a neutral? Oh, well, you're not neutral. You just hate England, don't you? But
No, I don't hate England. I mean, I love Joe. I love Joe Root. I think he's a wonderful person as a batsman. I was interested yesterday. I was impressed with your new number 3.
Yeah.
I think that Jordan Cox did a good job. I was very unimpressed, even though he got 51, with Dan Lawrence, to be honest. I thought he was very ugly. He did hit some nice shots, but he also looked hopeless against spin.
Well, it's funny you should say that about spin, because I thought when he last played in India and England were getting absolutely smashed, well, they do in India generally, I thought he played spin actually quite well. But that was before, I think pretty much might have been in the Bazball era, but I'm not 100% sure.
It was, Root was captured, it was in COVID era, wasn't it?
So it must have been was it the year of
2022,
20,
like that.
40, 45. Mohammed Abbas is going to open this morning. He's going to be bowling at Jamie Smith. We shall jingle people up, and then we will come back to that discussion.
It's this man facing, I think.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Just the one slip in a gully. Mohammed Abbas in, onto the front foot comes Jamie Smith in defence. And I imagine that's because Jamie Smith's reputation goes before him. He's only got Jofra Archer and Josh Tongue to be with him this morning. And I guess they feel that he might try and blast a few, as is his natural game, really. He's been actually quite quiet so far. He saw England through to a very late ending, wasn't it, at 7:30 last night, and it was quite dark during that period.
Yeah.
The lights on. Otherwise it's a very defensive field. Oh, has he bowled him? No, I don't think he has, but he got past his outside edge. His right hip had come round a little bit, and that possibly saved him, although it might have been a bit high as well. We're already getting super chats. Messi, bring us up to date.
Yes, indeed. Brown in Brisbane sent us $2. Says, morning all, GPL on today. It is indeed.
It is.
I think it's about 85 quid. And Jay Graver says, £2. Could I ask you all a wee favour? Well, you can ask by all means. Yeah.
It depends what the favour is, Jay.
If Jay says something like that, it makes me worry.
Nothing illegal, he says.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that wouldn't bother a lot of us here. That's a rather airy drive from Smith, and his bottom hand comes off the bat, catches the inside half of that bat, runs out towards deep back square. Imam Ul-Haq does the fielding, and they take the first run of the morning. What's the favour? Come on, Jay.
Come on. Yeah, now he's going to keep us in suspense.
Well, I think you need to do it on another super chat if you're asking us a favour.
Well, it has to be said, there's been no dearth of super chats from Jay Grover this.
There never is. There never is. He's a very generous man. I did rather force Hombre Nuevo.
You did
the other night.
Shameless.
I felt guilty. I saw it. I was leaving the.
He sent us 3 in the end.
Yeah, outside the off stump to Archer, who has a little bit of a tentative prod. Wasn't really committed even to the prod. Goes through to the keeper. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, leg side Larry, Dan Lawrence. I like Lawrence. I felt that he was badly treated. I'm actually quite surprised that he's got back into the England team, but it's kind of instructive that he's got back into it now that Brendan McCullum has gone.
The weight of county runs, really, isn't it?
Well, yeah, onto the legs of Archer, who plays that rather nicely, little clip, and he sort of thought, I've timed that quite nicely, I deserve a run, and he starts set off, and then realised it had gone straight to mid-wicket. Back he went.
Need slightly softer hands, get it slightly square. Got himself off the mark.
You would have manipulated it, wouldn't you, Bear?
No.
No. Mind you, it shows you the value of a mid-wicket, doesn't it? Which is something that is close to your heart.
Yeah, very close to my heart, yes.
Indeed. Well, it's interesting you say that about Messi, about Dan Lawrence. I'll come back to that after the final ball of the first over. And it's straight, it's full, and it's just clipped a tiny little bit in the air back towards the bowler, but lands well short. End of the over, just a single from it, 367 for 8. I actually fell asleep when he was on about 11, and I woke up and he was on 41, and Brooke was on 50 by that point. So I just presumed he'd played quite well. Maybe.
Well, he hit some poor balls quite well, but he just looked all at sea.
Yeah, I mean, his technique looks a bit ropey, to be fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's do some introductions.
Leo's first up, saying hello all. Brian in Brisbane. England to declare it 250 lead or bat on. Well, if they get to 250, they'll be very happy. I can't see that happening. Rockdwyer says, here is the storyteller, and then Richard disappeared because Hendo arrived. And Jay said, hooray Bear, hooray Messi, hooray Rich, hooray Hendo then. And Rio 003 says, morning fellas. Dan De Castro says, well, only 2 wickets left, bat as long as possible.
Ali Usman is into Smith, who strokes this very pleasantly, very gently. It's all very genteel, out to long off, and they come through for a single. Might not be quite so genteel now that Archer's got down there, whether he'll be able to resist.
Well, presumably they haven't taken a new ball, have they?
Well, no, they haven't. 83 overs bowled. I guess they figured it'll just come off the bat quicker, and it's not like their seamers have.
Seamers have been shit.
Well, I still think Mohammed Abbas has.
Well, he bowled okay, but I mean the other two have been hopeless.
Now that was quick through the air, just a little hint of turn. Archer prodded. Both wicketkeeper and slip were certainly interested in whether that might have just caught something on the way through, but it didn't. A slip and a short leg, short square leg, that is. Forward comes Archer in defence. The sun is bathing Headingley at the moment, although I did look at the weather forecast last night, and I think the top temperature today in Leeds is supposed to be 17 degrees.
That's more English summer than we've had.
That's more like it.
17.9 at the moment.
17.9. Well, it might go up then. This is nicely drilled through the vacant mid-off area out to. That's a long off.
Pakistan's fielding.
That was awful, really. I mean, it was. You've got a beautiful outfield here, and he still managed to sort of misfield it twice.
Their
not that it cost him any run.
Shocking.
Well, do you know, I feel really, really bad about the state of Pakistan cricket.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
And
consider, we were saying this yesterday about the teams they've had in the past, and they may have been not great, but they've at least had some characters and some effort and some fast bowlers and
exactly. Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be much,
bereft of it all, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, they're going to get another single as that's taken off his legs down to deep backwards square. Yeah, I also last night I saw that Imran Khan had been taken to hospital.
Yeah, he's only 73, isn't he?
73. He's someone was saying he's only got 15% vision in one eye.
Yeah, I don't know how that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's obviously. I mean, I don't know the political situation. I'm not going to try and pretend I do, but from a cricketing perspective, to see a man reduced to 17 years in prison and no eye, and when you think back to what a great performer he was as a cricketer, It's really quite sad. But anyway, moving on. Messi, have you got any more for us?
Indeed. Pete the Happy Chef says, bonjour from the Alps. It should be a great day's cricket with even better commentary. Sun is shining here in Mirabel. Not that this fucking kitchen has any windows.
A kitchen without windows, that's illegal, isn't it?
Lots of, I don't know, in Switzerland. Lots of stuff about the Georgia girl clip. Jay Grover says, my friend Becca is heroically labouring to unfat my habitat high-rise shed, but she were wrapped when you gave her a shout-out a month back. Could you do it again when I ask?
We will. Becca, you are a marvellous human being, and anyone who can sort out Jay in any way
is marvellous.
Is probably a genius.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have a jingle for the bowler.
Absolutely.
We've been missing. Where is he now? He's here.
I don't want to be crass, but it's time for Muhammad Abbas.
Should have the other
New
English
balls,
batsman
please.
as well.
Talking of not illegal things, but things that sound slightly dangerous, like kitchens with no windows. My sister's in Granada in Spain at the moment.
Ooh, new ball.
And she got caught up in 2 earthquakes.
Oh, my God.
Good.
We have this.
New balls, please.
That's really terrible. I think we should retire that jingle. Off the back foot, down to deep backward point from Smith, who advances to 20 of 42. The lead has gone to 200. No actual sign of England breaking loose. Maybe this is maybe this is good to Smith. Maybe this sort of having to sit with the tail and eke out these last 25, 30 runs.
You've got to give yourself a chance to get in as well, haven't you? And hope that Archer can stay there while you get yourself in and then expand a little bit.
You say that. Well, that's a wide ball. Archer quite rightly went after it to cut it, but couldn't reach it. And through it went to the keeper. You've gone jingle-tastic, Bear.
Well, I just saw that. I haven't. I rarely go into this folder.
Oh, I see. You're indulging yourself. There were two. They were in a hotel in the middle of the night, 5th floor, floor-to-ceiling windows, and their bed moved across the room, flicked away beautifully over mid-wicket by Archer. Has he got enough legs on it to make the boundary? I don't think it has. They should get back for 3 quite comfortably. They do. Archer moves on to 4. Smith 20. England 374 for 8. So the earth did move for them. Lamps fell off.
Did the windows smash?
The windows didn't smash.
Wow.
But, I looked at some video of it. I mean, nobody was seriously hurt. There's been an enormous amount of seismic activity there.
Where was this, sorry?
This is in Granada in Spain. And then yesterday they decided to go and climb Spain's highest mountain. Abbas bowls. I can't even walk to the end of the street. It's kind of
Man, you need to do some fucking exercise, man.
flicked off his legs by Smith. He'll take a single to deep mid-wicket coming in off the boundary. 375 for 8. And Abbas 1 for 67. I would say he deserves slightly better figures than that. Maybe a couple of wickets, 2 or 3.
Oh dear.
Something has tickled Messi. We'll come back to that. That was a really ugly shot from Archer. I think he might have been asleep. I think he may have just looked up and oh shit, there's a ball coming down. Because that's what it looked like. It was a sort of afterthought to even play at it. Absolutely no movement of the feet. And a bit lucky to get away with that. Messi, tell us what's tickling you.
So Jaya sent us another £2, and she says, she's not here yet, you premature old men.
Okay, well, wait. We're just practicing, Jay.
Are we premature or just ahead of the game? I mean, I think.
Kieran Roseblade says, morning all, forgive my absence. Really looking forward to some route captaincy with some players who can actually play cricket, unlike his first stint.
Well, I mean, I think there's a good point made that it was that period where
COVID.
and Route won 1 out of 17.
Yeah, that was in the last 2 years, which was coincided with the COVID period.
And he was making that point. But I mean, the kind of myth has developed, hasn't it? Curran is into the attack. 1 for 111 is not terribly impressive. Off 19 overs, bowls to Smith, who defends on the back foot.
Should we have this jingle?
Go for it.
Look at Curran Shazad. I hear he is real keen.
Keen, but not very good. One more jingle to play, but I shall leave it for a little bit.
Okay. And he put down Jordan Cox, didn't he? A return chance. That said, Jordan Cox already had plenty by then. Onto the back foot goes Smith, forces up to mid-on. I guess the bigger problem for Pakistan was the drop of Harry Brook when he'd only got 1 to his name.
It wasn't the easiest of chances.
I don't think it was.
I mean, it was low and down to his
right.
Foot stretched to his right.
Yeah.
It caught the end of the finger and sent him off the field. It clearly caught the end of his nail or something because there was blood coming out.
Was it Salman? Wasn't
it was Salman.
Yeah, the captain. No ball from Curran.
But it was a wafty shot by it. I mean, it was a stupid shot.
It was
from
an
Brook.
awful shot,
It was
wasn't
like a slip catch.
Yeah.
Practice.
In again, an awful ball, half volley down the leg side, whipped on its way. Lucky to get away with only a single, I would say. I think the problem with Curran is he's just very inconsistent, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not particularly quick. And you know, I mean, to a certain degree, Pakistan are lucky that England's batsmen mainly got themselves out when they were in really good positions.
Yes.
When they were really in good positions to push on and get tons.
They could have got 600.
They could have been. I mean, you know, Root after Cox got out looked a little bit fidgety, like he really wanted to push the score along, and then just played across one. After Cox played a pretty poor shot to get out, to be fair.
I didn't really think it was that bad a shot. I think it was a pretty good ball, actually. Defended on the front foot. They're going to get a single, actually. I say defended, but it came off the bat with some pace from Archer. And they might have even got 2 had it just gone a little bit further. Smith 22, Archer 5, 378 for 8. The GPL is open. Guerrilla Prediction League. Get on it. Get to the guerrillacricket.com/competitions. Estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day in total. So that would be the aggregate of England and Pakistan's innings. Should Pakistan get to bat today?
£84 is the
£84. You get. You estimate the number of runs. You get it on the nozzle, and you get all the cash. Curran in bowls. Oh, horrible shot from Smith. Really, really horrible. Almost like he sort of bent at the knees, going down into a crouching position, trying to play it off the face down, I guess, to the untenanted third man area, but it then just hung the bat out. It was horrible. The GPL is open, £85. You pay us £1 for every guess. You can, of course, have more than one guest. Do we still sort of do the tokens? Do people buy tokens for that?
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's how it works. Curran, 2 slips in the galley bowls. That just moves a little bit, and Smith adjusts off the back foot and eases it down to, deep backward point running round, I guess. Takes another single, just progressing in singles, really. Smith this morning, he's on to 23.
That's fine. I mean, losing those 2 late. I mean, we were looking at lead of 300 at one point easily yesterday, and then suddenly it was massively revised down with 2 wickets left. To if we can score an extra 20-30 runs this morning, that'll be good. I think, and a lead of 220, 230 probably be enough.
I honestly think 208 may well be enough. I wonder whether there's this sort of
Fight
resilience. Curran bowls. Oh, now Archer has absolutely smashed that into the crowd, into the Western Terrace.
Good lad.
That was a very good hit indeed. He does have that strength, doesn't he?
Well,
And,
we'll give
gets
him
to
this. And then, as it hasn't been played,
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
No, I should say that jingle's a wonderful jingle by David Barrett.
Men with Ven.
Men with Ven of this parish occasionally. I think he must still be down in Whitstable. But I would say, if you get a chance to watch the Men with Ven YouTube videos, there's some great songs.
There are.
They really are. Onto the back foot goes Smith at the start of a new over from Mohammed Abbas, and he manages to fiddle it out on the offside for a single.
You know what he's never told us, because he's had a couple of big hits.
Yes.
With produced for people. He's never told us what they are, though, has he?
Well, I thought he had some sort of involvement with the Stones, didn't he?
He did have with the Stones, indeed. But he once said to me he had a big #1 with someone, but he's never told me who it was.
Producer.
As producer. Yeah.
Really? Why would
He
not
also
tell you?
was commissioned by the United Nations to do a composition of all the national anthems of all the UN members. It's brilliant.
Oh, really? A big swing from Archer, no ding, I suppose you'd say, because he wound himself up, swung around, and made no contact at all. He's also wasn't he involved with the the whole of the Beatles catalogue on ukulele?
Yes,
He was.
I love the random projects he's involved. He's also written a musical about COVID. The COVID musical.
Very eclectic.
I love it. I love it.
A mini opera he did, driving from Barking to Deptford. I
yes,
think.
that was great
that's
as
right.
well.
Yes, of course, I'd forgotten about that. Down the leg side, Archer had come across his stumps and probably too far in the end to make anything of that, or whether Mohammed Abbas deliberately bowled it there because he saw Archer moving. I'm not sure. 386 for 8 is the score. We talked about Mohammed Abbas at the beginning of the the England innings, being very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler, but he's very much varied his position on the crease in this, in the various spells that he's had. In again, bowls, just tucked away off his legs, around about middle and leg stump. Gets another single. Archer moves to 12. Smith has 24, Archer 12 off 18. And the England lead has already moved up by 21 runs this morning.
I mean, England will be happy with that.
Well, they'll be very happy. And they haven't really been trying that much. That's in 20 minutes, so a run a minute really is pretty good. Pretty good going. Also, we should say we always forget Patreon. Become a Patreon. Short. Oh, I think that Jamie Smith was going to duck that for a moment, and then realised it wasn't coming as quickly as if it had been propelled by Mitchell Stark, and was able to sort of pat it away out to deep square leg. He moves to 25, 388 for 8.
Yeah, definitely.
He was trying to duck it, wasn't he? And then he thought, hello, this isn't coming
coming that quickly.
He's only 77 miles an hour and he's not 6'12". Of course, I do know that 6'12" is 7 foot.
Mohammed Abbas is going, why are you throwing at my end?
Here he is to complete the over. Oh, now we're into the swing-a-thon. Archer comes down.
Come on the ball.
I think it's going to beat him.
Yeah. Oh, that's giving up, mate.
That is giving up. But let's face it, they're 220 ahead. I think that's fair enough. 7 runs off the over. Archer has moved on to 16 from 19 at 392 for 8. Messi!
That was a heave-ho. But hey, I love it.
It was a heave, but I mean, Archer's a much better batsman than that shot, but it was an effective one. Messi, sorry.
Eric Mentor is with us. He says, good morning all. England versus Pakistan Test cricket is back. How good. Interesting first test match. Pakistan could still win. Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah, that's optimistic, I think.
John DD says, I totally agree with Michael Vaughan. England should look to bat for 100 overs minimum in every first innings. Bazball is over.
Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you?
He also says, after the Pakistan scandals in the past, I struggle to trust every dropped catch and no ball. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, how many scandals have there been? Really? I mean, there was a very high-profile one that we had in whatever year it was, 2010, down the leg side from Kuram. And certainly the Pakistan team is not the only team to be implicated in that sort of behaviour. So I think they get a bit of a raw deal. I guess it goes back to the notion of using bottle tops and reverse swing and all that stuff, and around the times of Sarfraz and Nawaz, Imran Khan.
I think every team's had its less bright moments.
Well, you know,
sandpaper.
There's been sandpaper. There's been
mince
forehead grease. Mince. Oh, no, it's gone up in the air, and I think Jamie Smith might have given this away. He has. He's caught at mid-on, and Kuram has a second wicket, 2 for 121. That was not a great shot. Hasn't looked that great on the back foot today. Maybe he's gone too much into his shell. But when he tried to break out of it there, he's really horribly top-edged it, hasn't he? He's trying to pull it from maybe a little bit too far outside off stump. And, well, I was going to say simple catch. It hung up there in the air for quite a while, and based on the way Pakistan have been fielding...
could have gone down.
It could have gone down.
But no, it is.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
25 for Jamie Smith then, and it will be Josh Tongue to come to the wicket. I was just about to say, yeah, don't forget you can become a Patreon as well, and that is the creme de la creme of Guerrilla listeners. If you give us money on a regular basis,
we are forever grateful.
We'll call it extortion. But if you actually go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, you will find if you could pledge us, even as little as $2 or $3 a month.
No, it's $5 as a minimum.
Okay, $5 now. Okay, it's gone up, is it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, you can go to fucking Starbucks and spend five fucking quid on a small latte these days. So I mean, and if you drink, well, how many of those a week do you drink, Hendo?
Well, I drink one a day.
There you go. So if you were like Hendo and said, one day a week I'm not going to have in fact, one day a month I'm not going to have my Starbucks latte, you could donate $5 to us, and we'd be forever grateful.
$5 is £5, isn't it? Kuram bowls down the leg side, may have brushed the pad of tongue. It's parried away by Rizwan. Can't prevent them coming through for a leg bye, which is just about to be signalled by Chris Gaffney. Although Bear, if I was to give up my latte per day, I'm not a latte man. I'm a cappuccino man.
Cappuccino, only one a month, Hendo.
Cappuccino man. It sounds like something that was written by Herbie Hancock. That was Watermelon Man, wasn't it? I would be very, very grumpy, even more grumpy than I am.
One day a month, you'd be more grumpy.
Yeah, that's true. But when I don't just get grumpy, I get irritable. Anyway, one slip in a gully, a very, very fine third man, a deep backward point for Archer, who's probably going to have a bit of a swing, but no, that was rather sort of gentle drive, which he missed, a bit of away movement in the air. And Archer, might as well go for it now. I want to see a bit of fun from Archer, because he can clear the boundaries. And he batted so well in Australia when so many of our batsmen didn't. And he's not even supposed to be a batsman. I love Jofra Archer. I really do. Yeah. I know a lot of people don't, but I
do. I think it's fantastic.
And I think he would have been such a great cricketer had he, had a proper Test career, not ripped apart by
Well, he
injuries.
still might do. He's not that old.
Well, no. Onto the back foot, lovely.
That's a great
lovely
shot.
Drive. I mean, there is a man back to prevent the boundary, but they've run back for 2. It's good running. People give this impression that he's not a team man, but I think he really is.
He very much is, and I also think he's actually the leader of the attack now.
Oh, absolutely.
And he does it well. I mean, he didn't get a wicket in the first innings. I didn't see. I mean, I was away in Broadstairs, wasn't I? So I didn't really see any much of the first day, and they were pretty much all out when I arrived back. But he didn't get a wicket, and the other 2 got 5. I imagine he bowled okay.
I mean, look at that. They're showing that, and sort of almost as soon as he hit it, he realised, right, I could get 2 here. So there are plenty of quick bowlers who would think that's not really my job.
He seems to enjoy his batting as well.
I think he does,
doesn't
yeah. In again, always got. That wasn't quite such a good shot.
I thought he got pinged on the pads, to be fair.
He was trying to work it away into the leg side. He got an outside edge, and it's flowed away to third man for 4 runs. He won't mind.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Be interesting to see Curran, 2 for 127 from 21 overs. He bowled a lot of 4 balls yesterday, didn't he? A lot. I mean, there were at least 2 overs where he conceded 3 or 4 fours. Yeah.
I have an update from Marybelle. Pete the Happy Chef says to clarify, there is a window in this dungeon style kitchen which opens into the corridor leading to the loos. you fellows are the only light on my day.
Jeez.
Well, we'll try and keep that light going.
399 for 9.
Well, I mean, I was hoping we get 30 runs this morning, and I think we scored. We were 196 head, so we've got 32 this morning. So that's pretty good.
Mohammed Abbas into Tung, who defends. Back to the bowler. He's yet to score. That was only his second delivery. I think Mohammed Abbas will look at Curran's figures, where he's got 2, and think, how has he got 2 wickets? And me, a man who's played for 3 counties and knows England so well, has only got 1 for 74, and I bowl a lot better. It's true. That's cricket.
It is cricket. I also think that, everyone says you don't have to be that quick, but it does help.
It helps. So he goes past the outside edge of Tung there, although it dropped short of the keeper even. So if he had got an edge, it might not have led to another wicket for Mohammed Abbas. But again, even when you've got someone like Mohammed Abbas and it's maybe not at his best, or it's not quite going for him, he still gives something for the other bowlers to bowl around.
Well, yeah, but if they don't bowl around, then it's easier. It's
Exactly.
also easier to sort of play out a Bass, isn't it? And go, well, okay, I'll take my runs off everyone else.
It absolutely is. I mean, it's almost like the batsman laying a foundation, isn't it?
Yeah. You've got to hunt as a pack, as a bowling unit.
Yeah. Lovely leg cutter there. You saw the wrist movement there, the finger movement down the left-hand side of the ball. Didn't actually do much, but it just looked nice. It's always good when you can sort of decipher what they've actually done from the hand. Now, I would have said probably rather pointlessly, the umpire
Looking at the danger area.
is looking at the danger area. Well, Pakistan are batting next, and they're 228 behind. So, I imagine it's not deliberate. It would. Anyway, here comes Mohammed Abbas. 2 slips and a gully, bowls. Tung plays a neat little chip straight down the ground.
Nice shot.
2 or 3 bounces. I think he might have surprised himself a little bit there, how straight it went. He's really grinning, gets the fist pump from Archer, and he's off the mark with 4.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That's what 4s are for. What are 4s for? I mean, I'm trying to get to the sort of etymology of that jingle. Is it based on something else, or is that actually the
1,
words
2,
from a
3,
song?
4 dancing, I think. 4 steps, 4 beats.
Oh, is it?
That's what I'm. That's what I
4s
always.
are for.
That's
I mean,
what
it almost sounds like it was meant for cricket. Mohammed Abbas bowls, cracking delivery
Now
in
he missed the stumps
reply. He missed the outside edge. He missed the stumps, both by a smidgen, and he will wonder how that didn't bring him a wicket. We're going to get a change at the end of this over. Who's on next? Who's the
Rich, Jace, and Will, who's not turned up yet.
Right. Okay. Well, that means I can go to my computer and do things. 403 for 9, and that was an absolutely cracking delivery. We're seeing the drone, the camera drone. I have to tell you that I may have said it before when I was at the Oval this year. The drone gets in your way.
It's irritating.
Yeah, sort of mid-on. They put it sort of mid-on, long on. Down the leg side, short ball from Abbas. Wasn't a very good one. Maybe trying to bowl a bouncer. Didn't work. End of the over. England 403 for 9. Archer 22. And Tung has 4. Messi, take over, read some tweets, and then we will have a commentary team in position.
Okay, Greystoke says, I religiously don't drink Starbucks every day. They failed badly in my city for a good reason. And Derek Willis says, instead of drinking coffee, I give money to Guerrilla Cricket. I don't drink coffee at all and never have, but the point stands. Thank you, Derek. We love you very much for that decision. How many did Rooty get, or do I have to tap my screen twice? Root got 66. Surprise, surprise. And can you imagine how much I could give GC if I stopped drinking altogether? I might lack the irresponsible motivation there.
Thanks, Messrs. Richard and Jason in position now, and Kuram continues, and that is actually a good ball. We haven't seen many of those from him this morning. It has gone past Archer's edge.
Well, not really many of them from him full stop, let alone this morning.
Well, I had the pleasure of not seeing a ball at all yesterday, so this is new to me, but it's a corker, actually.
He bowled so many hit-me balls on leg stump, and Brooke and Cox, I think, really took advantage of it. Root slightly less much so, but...
And it was further proof, I think, that if these bowlers could just bowl regular balls in the channel, they could end this partnership quickly. And that's also a decent delivery, a little bit wider, outside off stump from Kuram, and it's a flat-footed prod from Archer.
It was, but it kind of crubbed a little bit as well. It didn't really get up. It just sort of scuttled through wide of the stumps, and Archer played a little late and a little over it. And it's a no ball. So his woes continue.
Yeah, 2 for 128, the figures now. For Kuram, yeah, he'll be hoping to get off the field as soon as possible. Ideally by taking the last wicket for himself, in which case he would have 3, which is not a bad return.
Would be a decent return in terms of wickets, but in terms of running conceded, it's still lacking.
And this is another straightish delivery, but a little too full and a little too straight. It's an easy drive past the stumps on the onside for Archer. He'll get 1 for that, as Masood does the fielding.
Well, I mean, the mid-on was so far back, it's almost a gimme one, so we can have a bowl at tongue.
Yeah, and you'd almost... Yeah, there's been some of that going on since the start of play this morning. Easy singles everywhere, and not necessarily just when the supposed senior batsman on strike, and that is now Jofra Archer, who's on 18.
Tongue's he can strike the ball. Whether or not it can last long enough to turn into a substantial score is another matter.
Got 1 boundary to his name so far. He's looking for another with a lovely straight drive off a massive half volley from Kuram, and he's got it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A well-chosen jingle to get me warmed up for returning to Austria next week.
I did wonder, that was subconscious, it was not planned, shall we say.
Well, it is, being in England for these 3 weeks, it's my annual break from speaking German, which is something of a brain reset. The wake-up is when I get back to work the day after my return and see if I have any words left, and there's a dodgy ball down leg side, which Tongue can't lay a bat on, but Rizwan can clean up behind the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, this is the inconsistency of Kuram. You get 3 reasonable balls, one of which went for 4, but was still angling on the stump, and he missed it. He was plumb LW, and then he's thrown one down the leg side that is just useless.
Well, kind of like the man he's bowling to, Josh Tongue, although the Jaffers in Kuram's case are not quite as Jaffery as Josh Tongue's best, I suspect. Here he comes again. Still 2 balls left in the over after the no ball. Oh, and he has bowled him. It is over. There will not be another ball in the over because that concludes the innings. The score that England have produced is 409, and Tongue, of course, has to jog off as he's going to have to get the spikes on and ready to bowl. So 238 will be the lead. Let's have another look at that dismissal. How do you make of it?
That ball just moved in a touch. Everything's been swinging away in the over so far, and that one's just come back and beaten the prod of Tongue and clipped the inside, the outside, should we say, of the leg stump. So Josh Tongue looks at it. That was a decent nut.
He was trying to defend that, wasn't he? He got into a nice defensive position at the end once the ball had got past him and clattered into the stumps. Far too late, of course.
Yeah, 238. job done for Pakistan this morning, but arguably the job was not done yesterday, which was where it mattered.
No, indeed. And of course on day one, where they did have a chance to get more on the board, I was really disappointed with that third wicket partnership coming to an end the way it did.
Ali Usman coming off, having taken 5 wickets yesterday, with some handy spin to go with the cuts that from the balls were just a little bit too short.
Yeah, and there's a big grin on his face as he holds up the ball and shows it to the Headingley crowd. And I'm probably quite pleased he's going to get to keep the entire ball.
I was going to say, did I hear correctly that because they got 2 fifers in the innings, they have cut the ball in half, Robinson and Tongue?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to. They did have the ball sent down to the ground staff after day one, and it was literally sliced in half. So I'm sure that's not actually...
I'd have thought
lost on Ali Usman as he comes off.
Josh Tongue would have been the... Actually, no. They both got fifers before, I think.
I mean, Robinson's was the better fifer if you want to look at who got the top order batsman, I think, on day one. But 5 is 5.
But that is what fast bowlers do. They knock over the tail quite often. No.
Especially if you're Josh Tongue.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a nickname.
He's just a bit too quick for them.
Yeah.
So, yes... So 409, Brook 91, missed out on a ton at his home ground yet again. Jordan Cox cruising really to his maiden ton when he got out on 73, with a ball that just turned and gripped a little bit, and initially they didn't think he was out. They wondered about that, and that it was a kind of a belated appeal, and and eventually they had to go to review to show that he did nick it and it wasn't cleanly caught.
I haven't had the pleasure of seeing it, unfortunately.
And Root just fell across the his front pad.
To get out for 66, which...
From a ball which was angling in.
It's the number on his back, isn't it? The
it
66,
is
yes.
Root 66, yes. So he got his number.
Yeah.
And Dan Lawrence, 50, he got to 50 and then tried one sweep too many for a ball that was just a little bit too wide. It took the top edge of the sweep, and Rizwan made some good ground to catch it at square leg.
And those 4 half-centuries, the highlights of England's first post-Bazball batting innings. They've cleared 400. I think Joe Root would have taken that from his batting troops.
I mean, it's very much a transitional type of batting lineup, and also philosophy of batting, I think, because the philosophy was very different. There was no more funky shots.
Even from Harry Brook?
Yes, he was very much in his box for most of his innings, I would have said.
He did, of course, bat quicker than the others, 91 off 93, so the strike rate was there or thereabouts, but he batted more sensibly.
Much more traditional shot making than we have known from Brook hitherto.
As we've suspected all along, he is capable of that.
Well, that is the frustrating part of the last 2 years, I think, is that we all know he's got the ability. He just doesn't hang around often enough to show it.
Yeah. And again, he'll be disappointed not to have hung around a little longer to add 9 to his score and make it 100.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, because he'd been batting without really any issues after the drop on 1. And Ali Usman just bowled marginally quicker. It just got through him.
Yeah, a slight lapse in concentration, it sounds like. But not the first time Brook's been out in the 90s, which should really focus the mind rather than send it drifting.
Yeah. But yeah, Ali Usman, for someone who hitherto hasn't got a massive reputation, came away from yesterday quite well.
Yeah, and has got another cricket ball for his collection. As for the rest of the bowlers, I've got an update on this scorecard, which is rather annoying. Let's give it a refresh here. Yes, 409. So Mohammad Abbas, who is, of course, definitely the leader of the attack for Pakistan, 1 for 78 off his 25. We've probably seen him bowl better and more consistently by his standards.
If anything, he probably bowled a little bit too much outside off stump.
And this morning, a couple of really wayward ones down leg side, which you'd almost never expect to see from him.
And he also, there was a period yesterday where he went wide and tried to angle the ball in, and often went a little bit too wide and pushed it too far down the leg side with Rizwan standing up, and therefore there was just 4 buys just gifted almost.
So it could be an argument for just stick to what you're good at. And he is very good at what he's good at. Khurram Shahzad, more questionable in terms of his execution of bowling, went for over 6 and over, but did pick up 3 wickets.
That is
including that
somewhat
last
of
one.
a comeback, I think, from where he was during the middle period of the day, where he's been savaged by Cox and then by Brooke.
Yeah, it's been certainly a tough lesson out there for him. Nowhere near enough consistency in terms of line and length. To put it kindly, there have been a lot of times where he hasn't looked test standard as a bowler.
Muhammad Ali?
Muhammad Ali, 19 overs, 1 for 89 at an economy rate of 4.68, which is only made to look good by Khurram's 6.09.
Yeah, I mean, that's slightly disappointing from him. He was much better in the West Indies, where he got 9 wickets in a match for the win in the second test there at Port of Spain.
Well, I suppose the only way is down after a performance like that,
and
but it's quite a sharp fall.
But no, he's got the ability. You know, he's mid-80s and he gets the ball to lift occasionally.
Right, so that's where we're at, 409, and England lead by 238. Do we think that's more than enough? I think we do.
Yeah.
For England to win.
Well, they're undoubtedly in the front seat. The question is whether they win by an innings or not, I think.
I would say that I'm happy to be wrong on that. It would be nice to see the game go a little bit longer.
Without weather intervening, I can't see it going beyond the end of day 4.
That seems a reasonable assumption, but maybe one of these Pakistan batsmen is going to be able to hang around significantly longer than in the first innings and not give it away.
They've all got a point to prove, I think.
Well, Imam's got a point to prove as well. He probably has to put his hand up for the worst shot for a set batsman in that first innings when he just went after a very ordinary wide one. Got out for 42 when he was well in.
Yeah, and if you know, anyone could be got out before they got set. But if you get to 20 and you get a start, you really should get on to go. You should really grind on and get 50.
Indeed.
I think.
They were on a 100 partnership almost at that point, and they could have laid the foundation for certainly a much smaller deficit at this point in the game, but instead crumbled like a house of cards after that.
We've left one set of people who we should say have had a good couple of innings so far, and that's the umpires. Umpire Palika has had a couple of very tight decisions he's got absolutely right.
Yeah, good for him. Another South African umpire doing us proud.
I'll just go and shot.
Chris Gaffney, of course, the man at the other end to Alahuddin Paleka. Sorry, socials you have.
Yeah, I'm going to do socials since Will has failed to appear at the moment. Hi everyone, says David Winterbottom. Stephen Cook says the Ducks has plenty of time to get his bowling arm warmed up. This is the time. No, it's not. Lockie says yes, Mr. Coat, now is the hour. Preach, I feel it's going to happen, says Stephen Kelp, talking about the Ducks are bowling. Ducko is the mouse of Usher, says Lockie 6. No, that's a horror movie, House of Usher.
Yeah, movie reference. Moving on as far as I'm concerned.
Anything further up? Let's see. Banana Brooks talks about the drone, which they were talking about earlier. As the drone's shadow, which across the pitch as the ball's bowled, which would be quite disconcerting. I've had that happen with playing in Chiswick, where you're on the flight line to Heathrow.
Not because they're covering
and a jumper goes over just as your ball is being bowled. It's very disconcerting indeed. Anyway, the players are out. The batsmen are at the edge of the playing area, ready to jump on, as they do right now. So I think we're back to the actual play is threatening to be resumed.
And the world of jingles, perhaps, for Imam,
absolutely,
Ul Haq and Azan Awais, if you can find them. Do we have jingles for all the Pakistan players?
Yes, we do. I am jingling them up. Here's Imam's jingle.
I don't know, maybe it was an experiment in existentialism or mentalism. Maybe they messed up the algorithm, but it definitely is not. My lawyer informs me it's not. Nepotism. It couldn't be that. Who's your uncle? Nepotism. Nah. It couldn't be that.
Another fantastic Men Move End jingle there. And this is Aways Azan, or Azan Aways as he's properly known.
It's Azan Aways, and that's all.
And unsurprisingly, this man is going to open the bowling. Who likes to strike early.
Here he comes, looking for another first baller as he did in the first innings, and this time Azan Aways survives longer than one ball. It's actually one he can leave, and he does.
Yeah, didn't quite tail in quite so much as the first ball from the first innings, so he's quite happy to let that have a sighter and let that one go by.
Absolutely, yeah, it was not a good start to the test match for him on, when was it, Wednesday morning. As things got going with a bang, as Robinson picked up his wicket with an in-jagger. Azan will be dreaming of great things now as he gets set to face up Robinson's second delivery. And this time he does have to play, but he's able to just defend it under his eyes as he stays back. There are 4 slips. There is also a short leg, so it's no question of anything other than full beans attack from Joe Root at this point.
Not quite full beans from Ollie Robinson, though, 76 miles an hour. He's getting into his work slowly.
Looks like we don't quite have the sort of cloud cover we had on day one. I can see sun, I can see people dressed in yellow. They're altogether bright at the moment.
Yeah, it might be city close day today at Headingley. You never know. They do tend to like that.
There's always one.
In the Western Terrace.
It's Robinson again, round the wicket. Through it goes as it's left alone by Azan Aways. Jamie Smith back at the moment, back of the stumps. Not always the case.
So, am I right in thinking we have 2 openers with bespectacled openers here, which is not something I've seen that often?
Ah, yes. Well, we didn't get a chance to look at Azan for very long in the first innings, and I must admit, I hadn't noticed he was also...
He strikes me as being a bit of a mini Imam in terms of compact technique, left-handed, bespectacled.
So far looking good. There's one he could have left, but advances with a little bit of intent and plays it away on the offside for no run.
And of course, I think the plan is here to smash it into the ground as often as possible, as quickly as possible, to soften up the ball and get the shine off it.
Absolutely, yeah, because it's early on was dangerous.
Always my intention, though. I don't mind not scoring as long as every defensive shot I hit smashes into the ground.
Are you an opener?
No.
But it's a good policy to have anyway. Robinson to continue round the wicket to Azan Aways, who this time comes forward and defends into the offside. I don't think Robinson's bowled one that's been hitting the stumps yet.
No, he's not got really any movement. There's been a tiny bit of movement off the seam, but nothing through the air, which is probably due to the better overhead conditions.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, he was getting them to jag in from quite wide in that first innings, but he might want to straighten up a little bit if it's not going to do much.
You never know. It might just have been that they got a good ball. They picked a good ball out of the set.
Yeah.
And that was a seam that was 0.1 millimetre higher than expected.
It's a similar delivery outside off stump, once again defended, so a maiden to start for Robinson, Pakistan 0, without loss.
Stephen Kevin, I see that Archer's doing his batting thing again. Joe go over, hooray Jason, hooray Richard, again.
Hurrah!
What else we've got? Hi everyone, yeah, we've done that one. Lockie 6 has a German hangover, or maybe a German hangover. Ollie opens, duck it at the other end, says Stephen Kelk. Pretty good opening combination, yes. Big and not so big.
but the man who's actually going to be bowling is Jofra Archer.
Yeah.
So
Mr. P says, "Good morning, all. Well, looks like a bit of sensible batting. Look what a bit of sensible batting does."
indeed, gets you north of 400. This one is quite wide outside of Imam ul Haq's off stump, short and wide, and Imam sort of stays inside it unconvincingly with a half consideration of a shot. You want to jingle up Jofra?
Yeah, I'll jingle up Jofra. This is another lovely memory event.
You will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And it's another easy leave. That's the second time that jingle's got me this week, where I've thought it's finished and it's not. But you can talk over it as it fades out. And I did. So Jofra's he got taken off after 2 overs with the new ball in the first inning. And there was a bit of chat about that.
His length was just a bit too short, I think, which is why we got whipped out, and they wanted to try Atkinson and swing the ball with a fuller length.
Which is again what we've seen from the first 2 balls here. This one is fuller, a little bit closer to the stumps. Might have got Imam thinking about playing it, but he correctly decides to leave it alone.
So who has the magic trousers? Is it Harry Brook? I wonder. The shining trousers. There's always a designated ball shiner in Marside who has the most amenable trousers for shining the ball.
I've never played in a team professional enough to discuss these things beforehand. Just 3 slips for Archer.
But famously, there's also people who know you don't want to touch the ball because you've got sweaty hands and clammy hands and they get sweat on it.
Oh, that'd be me. Another leave. Well, I mean, England really are not making the batsman play, it's fair to say, in those first 10 balls of the innings. A nice chance for the Pakistan openers to settle. No runs, mind you.
Yeah, I think I want to make them play a bit more. Definitely. It's all very well not going for any runs, but if you're not posing any threat, they need to see what the weather will allow them to do, perhaps, and that requires them to bowl a bit fuller, I think.
Given the deficit, Pakistan will be happy to leave these alone until Sunday. Imam sways out the way of this one, but does not manage to get his gloves down. It follows him, and Jamie Smith takes the catch. So he is gone for a duck. Jofra Archer's in the game.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Nasty. Oh, tiny little graze, but there's a nasty ball coming back. And he was almost bent over a double trying to get out of the way of it. But
yeah, it was well bowled by Archer, to be fair. You could leave that on length easily enough. You just had to get your body and hands out the way, and it was too much of an ask for Imam ul Haq, so he gets a duck to go with his 42 in the first innings.
Well, yeah, another one who shows potential but never can hang around long enough.
No,
consistently enough.
I had his stats up, 30 test matches. Actually, it feels like more. It's stretched over a long period of time, actually, since 2018 he's been playing. But just 3 centuries. 50s, he's got 11 of those, so the conversion rate leaves a lot to be desired as well. And really should have had a 50 the other day, quite easily enough in the first innings here. But he will go home with things to work on and things to think about. And I think Jofra probably gets himself a 3rd over with that wicket, at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. Stephen King says, Duxo going to be the first change instead of opening. That is also masterful captaincy, as we see the former captain come to the crease. And I'll jingle him up. It is the very Anglo Shan Masood.
Shan Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded.
Final ball of the over for Archer. It's on the legs.
You keep telling
And it's an easy chance for Masood to get off the mark. Just drops the bat on it and it's fielded down at fine leg.
It's not fielded down at fine leg, it's gone all the way.
Well, I saw a man running towards the ball.
Yeah,
he
but
should have cut it off.
It went so quickly.
It's
one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
You're getting a look at Ul-Haq's dismissal. I think it just grazed the thumb or the top of one of the gloves.
But when you look at it, when you look at where it is, that's right over the top of off stump at about chest height if you're standing up.
And we were talking about how they hadn't been made to play, and this was a nasty, a nasty first ball that you have to play at, in a sense of at least getting out the way of it. This one goes past the outside edge as Robinson continues. So Azan continuing to look a little bit racy. He's coming at the bowler just a little bit with just a little bit of a shuffle. The keeper is still back. Azan still looking to get off his pair because he's missed that one.
Azan, you could say it's nerves. It's also, I think, calculated plan to disrupt the length of Robinson.
Yeah, and he is not shy to leave it, which is good because that one was wide and well worthy of being left. That second ball of the over.
It's very much on a pitch where ball's doing stuff. Get further away from the stumps as you can. Is never a bad plan because it introduces extra doubt in the umpires for LBWs.
Indeed, yeah, it is. It is more of a getting out of the line of the stumps shuffle than a getting well down the wicket kind of shuffle. Robinson gives you these options. He's not extreme pace. As a batsman, you can put the pressure back on him. This one is played away into the offside behind square. Just timed, really, from Azan. It is hauled in, but there is time for them to get back for 3. Yes, 3 runs.
Well, that's the pair done with.
Great relief for the Pakistan opener. As Robinson still struggling to straighten it up a bit. That was well outside off. Just needed to be timed, really. Waited for it nicely. I think well timed, and it is, as we've said already this morning, a good cricket wicket. Those are the shots you can play.
Yeah, well, I think they've assessed the state of the overheads and whatever else, which is why. Oh, and as I say that, I was going to say why Robinson's round the wicket and not because the ball's not moving in the air.
Yeah.
And as I say that, Robinson now comes over the wicket to have a go at Shan Masood, which he caught with a ball that snaked into him in the first innings when it was moving around and doing all sorts. As we see the replay.
Perfect timing there. Got him LBW, quite a full one that, as you say, came into him in the first innings. Far too good for the batsman. And it was delivered from over the wicket. As is this one, but Masood can let it go. It is tighter into the stumps, but it doesn't come back in and do any damage for the batsman.
Yeah, there's nothing for Robinson in the air, it appears, at the moment. So this might be 4 overs, and let's have a look at Atkinson, see if he can do anything.
Yep.
Although that one just moved very slightly away off the pitch.
Well, it's an interesting tactical battle to watch. All these changes from the get-go here, from bat and ball. This one's a little bit wider and an easier leave for Shan Masood. Remain on those 4 easy runs he got when he first came to the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the field now, there are 4 slips in the gully, or 5 slips?
I'd say 5 slips, as there was a gap, but 4th slip is in now.
And a deep backward point that's not really catching, it's more run saving, but could be catching if you slash at it. So a lot of people behind the stumps.
Robinson continues over the wicket. This one, Masood tries to defend that. It goes past the bat. You could call that a play and a miss, or perhaps a strategic positioning of the pad.
It's a strategic play down the line of off stump, knowing the ball's going to go across you.
I think we're both due a change after this delivery.
Okay.
And now I'm staying here to be third voice. And there's Messrs has joined us already.
Yep. And I will be picking up the commentary.
So, in fact,
that was the over.
Yeah.
I wasn't ahead of time.
No, sorry, I was looking at my online scorecard instead of the real-time scorecard.
Yeah, which has been a sedate start from Pakistan, who've not had many opportunities to score, to be fair, but not been particularly threatened either, apart from that one ball from Archer, who comes in now for his another over, and that is clipped off the hip of Azan. He'll take an easy 2 as mid-wicket comes around and fields it just ahead of the man from fine leg. But yes, too much on the stumps there by Archer, and that is easily dealt with for left-handers. It's bread and butter shot, really.
Yeah, Archer has a leg slip in, I noticed as well, for Azan.
He does.
There could be more straight, and
Joe Root is in position to be the lucky man who gets the ball coming straight at him. Round the wicket again. That ball swings and rises outside off stump, and Azan takes one look at it and thinks, no.
So Joe Root going for a run now. We talked about in first innings how he was he spent quite a lot of time at mid-on or mid-off, and now he's in the slips again, because there are a lot of the slips, to be fair, at the moment. So it may just be a temporary thing while they've got 1, 2, 3, 4,
this was
5, 6.
One of the criticisms of his first period of captaincy was the amount of time he'd spent running from slip to liaise with his
which he has just done again. He is now back in leg slip, and
I think we're going to have a short leg as well, because Emilio Gay has just donned the helmet, and he's just protecting his unmentionables as Archer comes in, full driven, very nicely squirted out through point, all on the floor, no chance there, and it's got all the way to the boundary for one of these. That was just a bit too full.
It was a lot too full. And wide. I mean, it was similar to the one that, almost similar to the one that got Ul-Haq out in the first innings, although this was more clearly full. And when you've got a leg slip and a short leg, there probably is going to be space through the covers, and you've got to hit that.
All you have to do is get bat on it, really, and that's that. As Archer improves his length, improves his line, and Azan shoulders it with the big leave, the almost the Marnus Labuschagne hands over my head,
but without the commentary afterwards,
without the no run that he will often shout,
or the pirouette. The leave itself exemplary. Yeah, he has. You have to say he's chosen his moments to go after it in this brief innings so far. Has Azan?
That's on the hip, and that's straight to the leg slip. Clipped very nicely, and the plan works. And Joe Root has pouched that like he's just taking catching practice.
That was a poorly chosen moment. Sorry, Azan, I've condemned you
You've done
there.
him, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, he did have to play at that, to be fair. Well, I suppose he could have left it, and no, he had to play at that, and it's just, if there wasn't a leg slip there, easy 4 runs. But you've got to know where the fielders are.
It's gone quickly, but it's gone straight to Joe Root. I mean, a yard either side, and I think Joe Root might not have time to do anything about that. But no, you can't get more perfectly planned than that, really.
No, and you kind of, I mean, what do you do with that ball when you've got that field with a short leg and a leg slip? You kind of really have to just defend it as best you can.
Well, can't you play it into the ground?
Yeah.
I would have thought that would be the logical.
Well, it was, on the length, it was tricky.
It was rising. It's hard to get it back down to the ground, but yeah, I mean, the only thing you can say to get it onto the ground, you need to be more over the ball than he was.
Exactly as you say, rising, tricky. Or if you're brave, you wear that one on the body.
Yeah, and say, no, that's going down. I'll just hit it, let it hit the pad. But Azan, trying to be positive, has just managed to find Joe Root. and it's gone for 9. Jigging him
So
up.
this might be a good point to
On your bike, mate.
good point to mention that the GPL closes in 53 minutes. England scored 43 runs today, so add that to whatever Pakistan get today, plus what England might get if they have to bat again, if you think that actually might happen.
And subtract the weather forecast,
Yeah.
which is only a little doubtful, if at all.
Well, Newman has come to the wicket. It's the right-handed highest scorer in the first innings. I'm looking for the jingle. I can't quite see it at the moment. Arch comes in and bowls a short ball that's rising just outside of the stump. Shafiq drops his hands, but it's quite close to them.
Yep, well done. First up to handle that.
That's a dot ball that completes the over. 13 for 2 after 4 overs. Yeah, trailing by 225.
Barong has been doing some deep research. It says with a 3 kilogram gold chain, Jofra Archer runs 20 yards at 7.4 metres a second, subjecting his neck to approximately 5 to 6 kilos of dynamic pull per stride, over 13,000 tugs in a test day. Chronic neck strain? Yes. Jay says, well, maybe he navigates by weight. Marnus will be dropped forever after the next test unless he gets 200 runs, says Lockie. That starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow my time, 10 o'clock Eastern Australian time tomorrow, between Australia and Pakistan and Mackay.
Robertson over the wicket. That's attacking off stump, and Masood plays round his front pad into the leg
correction.
side.
Australia and Bangladesh, I should say.
Saved me doing it, and the cricket world is excited about this one. Although there is that nagging worry that Australia is just going to hammer them this time round. They're going to wake up having been prodded in Darwin like an angry saltwater crocodile.
Yes, do not prod the Anglo-Australians.
But we'll see. This Bangladesh team is proper when it's in the mood.
Robertson in again to the left-handed Masood. Plays and misses outside off stump with a defensive shot. You could say that's half miss, half played inside the line.
Yep. Seen a couple of those from him already in this brief innings. Caught on the crease. Robinson really found his length there.
Yeah, he's bowling the cutter more than the ball that swings today.
Because it's not swinging much.
That one just nipped very, very slightly away. As he comes in again to the host of slips, and a slightly wider, and Masood plonks a foot down and then leaves it.
Also the host of 5 slips, and there's a mid-off quite very, very close. Mid-on very, very close, Jofra Archer. Not on the pitch close, but in line with the stumps close. More than just saving one.
So Robertson getting into his work.
Off stump guard for Masood, looks like.
Masood, yes, remarks his guard as Robertson now goes around the wicket, and a leg slip has now been deployed.
It's a bit of a copy of the Jofra strategy, it seems.
Yeah, is it the double bluff? Yes, it is, because the ball snakes away outside off stump, and Masood covers the line and therefore misses the ball entirely as it goes past to the keeper. And all Robert's going to do really is grin. But if you wanted him to get the edge, you need to bowl it a little bit fuller, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, and he just needs to straighten it up a touch. Still. Masood looking for, only 5 in the first innings, as we mentioned.
But at the moment, Pakistan are going nowhere very quickly.
They do have time, to be fair.
That's a better ball. That's on the stumps, but it's perhaps too much on the stumps and clipped very neatly through square leg for 1 by Masood. Down to the man at deep square leg.
Probably fair to say Pakistan are not thinking about ways to force a victory at this point in time. They'll be thinking about weather forecasts and hanging around, although it's easier said than done, of course, with 3 days to play.
3
the better
days
part
is
of
a long time to play. I mean, they've got about for best part of 6 sessions.
But if you bat properly and wait for the bad balls, the runs will take care of themselves, as they always say. And England do not have a lot of bowlers at their disposal, so if you could tire them out, if you could stay around long enough to tire them out...
Yeah, you could pay the benefits in the second and third tests of this short series as Robinson comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Shafiq. Now, some immaculate defence to mid-on. That completes the over. Robinson gone for 4 off his 3 overs. Messi.
Rex Van Ryn is pissed off. He says, "I bloody booked for tomorrow, for God's sake."
I think tomorrow you're probably all right, but unless there's an absolute...
Well, no, it's going to be over today. It won't be on tomorrow. This match isn't going to go beyond.
I would never book for day 4. I wouldn't even book day 3 test tickets the way the world of cricket's going.
Well, given the number of 2-day tests that happened in the last year, we've had 2 in the Ashes Tour and 1 in England, I think.
Yeah, and there was one in Cape Town not very long ago with India and South Africa. So day 3 is a dangerous purchase.
Anyway, Archer's in now, round the wicket to Masood, who plays a back foot defence inside the line of the ball that jumps and goes through to Smith with no run.
Would be nice to see more test matches starting a lot closer to the weekend, perhaps on Fridays.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they need to...
For that reason.
I always thought Thursday was the right time to start it, because you get day 3 and day 4 where, the guts of the game is going to be decided generally.
But the guts have moved, I think.
Yeah,
or they're starting to shift.
Got slightly less lax or slightly more aggressive. As that moves away off the seam, and Masood plays down the line of off stump and watches the ball go past.
So I think Friday is maybe the new Thursday as time goes by, but of course there's 1,000 other factors far more important to cricket administrators, like squeezing the 100 in and so on and so forth.
Instead of getting money from those people who actually want to pay a lot of money to watch Test cricket.
Yeah, and letting the working fan go and watch something on the actual weekend. Not high on the list for those who make these decisions.
With that smooth, fluid run up, and that's clipped off the legs. There's nobody at square leg. That's gone to the boundary like a rocket. And it's one of these. That was just a little bit too much on the legs, and Masood is too experienced not to take full advantage of that as a left-hander. That's bread and butter.
Yeah, that one was easy to play into the ground, and no chance for leg slip to get involved there. Was well in front of him, and would not have been in the air anyway. Well played. That's the bad ball you got to wait for.
Archer it's dropped into the offside. There's plenty of space there because they're all behind the wicket to scamper through for a quick single. So he gets a 4 and a single to get us off strike.
Looks very calm, Masood. He does bring a sense of peace to the wicket, if nothing else.
Yep. Formerly an opener, of course. So he generally batted in the top 3 whenever he's played. But batting at 3 in this side.
Done his time as skipper, and he'll know he still has a leadership role to play in this 11.
Done his time as skipper, in fact, for Yorkshire as well.
Right.
As an overseas player. As Archer comes in over the wicket, and that's driven slightly airily, slightly squirtily through backward point, but well timed well enough, and there's obviously no one there, and that one's gone to the boundary as well. I'll give him a disservice. That's actually a better shot. It's more controlled. I thought it was a bit more uppish than that, but actually it's pretty low, and there's pretty safe because there's nobody at point.
Yeah, well enough, especially with their very little movement going on. And you wonder how long we're going to see so many slips in. In fact, we're down to 3.
It's a slightly shorter ball by Archer, who changes the length, changes the line slightly, so it's more at the body of Shafiq. and that's the end of the over as the ball drops to the leg side.
Leah says she's going to schedule a live stream for tomorrow afternoon to ease your withdrawal symptoms. I'm assuming that's for the Australia-Bangladesh test match, Leah. And she has a prediction. In 2 years' time, the 100 will be a T20 league filled with Indian players that are out of the international picture. Wouldn't be at all surprised.
No, I think that's very much on the cards because of the Indian money.
Of test days, I think, given the fact that money seems to be dominating everything, there will be 4-day test matches scheduled for all series other than possibly the big three, simply to allow the
more franchise tournaments to be squeezed in. Yeah. Anyway, Robertson's going to come in now. That is defended slightly awkwardly by Masood, who sort of get cramped up a bit in front of his pad, his thigh pad, drops the ball down into the leg side.
Masood, we're talking about his leadership role. He's actually nearly 36 and 311 days. Born in Kuwait, interestingly, says Cricinfo. Did not know that.
Yeah, went to Durham University, I think.
It's also an interesting point, as you say, if he's got a record of playing here in a captaincy role at Yorkshire, when Babar Azam was not available, should he not have been the one to step in and take care of things? There's always spats going on in the background.
There are. Pakistan is a very fickle environment, I think. As he defends a ball that was just offering to come back in a bit from Robertson. There is no run.
But from a cricketing point of view, there's a good argument for having given Masood the job for this particular test with Babar away.
Nothing against Salman Ali Agha, who's a very elegant player, but yes, there might have been a chance for horses for courses. Angled across by Robertson, and that ball is left alone. I do like watching some of the Pakistanis play. I like watching Shafiq play. He's a nice player to watch when he gets going.
Yeah, was easy on the eye,
and also as well. Agha as well. Saud Shakil is more of a gritty, defensive sort of Alan Border type batsman.
Yeah, tried to do that in the first innings and did 25 odd balls of grit and defence and then got out for not very many.
But has often been very effective. Round the wicket now from Robinson. And that's in, and again, too much on the legs, and taken full advantage of by Masood. He's got that down to fine art, clipped it away to square leg for one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
It's a bit too much to hope for that the second innings would go much the same way the first innings, for given the conditions and given the match situation.
I think so, yeah. It was a dream start on Wednesday.
Yeah, even so, I'm still a bit disappointed by the way that the England openers have gone about their work. I would be surprised to see Robinson replaced fairly shortly with Tongue. And that's again off his pads by Masood. And they scamper through for two, with a man now stationed at square leg to try and stop that boundary.
Robinson found, I think, a little bit of in movement off that one, but it was too short and too straight to bother the batsman. But yeah, they have not had the consistency, unfortunately, of first not making the batters play, then offering up some 4 balls, and also the going back and forth over and around the stumps they haven't been able to quite settle on either, really. Yeah, convincingly.
But yeah, I think. Oh, and that's lifted and hit Masood in his lower stomach, shall we say,
abdominal area.
Yeah. The solar plexus, not enough to double him over, and he offers to pick up the ball and hand it to the fielding side. That's the end of the over, 29 for 2 after 7.
Leah confirms, yes, it will be a live stream reviewing the action from Mackay. Did 2 of those last weekend. This will basically be the same. Review, Q&A and general chit-chat. Mr. P in it says, bollocks. It's just started pissing down as I'm about to head off to the tip. I'm sick of all this rain.
as we got shown a picture of Josh Tongue wandering around saying, shouldn't he not be bowling now? Short and wide and over the top of the slips by Shafiq, who's not one to be defensive with those types of balls. He's flashed it up and over for 4 runs.
There's not one ball for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, yes, Tongue will be getting even more prominently in the captain's eye line after that one, I think. As Archer starts his 4th over by conceding a boundary.
I mean, Archer's had the majority of runs go against him, to be fair, and that's full and angled in and clipped to the leg side, down to square leg, and they'll take an easy 2 as the man runs round to field it.
Well, Archer's going for 7.5 and over.
Yeah. No, as long as you're taking wickets, that's fine.
That is true. I mean, for all the criticism we've dished out, England have got 2 early wickets, as they did before that rain delay on the first morning. I don't think there's any rain imminent. I think Messrs has said its chances are fairly minimal today.
Archer. And he's put a bit more effort into that one, I think. It's more intent in the running in. He normally feels like it's a nice fluid run. That felt like a bit more sprinting in. He's banged it in a little bit shorter, not too short, and it's well played by Shafiq down into the ground.
88 miles an hour, says the speed gun. His average, well, that is about his average at the moment. And he's been up over 90 in this spell already.
Yeah, that's not attacking the stumps, that's going over the top of middle stump by quite some distance. As he comes again, the gold chain is jangling away. Again, I think shorter the length and attacking the lungs, shall we say, of...
I mean, is he trying to invite a pull? I don't know if he's got anyone out in the deep on the leg side.
I think he's got a square leg and a long leg, but maybe it's a change of plan for Archer to invite short shots against Shafiq, who will probably take him on.
Well, we will see over these last 2 balls. There's no sign of Archer pitching it up anytime soon. Or will he come with a surprise?
The double bluff here and slip in the Yorker? It's the Yorker, and that's a good ball. It's just moved away slightly. A defensive shot by Shafiq, covering the line of off stump, and the ball just zips past the outside edge.
Yeah, that was a delicious one. Really good length, actually. Slightly on the fuller side, but did enough.
Moved quite a lot
yeah.
with the scramble seam. But it was eventually, when it pitched, it was facing towards first slip, and the ball moved a bat's width, probably.
Yeah, about that. Just a little too much, really.
Anyway, Archer's in. And another good ball outside our stump, and a studied defence from Shafiq to finish the over.
So Paramadshaw says, ahoy all sorts and sea dogs. I think Richard is guilty of not listening to the Shah Massoud jingle, as it clearly tells you that
he's born in Q8.
Yeah, before the Iraqi invasion.
Yeah, jingles are when I go and do look things up on the internet, so I don't listen. It's true.
There is a super chat from Jay Grover. Sent us £2. It says, Jez, please explain what Lockie is on about. Yana. There's been some discussion about Yana and Yanas in general, and Yana Vent in particular. Yana Vent was the anchor of an Australian long-running current affairs show called, I think, A Current Affair. Was actually very good at it.
And we will have a change of bowling. It is, as aforementioned, Robertson has been withdrawn for this man. If I can get here, yeah.
Gus, the hat-trick son, that's 3 wickets in a row. Gus.
And the first ball is outside off stump, and again, Massoud plays the line and the ball just moves very slightly away off the pitch.
A very encouraging start for Atkinson. Gets it nice and full. Does swing late, but just in front of Jamie Smith.
Yeah. It's that pretty length that's just short enough that you're going to play and miss.
Yes.
Rather than
but
just not quite get the edge. And again, that's more of a defensive shot off the back foot by Masood. It was just a little bit awkwardly played, but safely enough into the ground. Almost as if he didn't quite sight the ball and the length quite early enough.
Well, then he should give himself another sighter to have a look at Atkinson, who so far he's got some consistency going. If 2 balls are enough to measure such things on.
Here he comes, Atkinson, with that short stepping stride run up. That's on the leg, so that's worked to mid on. Archer lopes around and fields, thinks about a throw.
But they actually got a single there.
They did get a single there, but
it seems like
by the time that Archer's picked up the ball, they're clearly through it. There's no point in throwing the ball.
Yeah. He's very close in, but still.
I don't think Atkinson will be too disappointed by that because he gets a chance to bowl at a right-hander.
Yeah.
With the ball moving away.
So I get the feeling did bother the other 2 bowlers a little bit, the left-right combination, along with coming over and around the wicket.
So Atkinson over the wicket to Shafiq. And impeccably defended with a ball that was moving in very slightly off the pitch.
Yeah, and perhaps a little too short if you wanted to be critical of that.
Yeah, definitely. But still, good first over so far. 3 dots on and a single that was squirted away to mid on.
Big partnership this for Pakistan. I mean, they don't bat deep. We've seen what can happen.
Pretty much coming up to a change at the end of this over. We've been told that the green room wants one more, so we'll do one more as this ball is wide of off stump and Shafiq just takes a one look at it.
Well, yes, I understand there's a longer first session.
Oh yes,
today.
That's right. It's 1:15 is the end of the session.
Overs lost yesterday, and I've also on day 1. Well, in this particular case, you could keep to the normal hours and let the people with Saturday tickets still dream.
Atkinson in again with that particular style. Again, outside off stump, and Shafiq just watches it go by. That's the end of the over. 1 off it. 36 for 2 after 9.
Not only will we get another over, but also a drinks break.
Well, just a reminder that although the lunch break is 15 minutes late, the GPL will close at 1 o'clock. It's currently, I think, at £86. And England made 43 today, so take that into account in calculating the total runs to be scored today. And you could win that £86 really easily. I'll catch you after lunch.
Cheers, Massa. See you later.
So it's thee and me for 1 over, I think. Unless we have a third person joining us online. I don't think so. No.
Oh, time will tell. Time will tell. But the score 36 for 2. If I've got the very latest here. Yeah, yes, the last one was a dot ball.
England will be reasonably happy with that.
Well, the outcomes have been good. I think they could have actually bowled a lot better. But the outcomes have been good. You can't argue with 36 for 2 after 9.
You'd say that's 1 good ball by, well, 2 good balls by Archer, obviously, because he's taken 2 wickets to fall, but 1 particularly good short ball aimed at Imam, which was got a scratch of a glove behind.
It's always quite satisfying, I think, for a captain to go in at leg slip and then have the catch come your way.
Yeah, and then a perfect piece of planning to get rid of Azan Nawais, where they'd gone into leg slip maybe 2 balls before, and suddenly first ball you get a chance to clip it, it's gone straight to Joe Root, who's not had to move his hands more than about a foot to take it.
It's a well executed plan, but a proper top order Test batsman has got to be able to be aware of the field. It's a difficult thing, but it's part of the job. And you just can't play that shot. There's somebody lurking there. Jofra, by far the most expensive bowler, 6.25 he's gone for, but as we've just discussed, got the 2 wickets.
A somewhat dilatory over rate again today. Just 17 overs pretty much in the session so far in 90 minutes.
We have had a change of innings. Is the only
we take
mitigation.
2 minutes out of that, yeah. 2 overs out of that in 10 minutes.
Just an awful way to get out. We're seeing the replay again of that Awais wicket. I mean, as we said, it was difficult to keep down the way it was. It actually was relatively full, but then still on its way up as it got to him.
But yeah, training by 202 at the moment as the drinks are going off.
Shan Masood 17 not out and Abdullah Shafiq 10 not out. And
Shan is getting ready to face and remarked his guard for Jofra Archer, who's going to continue.
Yeah, into a 5th over. It's quite a longish spell by his standards, especially compared to his first one in the first innings.
His over spells have been going up over the couple of years he's been back in Test cricket. As Masood has a bit of a brain fade there and drops the ball into the offside, sets off trying to encourage a single. Shafiq is standing on his bat at the other end, looking at him, what are you doing?
Well, luckily he realised the error of his ways in time.
And dropped anchor and hauled himself round pretty damn sharpish.
Yeah. No harm done in the end. These two absolutely have to make a big partnership here.
I do think, did he not run down the centre of the wicket there, I wonder? And Archer's in again. That goes like a off break off the pitch.
But it was wide enough again. There's been a few of these balls in the England bowling so far which have done a bit, and you'd have thought if they'd started a bit straighter, might have been interesting. But that was in an easy leave and probably on length as well.
I do wonder if the balls that are moving are on those parts of the pitches which are more towards the centre, therefore they're shorter length, therefore they're harder to get an edge on, and not sort of closer to the danger area and the bowling footmarks. Anyway, Archer's in again, and that's down the leg side. That's well taken by Jamie Smith. I thought that if Masood got anything on that was going to be 4.
That was superbly taken. It came through quickly, and he was an absolute full stretch with the right hand there, and popped neatly into the glove.
Good job. He's about 6'1" then. But yeah, showing his agility behind the stumps. Of course, there are question marks about his ability behind the stumps, standing up. Archer. That's the first time I think we've seen the ball swing.
Yeah, because he got it right up there, and not coincidentally, that also induced an attempt to drive.
But it was wide and therefore skipped over the top of the almost horizontal bat from Masood.
Which brings us back to the point. Get it up there. There might just be something on offer, but if you'd seen that same shot a little closer to the batsman, he might have nicked it.
I do wonder whether it's clouding over very slightly, because it looks like it's clouding over here in the studio outside from the green skies that we had earlier. Green skies? Blue skies that we had earlier. And that ball snakes in and clipped neatly in between square leg and fine leg, and they get 1.
So we are now 1 ball away from our change, I believe. No one seems to be objecting to that notion.
No.
And there'll be a stirring in a minute in the green room, I dare say.
But yeah, it's been a relatively risk-free half an hour, barring one good piece of captaincy and one good ball. Archer last ball of this over the wicket, and that tails in very slightly to Shafiq, who works it off his hip to square leg, takes a single, completes the over, 2 off the over, 38 for 2 after 10, and we will have I'm staying. Oh, okay. I thought I got time off for good behaviour here, but clearly not.
No, you know what Tony's fucking
I know what
rotors are like. They're all a bit haphazard. You can spend 4 sessions in a row and then not have anything else for the rest of the day.
I don't mind having sort of 3 or 4 sessions in a row off in the middle of the night, so I can have a kip for.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly don't think that anyone should do more than 2 sessions in a row. I've told that to Tony fucking endlessly, but then he had me on for 4 sessions in a row at the end of yesterday.
So I'm guessing I'm on the socials, am I?
Yes.
Hang on, I've just had a thought.
Right, Atkinson is in. First ball is left alone by Shafiq through to the keeper, and there's no run. And as you two were saying earlier, this is the partnership, isn't it, that England break, and then hopefully everything breaks open. I can't even remember who's at 5. Who's at 5?
South Shaquille.
Oh no, he's a good bat. I like South Shaquille.
He's a very good gritty batsman.
Yes.
And Salman Aliaga is number 6, who is
well, he's okay, but
he's a bit of a dasher. As is Rizwan.
Yeah, but you know, are they going to battle it out? I don't know. I'm not sure whether this
depends where they're at when they're getting it, I suppose, doesn't it? I mean, if they're 100 for 5, you can't. Oh, now that's got to be out. Surely, big appeal for LBW. It's not given.
Inside edge.
Maybe an inside edge. I don't think it's going down. I'd be tempted to review that.
Something didn't quite look right about it.
Looks like umpire's call on leg stump for me.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe a bit high.
Well, I think there could have been a bit of a very thin edge.
Inside edge.
Not sure. But
good ball by Atkinson, though.
Yeah.
I presume Josh Tongue will be brought into the attack shortly.
Well,
nowhere near. It was certainly nowhere near an inside edge, was it?
No, it's going down.
It's flush on middle pole.
It's probably height as well.
I'm not sure, high. It's quite
he's
skinny.
A fair way down.
He is a fair way down, but it doesn't seem to bounce.
Atkinson is a tallish man. He's not huge, is he? But he's
in again. Oh, that one's going away a little bit. Stopped by the gully.
Just suddenly started. Something's happening in the air in the last 2 overs. It started to move in the air a bit. So I wonder if the overheads are now in favour.
Missing on height and line.
It just made me think something in the air. That would make a good jingle, wouldn't it? The old Thunderclap Newman song. Old jinglers out there when it's swinging around. Or would that get us dinged?
Well, the Beatles one would get you dinged.
No, it shouldn't get us dinged because that must have been written in 1969. How old is that? It's over 50 years.
Yeah, it is over 50 years, but someone might have bought the rights. You know what these fuckers are like these days. That's defended, and there is no run.
I don't know. You can't buy the rights. I mean, if it's out of copyright.
No, all these companies who you can buy shares in. I mean, that's why Bob Dylan sold his catalogue to somebody. And that's so because what happens now is that people buy the rights, and then essentially what they do is they get those people to cover them and get them put on adverts. And then that's why you hear really slow, tawdry versions of things at the end of films and shit. You go, oh, that's that song, and it's slowed down by 50% and sung by some woman howling in pain or whatever. It's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. But because they've got the publishing rights, they sell it to somebody and they make money out of it. And then the shareholders, they basically put them in companies, and you buy shares in that company now that owns the rights to
but
these things.
I mean that must have been a change in the law then, surely.
No, because whoever has the publishing rights has the rights to make money out of it, and so they can then license it to someone.
If something's out of copyright after a certain period of time.
Yeah, but they generally buy it before it goes out of copyright, and then that renews the copyright.
Well, then that has to be a change in the law, because that in copyright law in this country, you can.
I think you can renew copyright. I don't know. I don't think you can if you're dead. That's true, but that's worked into the leg side. And
we must have some.
But then usually, like Michael Jackson's catalogue goes into a trust held by his family, and and then presumably you can keep hold of the copyright as long as someone's using it. That was the end of the over anyway. Over to you, Jace.
Who says Happy Friday?
Happy Friday.
Beer o'clock. It certainly is.
Oh yeah. I've not had one yet though.
Shutters up hooves. It's 9:30. It's Porter clock, says Lockie 6, where he is.
Porter clock.
And Friday 9:30 p.m. is prime beer time. Responds hooves.
Where's that coming? Why is it 9:30 p.m.? Somewhere like Tokyo or
That must be in Australia somewhere.
Australia, maybe.
Jay says, I might have started drinking without you guys. Sorry, mate. Raising a glass to you, though.
That's fine.
Up the piss pot, says Who's. Talking to all of the people who are at beer o'clock time, wherever they are.
Why has Josh Tongue not had a bowl? Gone back to Ollie Robinson.
Because
Is he in?
they think the ball's about to move in the air a bit. And
he moves it in the
He
air.
moves it in the air, I was going to say.
At more pace than
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Well, up to the start. Oh, that's got to be. No.
Height.
Oh. Pinged right in front of the stumps there was Shah Massoud. Jamie Smith's come up to the stumps. Maybe that's why. Maybe they want to get Jamie Smith up to the stumps, and he's probably the only. He's probably the only bowler that they can do it. Oh yeah, well I thought it hit
It's a
below
really,
the knee roll.
really good ball though. The amount that's moved off the pitch.
He's just started to do stuff now.
Well, the ball's what now? 11 overs old or something like that.
Yeah, some of the lacquer's gone off one side, I think. So it's starting to get a bit roughed up, so it might move a little bit in the air a bit more.
A Rouge Mumtaz. Is that the lady that we
That
keep
is
saying?
the lady.
Yeah.
The former Pakistan lady captain, I think.
Ah, right.
She was probably on our bat.
She might well be. Oh, now, Shah Massoud has just dropped that into the offside. He's set off running. Abdullah Shafiq isn't interested whatsoever. I mean, Abdullah Shafiq's been around for fucking years.
No, you're thinking of Assad Shafiq.
Assad Shafiq, the left-hander.
No, he wasn't left-handed.
He was a tiny little man, though.
Assad Shafiq wasn't. Yeah, he was tiny, but he wasn't left-handed.
He was quite classy little bat.
He was, yeah. He was good.
Yeah, that's who was that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a super chat from Jay Grover.
Ah, Jay.
Oh, two super chats. One from Jay Grover for £2, saying, I've said this before, whatever Bear says, surely!
Surely, absolutely.
And Brian New Brisbane sends us £2.
Thank you.
Saying, sort out the YouTube screens, please. Did you not change them?
Oh, no, I didn't. That's true.
I'll jump off and do that whilst you're commentating.
Okay, well, Shah Massoud's cut that one for 4 out to the point boundary. It was a bit short and a little bit wide. He got what it deserved.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And these two are...
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, I mean...
Mind you,
Shah Massoud's been around for years now, hasn't he?
And he's had a long sort of build-up at Headingley, hasn't he, with his captaincy of Yorkshire.
Again, that one, he just about gets his bat down on.
I was just thinking that run was turned down. I think it was down to Abdullah at the far end because he had Root on the Hayden position, probably in his line of sight. And although it was technically Massoud's call, as a sort of man at the other end, you can't see where it's gone. You're going to be a little bit.
But he's not
nervous.
walking in. He's just basically static.
Again, pins him on the crease, and Massoud just plays it into the onside up to mid-on.
Do you mean the fielder, or do you mean
there's no run?
Backing up?
I mean, backing up. He's barely moving at the time the ball is delivered.
Well, I suppose there's been so much talk, hasn't there, over the recent years about the man-cadding, or the potential for man-cadding, and that batsmen are stealing a march to a certain extent.
It's bloody hard to do when you're bowling around the wicket, though.
Yeah. And at pace.
Yeah.
Easier for a spinner. Ashwin was the cheat. Robinson in again. It's a little bit too wide, and there's no one out there, and that should be 4 more. These two going on quite nicely now. 26 off 33 for Massoud.
Well, we had that in the first innings, didn't we?
Yeah.
That after that break for rain and lunch.
Was it these two got runs in the first innings?
No, it was Shafiq and Salman Ali.
No, it wasn't Salman who got it going. It was
Imam.
Imam, yeah. They got them going after lunch, and they were batting really, really well. And I think it was that they did lose a wicket, and then Imam got out. Josh Chung got him, and then they had that review that they should have taken that they allowed to elapse. That wasn't out, and that's when it began to fall apart.
I think they're implying that Masood is quite closed. That's a nice shot by Abdullah Shafiq this time. Drives it through the offside. Root is going to chase that down now, and they'll get back for a couple. Looking quite comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, but there's things we know when you've got a sort of a team that's lacking in confidence and has quite a long tail. They only need to get a couple of wickets. You always felt like that with England to some extent at certain times. And you looked at them and you thought, oh God, if you get through them, I'll get through him.
Yeah, very much so. Atkinson. That one's defended by Shafiq out to point.
When does the next Australia Test start then?
Tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow, is it?
Tomorrow night.
So what time of the morning is that starting? Not that I'm going to be up for it.
Yeah,
I might still be up for it, but I won't be getting up for
Northern Queensland, so I presume it's 9 or 10 hours ahead. So
it'll be about.
Well, think of
it'll be midnight, 11 or 1.
Whenever they start in Brisbane, roughly when that time starts.
Yeah.
I'm kind of really disappointed that the one-off test in Australia next year for the centenary is pink ball test.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
That one is left alone by Shafiq through to the keeper, and there's no one's up shot about 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, about 3. I think 3 or 3:30, and that's horrible.
Yeah.
Lucky Six talking about the people says, got him! Oh, no.
I also think that a pink ball test is automatically going to last
3.5 days.
It's not even going to make it, even if the batting's much better.
Well, it'd be interesting to see a pink ball test that's not at is it Adelaide.
Yeah. Well, and the last one was at Brisbane, wasn't it?
No, this one is Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. That's pulled by Shafiq out to deep square leg. This time we only get a single. Someone out there.
Which is in March, so that's sort of much later time than England would be used to playing in Australia.
Close to the end of the Australian season.
Very much. Where is it? Brisbane? No, Melbourne.
No, Melbourne, I think.
Well, if they have a pitch like last time, it lasted 2 days, and that was without a pink ball.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing. I just don't get I just don't get it, because I think something like that. I'll come back to it.
Well, England are refusing to play pink ball test in the next national, aren't they? That one is just dropped into the offside, wide enough for cover that it'll get through for a single. Sharma Sood moves on by another run.
Well,
it's just not necessary, is it?
I don't see the need of for a one-off test.
No, absolutely not. It's a really poor decision.
If it's one test in a series, yes, fine, that's okay. I can deal with that. Even so, I think it's more aimed at a non-indigenous audience in terms of India and for timing for them.
Maybe, but I was thinking to myself, from an England perspective, you want it starting at 11:30. People will stay up for a couple of hours.
Yeah,
you could argue. I mean, I don't get up early, but maybe other people get up early and they'll think, well, they'll see later in the day.
Session,
yeah.
Atkinson inside edge of the bat. I thought he'd missed the bat for a minute there, but no. Gets it just behind square on the leg side and get himself a single, and that ends that over. For 6 or 3 overs, Atkinson. 5 of them off that over.
Good work from Jeff Thomas. Not that Jeff Thomas. That's good morning from California at 4:30 a.m.
Oof. You're up an early bird, man. What are you doing up at this time in the morning? Or you're still up from last night? You're a party boy.
Who's is thinking he might take the umpire's exam. I'm too old to play anymore. And I've umpired literally thousands of overs.
Well, oh yeah, absolutely. If you've got the patience for it.
I fucking hate that.
I mean, I'm
given the choice of umpiring and scoring, I know which one I'd do.
Umpiring.
Scoring when it's not when it's going to be spicy, and umpiring when it's not going to be spicy.
I think. I mean, I used to have the patience for it. I don't really have the patience for those things now.
If it's all going nicely, it's the best seat in the house. Umpiring.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
I never gave an LBW though. But I was always umpiring against my own side, but I was always never confident. But I'm always confident on telly when I'm watching a test match.
Yes.
That one is Robinson's against Shafiq.
Well,
through the keeper, there's no run.
We're in the situation of, just being able to say that's out or that's not out, and then when we're proved wrong, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter.
But you haven't spoiled someone's afternoon.
No.
Or their career.
We have been told that Australia versus Bangladesh starts at 1 a.m. UK time.
Okay. I still haven't watched the highlights of
the first test.
The first test, yeah. I must do that because it's got to be enjoyable, hasn't it?
Well, yeah. I can't believe they're still picking fucking Marnus Labuschagne. That one's left alone by Shafiq through the keeper, and there is no run.
You could have said that about Cam Green until he got a ton.
Yeah, true.
And Cam Green and Bo Webster.
And I see that Travis Head has done fuck all again since the bloody Ashes, has he?
Who's that?
Well, he chopped on twice.
Why is it he always does? He got to score 3 tons against us in the Ashes, didn't he? Done fuck all before it, fuck all after it.
Just brings out the best, doesn't it, these guys?
Exactly that. Robinson in. Ooh, that one is played back to the bowler and there is no run.
Not very far away from a leading edge, back to the bowler.
I mean, not suggesting that guys don't try their best, but you kind of feel that playing in the Ashes and then going up to the top end of Australia to play against Bangladesh, that you haven't got anything to prove against Bangladesh, have you? If you're an Australian,
but you've got everything to lose, haven't you?
Well, I don't know that you have, because I don't think players are going to be players like Head who've done well are not going to be dropped on the basis.
Oh, edged and gone. Abdullah Shafiq has played that with a little bit of an angled bat, just trying to work it into the leg side. One feels got an edge, scootled through to second slip. Couldn't see who was there. I presume it's Brooke at second slip.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
Usually that's who's there. Caught low down. England get their 3rd wicket. Abdullah Shafiq has gone for 15. England really needed that. And no, it's not Brooke, is it? That's a good catch. Straight to him, though.
Yeah, it wasn't the best shot, was it? You're absolutely right.
That was Brooke, yeah.
It was Brooke. I mean, he shouldn't really be trying to play that into the leg side.
No.
He shouldn't really be dropping that.
I mean, he'd done well to play all those straight back to the bowler, hadn't he, really? But he's always looking to close the face on it. And the 3rd wicket goes down, 51 for 3 still. How many behind? 180? Must be 190.
Yeah, it's going to be done today.
Definitely. It is going to be done today, one feels.
Who's on tomorrow? Or not
me.
on tomorrow? Now, probably. I mean, oh God, that probably sounds really arrogant. It's going to be done today. I mean, but we normally say that with England.
Well,
well, the thing is, how many fucking millions of test... Well, not millions, but I mean, I've been doing this since 2009. I've watched nearly every test match that England have played in since then. I think you get the flow of test matches.
I think it's just certainly, in sport, you might say we're
there are not many comebacks, put it that way.
Even fewer now, and I think you look at people like us who've been around it for years and years and years, and I see this with football as well. I'll make a comment about my team, and someone else will say on the page, they'll say, "Oh, you've been a football manager, have you?" and blah blah blah. And so, actually, no.
But I've watched an awful lot.
I've watched so much football, and I've watched my team so often.
You know exactly how it's panning out. Exactly that. Well, Sal Chakil's out. He's another man England need to get out. I suppose sticky little middle order here. Sal Chakil is a gritty little man.
I think he's better than just gritty. I mean,
well, no. I mean, in the last series in Pakistan, he was great.
He was. And then here's his jingle.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning much.
Well, his first ball was a bouncer that was quite slow and kind of pivoted and pulled off one foot.
I mean, I know he's
a single.
I know he's of no pace, Robinson, but actually that was quite a clever ball, first ball.
Yeah,
because I don't think he would have been expecting that.
No, he was expecting something on it challenging.
Like the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, his bat didn't come down straight.
No, not at all.
Abdullah, and that was part of the problem.
Playing
you were absolutely right, Bear. When you said that, he was sort of trying to play on the leg side. I thought, what was he? And then on the replay, definitely you can see that.
He's just trying to close the face, isn't he? And it's not there to do it.
Kind of thing that Tom Wesley used to do when he got his few tests for England.
We have a super chat.
Worked off the hip this time by Shah Massoud down to deep square. It'll be a single. I think I need to go and get my phone so I can put a bet on.
Jay Grover sends us £2. Say, can people say hello to Becca, please? Hello, Becca.
Hello, Becca.
Hello, Becca.
Is that the wonderful genius, Becca, who is trying to sort out Jay's mess of a flat?
Possibly. I mean, he's being asked by various Guerrillas, who is Becca?
There you go.
And apparently, someone was saying about the Mackay Test for Australia versus Bangladesh. Go snorkeling with the fishes and what Test cricket? Get away from winter. It's a perfect holiday.
I would be inclined not to go snorkeling.
Not on the Great Barrier Reef with nasty, horrible things you can.
Oh, I don't know. I'd love to go snorkeling on a Great Barrier Reef.
Well, there's not much of it left, is there? It's all been.
There's there's a lot of bleaching, but yeah, there's a lot of it left. I mean, I've only done snorkeling a couple of times properly.
Oh, it's great.
And it's fucking fantastic. I did it off Mombasa once. Atkinson around the wicket to Sharma and no run, left to the keeper. I'm joining all those people. It is over the yard arm, and I thought, fuck it, you know what? It's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have a beer.
Some way over the yard arm.
Yeah,
much like
Josh Tung's bowling.
Josh Tung's bowling, exactly.
Yeah.
He got there ahead of me, but I did set him up.
I knew where you were going.
But every time we go to the south of France now, I take my snorkel and my flippers and shit, and we always go to the beach once. And every time I've gone in the Med is the most dead sea I've ever fucking been in my life when it comes to just off the coast. Atkinson around the wicket, defended by Sharma.
Dead as in flat.
Well, the thing is, it's just sand. There's no seaweed on the bottom of and there's no rocks. There's nothing for any life to actually grip to. So basically, you can swim out 100 yards off the beach, and there's just nothing. There's no, occasionally you'll see a fish, and that's about it. There's nothing else to see. There's just nothing.
So it's a bit pointless.
It's a bit pointless, very much so.
Messages said the test should definitely not be pink ball. This is the one-off. CA claim it's because it's not the school holidays, so we'll only get good attendance at night.
Oh, give over.
People,
don't be daft.
One-off test against England. They'd love seeing us get beat. Oh, now that's a poor shot from the Sharma shoot. A bit too close to be tempted to cut that, but he has. It's gone through to Jamie Smith, and there is no run.
I'll just say, Atkinson hasn't actually got a wicket in this test, has he?
No.
Bowled quite well, though.
He's bowled all right, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. That was actually he's actually played outside that.
Over the top of it.
Over the top of it, yeah.
I think England, after a couple of years with not knowing what to do with the bowling attack because they lost Broad and Anderson, have actually started to find their legs a bit in that department, haven't they?
Well,
seem a bit more settled with who they want and what they want. And
well, you found the leaders of the attack now. They've got Atkinson, they've got Tongue,
and they've got Jofra.
They've got Jofra, and they are rehabilitating Robinson.
Yeah.
I think the problem for England is
away from home.
Well, it is away from home, but also is the fitness of those guys. I mean, it's not just Archer, whose injury problems have been well documented. Tongue has had quite significant injury problems as well.
As has Atkinson.
As Atkinson.
Yeah.
I mean, Tongue's been actually pretty fit since he's come in.
Since he's come back, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, Pat Cummins had loads of injury problems early in his career, didn't he? And then he settled down. That's into the thigh pad of Sharma Sood. There is no
run. On a slightly different subject, I just wanted to sort of put it out there to guys, people out there. You may know we have a merchandise store, which is you can get to through the website. There's a link to Redbubble, which is print on demand, basically. But their prices are very high, and the shipping costs are high. As people will remember, the Ben Duckett bucket hat, which was bought for 13 quid, actually cost whoever it was
15
quid in postage. We've got a plan, and I'll tell you about it after this ball.
So Atkinson is in. It's a bit too close to cut again, but Sharma Sood jumps to the leg and tries to cut it. Can't beat point. No run. That's a maiden.
Just to finish that thought off, there is another company we've discovered that, because they have printing operations in lots of different countries, we would save on shipping costs, and their costs for the basics like T-shirts and what are the other basics of
hoodies,
magnets,
cups,
stickers,
coffee cups,
cups, yeah, exactly. Their prices are much lower, which would mean that we could offer you things at much lower prices. Do you think? I mean, I'm just taking a straw poll here of people. Would you be more interested in the merchandise if it was a lot cheaper? I mean, we all would be, obviously, in one respect. But would that actually make you look at the page?
I am the only person here actually wearing some merchandise, I do believe.
Ah, right.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Excuse me.
Oh.
I've got my Marlon Samuels t-shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
Pulled it out of the cupboard. That one is off the hip, I think. The sound.
And now that
maybe buys actually.
Now that I've been learning Canva to a quite extraordinary degree for me. I can design
Hendo
things.
learns tech.
Hendo has learned tech over the last 4 months.
Hendo does tech, yeah.
He doesn't like tech, but he's learned it.
Why have you had to learn it? Is that because you might have some publication coming out soon?
It's something to do with that, yeah. Yep, that's just true.
Robinson around the wickets to Sal Shaquille, who defends that up to mid-off, and there is no run.
It's an enormously frustrating thing to do for a long time. I reckon, in terms of writing and being creative compared with the problems you get from tech, you write for an hour and then you have problems with tech for 3, and then you actually get onto it working. So yeah, it's a sort of 3-to-1 ratio of writing to tech glitches.
Robinson around the wicket, cut nicely by Sal Shaquille behind square. Joffre saunters after it, but he's not going to catch it. 4 runs.
Lovely shot.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Just a tiny bit of width. I mean, I wouldn't have said it was terribly wide. It was actually a very good shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see Sard get in because he is a good batsman to watch, and he's talented guy.
Very much so. There was another guy in the middle order who was in the last series, but I can't remember who it was. It was quite handy.
Salman Aliaga, who's the captain in this test match.
Yeah, no, he did all right, didn't he, in that series?
He's a very elegant player, right-handed.
That one's left alone through to the keeper. And no one. I am interested in why Tongue has another bowl. Unless he's got a niggle.
Yeah, it's curious, isn't it? But didn't we see that? When Joe Root was in charge at the Oval, and on the second morning, he didn't bowl Archer until like 5 minutes before lunch.
Something like that.
And New Zealand got away. It's just.
Well, I think because he only bowled Robinson for 4 overs at one end, he thought you can get more out of him, so he wanted another spell out of him.
Well, if you've got particular bowlers at one end and they are doing okay from that end, and say Tongue wants a particular end.
Maybe, but Tongue also got 5 wickets in the first innings.
True.
I get the feeling that if
no run,
7 overs for Robinson probably is enough, and we're going to get an over of Tongue before lunch.
Well, what time is lunch? 1:15?
Yeah.
Oh, is it 1:15?
So we've got 10 minutes to go, effectively. And we've got...
I do think this drone thing is a much better idea than having a fucking spider cam. That one is played up to mid-on again.
Yeah. You still got to have the panic button where you push the button and the drone zips off immediately.
Or it sort of swoops down and decapitates someone.
Goes to its safe place.
Well, but they don't weigh much. They weigh like 50 grams.
Yeah, but coming from a sort of bit of a height, and with those little
but
it could probably hurt you quite a bit if they got you in the neck.
It could do, but I'd rather that fell on my head than a fucking spider cam, which probably weighs
that's lots of
nasty 2 or 3 kilos.
But I will say, I think I was saying it yesterday about that drone, is the way they positioned it. If you just happen to be at a certain point in the ground, sort of reasonably high up at sort of mid-on or mid-off, it's really irritating because they have it at that height.
Oh yeah. It's Gareth Southgate.
Talking about socials, Gareth Davis sent us a bit of doggerel poem for Becca. It says, "Yo Becca, if you're a high stepper, cover Grover in pepper, and then when the sneezing is over, jab Jay and say sover."
Cover Jay Grover in pepper. Now that's probably the best line I've ever heard.
Yes. Masood gets beaten on the outside edge by Atkinson as he starts his next over. That's a good delivery.
And who've said Mackay is the wonder of the world. Seriously, with the Great Barrier Reef, which is Port Mackay, where they're playing the next Test match in Bangladesh versus Australia.
It would be great to see a Bangladesh 2-0 clean sweep, wouldn't it?
It would.
Be funny.
And Greystoke says, indeedy, making pink ball, which is the centenary test after this.
That one flashed out. It was there to hit, but Masood didn't get anything on it. Could have quite easily nibbled it through
Didn't
to the
really
keeper.
move his feet, did he?
No, and there is no run.
Making the pink ball centenary test is just further proof CA don't know what the F they're doing.
No.
Well, I don't think almost any governing body in cricket knows what they're doing. The TCCB, as it was when I was a kid and growing up, was always getting criticised, but that was just generally for being slightly inept. It wasn't for being.
It was an old boys' club.
It was about, but
days,
in a different way, though. In a different way. Now it's a club for people to make money.
Yeah.
Who's that guy with Southgate? Is that Eddie Howe?
No, it's not Eddie Howe.
No, I don't think so.
It's not Howe.
Looks a bit like him. I know what you're saying, but
it's like Gorgeous George, the man who's funding Farage.
Gorgeous George.
That one is.
I thought Gorgeous George was George DeBell.
Well, he's one Gorgeous George, but apparently they call Gorgeous George the guy who's funding the fraudster.
Is it Cottrell? George Cottrell.
Yeah. That was driven out to cover and there's no run.
Oh, I'm not sure I'd tar us with the same brush. Lockie 6 says the CA is as clued up as the ECB.
I think they're probably a little better than the ECB, but I think this is a poor choice actually.
Bumble and
is that Mrs. Bumble?
Presumably Mrs. Bumble.
That one is Fuller again and driven again, and Jean Masood again only hits the one fielder and the ring on the offside. It's covered. There's no run.
Punching above his weight, isn't he?
Well,
Bumble.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
He's a fine-looking man. If I look that good at 70, he must be 76 or so.
Yeah, mid-70s, I think.
Yeah. You can't.
It's been
Bumble,
almost 50 years since he got hit under the chest by Thompson and keeled over in slow motion.
I mean, there was a period where he became a bit of a sort of parody of himself, but I do like him.
They all do in the end, don't
yeah.
they? Even us.
Well, that was Bob Willis in The Judge, wasn't it? He was a parody of himself.
Yes, that's short and left alone by the keeper and there's no run.
Give me an idea, actually. I mean, possibly not for this year, but I've had a plan for years that we should do a Guerrilla Christmas annual. A bit like the Private Eye annual. But
the Viz annual.
Yeah, the Viz annual. Now that I've dipped my toe into self-publishing and how you do it all, I think that could be on because you don't have to rely on a publisher. You can do it at your own pace.
Yeah. Oh, now that's a stupid shot from Sharma. He's trying to cut a ball that's just about wide of off stump by a couple of inches, and he's lucky not to get anything on it or chop it on, but he hasn't. He survived. Another maiden for Atkinson. He's bowled 5 overs, number 6 with 3 maidens, and Masood doesn't know what to do. He keeps trying to hit him, but
Masood looks like he wants to get himself out.
Yes, pretty much.
That's not there for that at all.
Shot.
It's not a cut,
It's just a chop on waiting to happen.
Yeah. GPL, last call for the GPL.
Oh my word.
Oh, we're not going to get tongue.
Oh my God, we've got the whirligig.
GPL shut at 1 o'clock.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
We're
gone.
going to have this guy bowl. What the tradition 1 over before lunch. It's going to be.
What time is it? Dan time.
Dan time.
Yo, I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3. Those pace bowlers don't want it with me, cause our bat is our bat for a century.
Who did that? Is that a Mog?
No, I think that must be Senor Peel. Well, he's a bit of a frog in a blender, and
yes, lots of moving parts.
But
he does get revs on the ball and does turn.
And he's bowled long spells at times for Surrey, hasn't
he? He has.
He's around.
Although I would never call him a frontline bowler.
He's got 2 left-handers though, and he is an off-break bowler, so it's pretty good for him. That one's straighter, good delivery.
A little bit of turn there.
Yeah. defended.
He's got a very high
out.
arm, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit more round arm, but.
Or yeah, maybe by the time he gets to his 23rd over, it'll start slipping a bit.
Is he a genuine all-rounder?
Well, he did come to Surrey because he wanted to bowl more.
Is that right? Because I was curious.
That was one of the reasons.
Because he was bowling a lot, and he was often batting at sort of 7, when you'd have thought at that level he was really number 4.
But I thought he was going to be the Ollie Pope replacement at Surrey.
That one's too wide and left alone.
Because Pope would be in the Test side, and how wrong am I?
Well, yeah. Also, the other thing is I do remember Dan Lawrence, when he wasn't really considered a bowler at all, getting Will Young of New Zealand at Lord's late in the day. That must have been 20... Goodness knows when that was. With a real corker, absolutely.
Well, didn't he get one in the West Indies as well? He bowled somebody through the gate with an absolute ripper.
Quite possibly, I can't remember. That was straighter, but it was 2-leg side.
In his failed attempt at being an opener.
He is a sort of Josh Tongue of the slow bowling fraternity in regards to how high he gets his arm.
That one turns a lot, but it's too wide.
Yeah.
Southkill cut it out to point.
Kind of making a mockery of not putting a specialist spinner in this side if you turn this much on day 3.
Well, yeah, you wonder what Shoaib's career will go now that Baz is out of...
Bumble is 79, by the way.
79?
Yeah, I was going to say he's nearly 80. That one's a decent ball. Just floated up and defended. I think that will allow England to get another over. In
Pretty good over, I think. I mean, there was a one little wide-ish, but...
Yeah.
But nice.
Why should you had to wait until the second innings if you're getting that much rip?
Well, because England bowled them out for 170, so it wasn't really...
wasn't really any time for him to bowl.
Pirate Badger, it's not just the ECB, Hendo. The whole of sport is just an investment opportunity now.
Yes, I totally agree. The spectator experience at any sport now...
It's not. You are there to be monetised now.
Yes, it's awful. And I just despair of it, really. And also the way that ticket prices are being manipulated. A friend of mine is writing on his Substack, tennis correspondent. He saying that to get a ticket at the US Open now is really difficult. I'll come back to it.
Atkinson, last over before lunch.
Well,
I've
got my own issues with ticketing as of yesterday, and I'm not looking forward to the Ashes ticket window opening.
I'm not even bothering. I mean, I would just don't bother with it now.
Because I know that it's going to cost me £600 to get 4 tickets for the Oval Test.
Well, it's just crazy. I mean, I went to the Oval this year for the 4th day of the England-New Zealand Test. I hadn't been to a day of Test cricket since 2019.
Atkinson, it's in. Driven again by Shah Masood, but again straight to cover.
And because I'm moving out of London, and I thought I probably won't bother to come up for a Test match. I might do, you never know, because I'm more likely to be in here anyway. I thought, well, we'll go out on a big one, and me and my mate will pay for a really good seat. And we got at the Oval, and we had a fantastic view, and we paid £160, and. I think that's too much anyway, but it was going to be the last one. But, how do people afford it day in, week in, or year in, year out?
I don't know. Atkinson bowls and it's defended again by Masood. Back to the bowler, no run.
Well, there's that. There's also, I find it just ticketing in general now. Everyone's got their own app. And everyone wants it to be solely in their own app.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's right. In fact, the Oval... To actually get the ticket, we had to download the app.
Yeah, then transfer it to the person's email address, who they have to get the app as well.
But actually, we were in the stand that we were in, and we couldn't leave it for an hour because it wasn't working for an hour, and they wouldn't allow us back in with evidence. It's ridiculous.
For fuck's sake. That one's defended once more. Back to the bowler. No one's just going to be his 3rd over in a row. If it's a maiden in a row.
But so now I've got apps on my phone for Oval, for Middlesex, for Southampton, for Edgbaston, and presumably for Sussex and Essex shortly.
And also, this whole thing, I was talking to Richard off air yesterday about my experience at Lords at the end of last season when I was meeting Tony for the final Middlesex game against Gloucestershire, and I only wanted to go up from 2 o'clock, which is what I did. I'll come back to that.
Left alone by Sharmasu, through to the
Were
keeper.
you caught on the day ticket problem where you have to walk all the way around?
Yes, I was, and I got to the sort of the main gates as you walk down from St John's Wood, and
they shut at lunchtime.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought, what?
I got caught out about that.
And I went round, and they said to initially just go around to the other side, and then they couldn't sell me a ticket, and then they sent me to this place I'd never been before.
Oh yeah, the one by the Harris Garden.
Yeah, around the back of there.
That's where I went when I met Will. What's his name? Buckley.
Oh right, okay. And then by that point I was so annoyed I'd missed sort of 25 minutes of cricket.
Left alone, through to the keeper. That'll be lunch. That was a maiden, 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And they just kept going on about, well, you could have done it online. I didn't want to do it online. I didn't know it was fucking coming until, working out it was going to be a reasonable day. And
there are many ways in which cricket doesn't help itself sometimes.
Well, it's not just, but as you say, it's not just cricket. This is what happens. You go to football grounds. You can't use cash.
Yeah, I fucking hate places where you can't use cash.
It's just being. Well, we've been talking about this off air anyway. I'll try not to rant again.
That is COVID all round, basically.
It's just so fucking irritating.
Yeah, but COVID may have started it, but it's like every corporation and company will use that sort of thing to then push their own agendas, and because they realise they can make more money out of it.
Well, it's that they don't have to spend money managing cash.
Or paying someone to sit in a ticket
but it
office.
also costs you. I mean, there's that thing that if you had £1,000 and you passed it around people using credit cards and debit, that £1,000 loses its value because each time there's a little charge on it to transfer it around. So the fifth person doesn't get £1,000; they get £999.50p or whatever. The charge it maybe 30p or 40p per transaction.
Yeah.
And quickly that £1,000 isn't. Whereas if you had £1,000 in cash around, it always remains £1,000.
Have we had any responses to the merchandise situation, or not really?
I'm looking now. Stephen Cook is back from the shops just in time for lunch. Hendo is putting me upon Sharon Stone, says Lockie 6. I'm more pissed than I think.
What?
Yeah.
Don't open your legs, I think.
Oh, right.
Nothing wrong with my. I'm not exposing myself in the least.
Who says £10 to go to T20? I go to T20. It's $20.
Well, I mean, even if you'd been inclined.
And he also says that Test cricket is better on TV.
Well, yeah, in some respects it is, but every now and again you do like to go and experience the atmosphere and the. It's nice to be in a ground sometimes, especially if it's not absolutely packed out.
Genital warts, man.
What?
Didn't you have genital warts?
Genital warts. I thought he said Jennifer Warts, man.
The Rawalpindi Express.
Yeah. I forgot. You coming up with genital warts has just thrown me off.
Floored him.
I hope you're not coming up with genital warts.
That was his jingle, wasn't it?
We might well have done. That's the kind of thing we would have done.
Yes.
In the old days.
In the old days.
It's all getting a bit silly here. Maybe we should get off and get to lunch.
It's lunchtime.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. We'll see you in 40 minutes, roughly.
Yeah.
We'll see you then.
Put something on.
Yep.
Still checking it.
5 minutes for a decision? Game's gone.
Has it, Roy? Fans have been saying that since forever. About nets, subs, cards? Game's never gone right.
The goal's been given.
Get it!
Game's back.
Get in on the action with Sky Bet. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's been a while. We've had a test series since we were last on. England managed to lose. Not impressive. But we've got test series coming up against Pakistan, and that in the Bishop and Bear can mean only one thing. Our guest today, Comedian of the Year at the Global Awards, the voice of Pakistan cricket on the BBC and the 100 Ball. So what? It is to provide us with artificial intelligence on the forthcoming England and Pakistan series. It is, of course, Atif Nawaz. Hello, Atif.
That's a beautiful intro, man. That's so kind. Can you just record that for me so I can put it as my voicemail and I can sell a few tickets in January?
Exactly, because you've got... Well, let's start there then, shall we? As I've teed up.
do your
Whilst
promo.
you're deciding what to drink, here is your chance to promote to a global audience of cricket lovers
Look,
your
I haven't
artificial
done
intelligence tour.
Look, I love cricket. I've given cricket like hardcore the last 7 years of my life as a broadcaster as my work, which meant that my flourishing comedy career had to take a back seat. So after 7 years, I'm doing a new stand-up comedy tour in January. It's called Artificial Intelligence because my name is Atif, and you get it. Yeah, very good.
You're talking to the dad of the king of dad jokes here.
It's
king of dad jokes and bad puns.
Prime time to do it as well as artificial intelligence has taken over the world, eh?
That's it. This is it. So the show's about sort of free thinking and being able to think for yourself in a world that offers to do it for you. So I'm doing a show at the Glee Club in Birmingham, a top secret comedy club in London, and then loads of other cities. It's all on my website, artifnawaz.com. Go buy tickets so that I don't have to do this over and over again, and we can just focus on the Bishop and the Bear, which I've been excited to be. The Bishop and the Bear.
That's the one. What can we get you to drink, and then we'll genuinely start to talk about cricket.
I would love a virgin mojito, please.
Is that one thing or two things? We'll take that as being two things.
No,
it's a virgin mojito. For you, not a problem.
Usual whiskey for me, please. Thank you very much.
Large. Usual whiskey. You can help yourself. It's your fucking pub. You don't have to ask me. I don't serve the boss. Right. Well, let's talk about the England. Well, we'll sort of talk about the England-Pakistan series. I mean, it's kind of where to start. I mean, should we start by just talking about the England captaincy and back to the Joe Root future? What do we think about that, chaps?
Well,
you go, Nige.
Well,
you go first.
I'm not convinced, really. I think Stokes had a point. I mean, you can't make Brooks vice captain and then not make him captain when he decides to quit. It all seems a bit wrong, really. I'm not sure it'll do Joe Root any favours. Not sure it'll do the team any favours. I mean, admittedly, Joe Root, the failure of the team under Joe Root happened generally through... I mean, it started okay and then went downhill rapidly through COVID, but I mean, there were extenuating circumstances with COVID, wasn't it? I mean, all these lockdowns, being locked in hotels, everything can't have done anyone's mental health any good. They played an awful lot of test series, an awful lot of countries locked in hotels, and I don't think that did anyone any good, and by the end he looked completely frazzled. And I really don't want that to happen to him again, because I really want him to beat Sachin's record of test runs ever. And I mean, he didn't do particularly well against New Zealand, did he? But he's probably got 2 to 4 years left of a test career, maybe longer if he can keep going. He's got a fantastic technique. And in that time, if he carries on scoring at the rate he's scored over the last few years, he would overtake Sachin. And for me, I really just personally, I want to see him do that, so that someone can go fuck Sachin. Basically, someone's better than him. And I just don't think it's. And what does it say to Harry Brook? You're a dim-witted fuckwit, basically. You can't captain a side. But he's done all right. He's done all right with the T20 side. So Yeah. What do you reckon, Atif?
I don't know. Like, I think you have to think about it through the prism of what England cares about. So England doesn't care about the World Test Championship. England doesn't care about this Pakistan series, really. I mean, they'd like to win it, obviously, but it's not the end of the world. What England really cares about is the Ashes, right? So, like, English cricket fans, the English cricket board, like, the whole setup is about the Ashes, the Ashes, the Ashes. How do we win the next Ashes? How do we make sure it's not like this huge embarrassment as it was this winter in Australia? So, I think with that in mind, they're thinking for the next sort of 18 months, Root is our guy for 18 months. It's not like a series to series thing. It's like we're thinking 18 months. Like, Brookie, you're still in the picture. You know, you're doing great with the white ball stuff. We're not going to overload you right now. Maybe there's a load thing as well, because you got to remember Harry Brook plays all the formats. So does Joe Root when he plays 100-ball cricket, which is absurd to me. Not because he can't play, but because surely that's the time Joe Root takes a break. But obviously, you know, it's his right to, you know, make some money and play in that competition. So I don't know. For me, like, I get it. I understand why they went with Joe Root. I would have liked personally to have seen Harry Brook take the mantle. I get the logic behind him not taking it, which is a little bit of workload, focus on your game and just bat and all that kind of stuff. You know, the way Stokes left was really messy and a bit. I don't really like it. Like, I really wish if this is it, which I'm not convinced it is, but if this is it, I would love for it to have finished in a more dignified and a more, like the way Jimmy went out. You know, okay, Jimmy was also unhappy when he went out, but he went out, you know, with like a bit of a spectacle, a bit of a send-off, like, you know, a manner befitting a player of that class. And I don't think Stokes got that partially through his own fault as well. So, yeah, I understand Joe Root being captain. I think, you know, he's the most respected person in that locker room. I still think he'll get the last 2,000 runs or whatever it is he needs to overtake Sachin, because he's got so much left in him. I mean, I reckon he'll get quarter of the way there through this Pakistan series, to be honest with you.
How much do you think that's a real personal motivator? Some people care a lot about records, and some people don't seem to be too bothered. Joe Root strikes me as a bloke who would want that, because once you've got to that position, the amount of Test cricket that's played now versus other formats, it's going to be a heck of a hard one to overhaul. So once you're there, you're likely to stay there, aren't you?
I'm not sure. Right. In terms of that, yes, particularly. But I mean, in terms of English cricket, we play an awful lot of Test cricket, so he's definitely going to have the opportunity to do it if he hangs about. I mean, we play, like, just 20 tests a year, don't we?
Yeah, but the demands of it as well. So, like, if you're playing Test cricket and you're a big name England player, so if you're getting like 5, 6, 7,000 Test runs, you're probably being offered contracts to play elsewhere as well. It might be whether it's the 100, whether it's the Bash, whether it's PSL, IPL, MLC, whatever it is. Like, you're not going to want to turn down bags full of cash. You know, to play Test cricket, which is probably, other than sort of England and maybe Australia and I suppose India as well, not really well, you know, financially. Yeah, exactly. There's not as much money in it. So I don't know. I think Root will get there, and I do think it is a big motivator for him. Absolutely. Who would it not be for? Like you say, if the guys put this much time position and everybody's constantly talking to him about it, I would be shocked if it wasn't the only thing he thinks about most days. But he's got to want it. He definitely wants it. I'm sure, barring like an act of God, he'll get there as well. And I think he'll get there and build on it, in fact, and take it to a point where it is unassailable, because nobody will play that much Test cricket again in the future, I don't think, even whether English, Australian or otherwise.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? He said that he doesn't really get offered opportunities to go to PSL. It's like everyone disses him when it comes to that format. I think it's mainly because he doesn't hit sixes and he hits a lot of fours. But basically, if you hit lots of fours, you can still score at 400, right? And no one ever really scores over 180. So, and you know, he is a class batsman in the sort of Kane Williamson mould, who always got picked for T20 size, but Root never really does. I mean, he put himself in the auction, didn't he, the other year for the IPL, and no one picked him up.
Well, if you look at what is he good at? He's got all the shots. He can do your scoops and your ramps and your lofted cover drives and things like that. He can do everything, but you know, he's sort of been pigeonholed as a world-class Test batter, and there's worse things to be pigeonholed as. But look, he does play in the 100, and like he shows his value in the 100 as well a little bit.
He's doing all right, I think. He's doing for the Welsh Fire this year, isn't it? He's switched from the Rockets.
They didn't. Well, it's a shame for him then, because the Rockets are in the final on Sunday at the time of recording. But yeah, like he's shown that there's certain scenarios in which he's really good value, not unlike a Babar Azam or a Mohammad Rizwan who get a lot of stick for their strike rate in T20 cricket. Like, there's certain scenarios where you want a player like that. So in a 100-ball game, if you're chasing 135, Joe Root's your man. If you're chasing 200, all right, maybe he slides down the order a bit, but you're supposed to be versatile as a white ball team, right? So that's modern white ball cricket. You got 7 or 8 players at the top, a variety of people who can either knock it around or knock it out of the park, and then you want to be able to, use who suits whichever scenario better at the time. So, I think there's a value to Joe Root outside of red ball cricket, but I think it's too far gone now. He'll play in the 100. He'll collect his flowers in Test cricket. He might get a home Ashes win to cap off his career at that point. And if he does that, like if by next summer he wins the Ashes as England captain, he's covered Sachin Tendulkar's record, which would require him scoring 2,000 runs between now and the end of the Ashes next year.
Which will be good for England.
If he can do that, then I think he'll call time then, and then you can get Harry Brook as captain.
I think he'll call time when he feels it's called. I think he could possibly go until he's 38, 39. There's nothing else.
But how does it get better?
Well, he doesn't get better. But no. But the thing is, for Joe Root, all he wants to do is bat, right? I mean, he clearly has a joy still in doing it, And I think for Stokes, I think everything ground him down in the end. And I think it was what happened in that second test and all that bullshit in that nightclub just basically screwed him over. And I think the establishment screwed him over, and he thought, well, fuck that, I'm out. As you say, I'm not entirely convinced he won't come back for the Ashes in 2027.
Well, I think that's what our chief said, and I go along with it. I mean,
he's said he's not going to, but
he's had his ego bruised. He's been poorly treated under a dodgy set of rules that got him in that position in the first place. I mean, it was over a week away between the two tests. We've been down that road a couple of times on the Bishop and Bear.
Can I ask you a question, guys?
Yeah.
I want some Bishop and Bear wisdom on this, right?
Oh Lord, go on then.
Do you think there are any Bangladeshi restaurants in Noosa?
That's a really good question, and I don't know is the answer.
No idea.
Asking for a friend.
Oh, right. Might well be. Probably some Indians. I don't know.
Get them over there quick.
You can always Google it. You're the master of artificial intelligence. Yeah. That'll answer it. It'll answer anything.
Or jit chat, whatever. Yeah.
Well, I just think right now, if I was an Australian travel agent or an Australian proprietor of Bangladeshi businesses in Noosa, I would be rolling out the red carpet to Bangladesh.
I'd be setting one up. If there isn't one, I'd have a pop-up one near the ground.
Yeah.
And just outside it, I would have a list of all the names of the Bangladeshi players that the broadcaster forgot.
Oh God, it is quite. Well, we will come on and talk about that. Can we talk about Pakistan?
Oh yes, of course we can. Yes, of course.
That would be helpful.
I'm not known to talk about them, but we can if you want.
Well, would it be your specialist subject on Mastermind? We know Al Hodgson, Muhammad Ali. What would yours be? Would it be Pakistan cricket?
Yeah, it could be Muhammad Ali, the Pakistani cricketer. To be fair, yeah.
Oh well, that's true.
Yeah, we got one of them. It's a popular
that would be brilliant.
Name,
You should have been on the same episode. That would have confused poor old. Who does it now? I can't remember who does it. Mastermind now. Oh, Clive Myrie, doesn't it?
Yeah, Clive Myrie.
That would have made his mind boggle. They're both answering questions on Muhammad Ali. Right, Pakistan. Their recent form, and not actually in some ways unlike England. I think they won about 2 tests in 24. And they were both against England out of 9. And they've won 3 out of 9 or 10, haven't they? In 25, 26. Their form's pretty rubbish, to be honest, isn't it? Are they in transition, or is it just?
Is it just a board again?
There's a few things going on. So, the big number that worried them for a long time was 8, which is how many consecutive losses in a row they had overseas. So that includes Bangladesh, and also before that they lost to Bangladesh at home as well. So, and obviously that was before anybody realised just how good Bangladesh are and that they're going to go over to Australia and do what they're doing. But from a Pakistani perspective, the alarm bells were going off. Like, what's going on? We're losing to absolutely everybody. And the last time we won a meaningful test series was against England in 2024. And that was after we had to let's just use the word manipulate the pitches.
Doctor would be about fairer version.
That worked against England, didn't it?
Listen, doctor is the perfect word, because I was there for that pitch to see it, because it was the first time in I think in Test history that a used pitch had been used again for the following Test match.
I'm sat here looking at my lawn, Atif, and it's in better nick than that pitch was in Malta.
So look,
I reckon.
Here's what they did to that pitch, right? They were raking it every day, but B, they were also putting these gigantic fans on it, and they were putting heaters on it. So it was like they were trying to give the pitch flu. It really was like we're going to make it hot and cold and rake and everything. And it was the same pitch for both teams, is the obvious argument. And it's fine, like it's within the rules of the game, so they can do that at home pitches. I suppose if England wanted to do something similar, they could. But they won that Test series. But since then, it was a sequence of disappointing results. Shan Masood, who was captain for a long time, had one of the worst records. And I hate to say that because it makes it sound like it was his fault directly. He was given, a lack of players who lacked motivation, some very dodgy coaching, and backroom staff, and a lot of transition behind the scenes as well. So he had a really difficult task, did Shan Masood, and it shows in his results, unfortunately. So they say to Shan, right, a bit like England did with Joe Root a few years ago. So look, you focus on your batting, which is coming along nicely, and we'll get Babar Azam back into captain again. So Babar's third stint as Test captain, and it started with a loss to the West Indies, but then a win against the West Indies. So they managed to get their first ever win overseas after a period of about 3 years. And 9 attempts. So that was a bit of a turning point. There's a little bit more optimism about what they can achieve in England now, based on them winning a match in the West Indies. Again, it's a West Indies team that, not unlike Pakistan, was in transition as well. So, how much you read into that is up to you. The big worry for Pakistan is their lower order. So if the top order can't handle pressure, the lower order tends to crumble, or even if the top order gives them a platform. I think they're averaging 9.77 for their bottom 4 wickets. The second lowest of all Test playing nations. So and we saw an example of that in the first Test against the West Indies as well, where they went from a sort of winning position to a middling position to what turned out to be a losing position. So there's hallmarks there of the old Pakistan team that can crumble under pressure, particularly the lower order. But there's also a bit of excitement and a sort of some tempered enthusiasm, because they did get the win and they're looking good in their warm-up against the PCC Select 11 at Beckenham at the moment. At Kent, the Pakistan used 8 bowlers. All the seamers got a run out. Abbas, who I'm expecting to lead the attack, even though he was mysteriously left out of the second Test. It's just really weird. They said heavy attack and they replaced Abbas with Ubaid Shah, who's also a fast bowler. So go figure. But but I reckon Abbas will lead the attack. Muhammad Ali will probably be alongside him, and Khurram Shahzad will be in the mix. It's possible Ubaid Shah gets a game, because he's considered quite a good tail wiper outer. And then obviously Sajid Khan, who's the bald spinner with the big celebration where he slaps his thigh.
We always think of him as those old.
He's
early cinema, black and white cinema. He'd be the guy in the hat and the cape who was tying the Virgin you mentioned. Would be tied to the railway tracks.
Exactly
I was thinking like a young Dick Dastardly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him.
So he's become sort of Pakistan's frontline Test spinner. I think it was between him and Noman Ali. Noman ended up, maybe because he's a little bit older, and he got a deal at Lancashire as well. So I think he's going to play the last 6 championship games, or 6 weeks of championship cricket
for them, I would think.
Yeah, so he's going to be over here regardless. So that sort of gives Pakistan a backdoor option to get him. They also have some younger spinners in the lineup, in the squad, I should say. So it'll be interesting to see. I think England is still favourites. I think England are definitely massive favourites at home. But I do think this heat wave might help a little bit, especially going into Headingley. The first Test, it won't swing and seam as much as it normally would. I mean, it would if they'd played in May and June.
Well, not this year. It was bloody hot then. I mean, this is it. Headingley is one of those places where it's really sunny. It's packed full of runs. If it's overcast and damp, it's full of wickets. It's it should be a run-heavy thing. But England will no doubt win the toss on a fucking blazing 30-hot-degree day and decide to bowl, because that seems to be the fucking way we do it at the moment.
No, you got Joe Root now.
Oh, well,
You've got Joe Root
true.
now.
Yeah, that's
sensible
true.
choices. Yeah,
yeah, maybe.
And alongside him, you got Marcus Trescothick. I think the only major issue for England, I have no issue with the squad. Like, you could have gone a few different ways. I would like to have seen Rayan Ahmed in the mix. And they've talked about Sam Curran's fitness, but I've watched him a lot recently. Okay, 100-ball cricket isn't the same as Test cricket. I get that, but he looks fine. He looks completely fine. I would have liked to have seen the pair of them in the mix, but. I think for England, it is a bit of an experiment series, a bit of a not low-profile series necessarily, because if they lose, they'll get hammered by the press. But it is a chance to just mess around a little bit before, Stephen Fleming comes in with his Flem ball. So, I think Flem ball, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Flem ball works.
Something you put in your handkerchief. It's horrible.
Actually, he's wearing a proper 1920s, 1930s vibe today. Yeah, I think for England they've got a bit of rope to play with here as well. Joe Root chance to settle in. I'm not saying not disrespecting Pakistan, I'm saying they're not challenging opposition, but they're not Australia. And they're not Australian home conditions. This is Pakistan in England's home conditions. The only thing is, like, I can predict the headlines now. Like, the first test goes wrong, Pakistan win. Like, everyone and their mums will blame the 100. I tell you that right now, because it finishes 2 days before or 3 days before the first test. It's this Sunday, the final, and then I think the first test starts on Wednesday. So everybody will, see, they haven't played any first-class cricket in ages, 100-ball cricket. How do you expect to come into a test series against a world-class Pakistan side and beat them? I can already see the headlines.
Forgive me for asking this, but who was our number 3 in that test series against New Zealand?
Bethel. But he's
injured.
He's injured.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's who I'm missing.
And he's out for the series, which has meant more juggling on top of the accommodating the absence of Stokes. Who, Atif, is who's exciting you in the Pakistan squad? Who do you think is going to make a real impact on the series? I mean, it's an interesting. There's some names I do know. Many I do know, but some I've looked at and I go, I don't know who they are. So who can we really look out for, do you think?
They are still checking it.
5 minutes for a decision? Game's gone.
Has it, Roy? Fans have been saying that since forever. About nets, subs, cards. Game's never gone, Roy.
The goal's been given.
Get it!
Game's back.
Get in on the action with Sky Bet. 18+, gambleaware.org.
The water is home to unseen threats. Threats that will take your breath away. Cold water and hidden currents catch out even the strongest swimmers. If you find yourself struggling in the water, remember, float to live. Tilt your head back with your ears submerged, relax, and try to control your breathing. Float to live is a life-saving message from the RNLI.
I don't want to say, because I feel like I'll put the mockers on him straight away. And so Abdullah Shafiq, right? He's spent some time away from the Test team after a sequence of poor results. Like, when he burst on the scene, people were like, "Well, this guy's even better than Babar Azam. He's going to be the next big star." And then he had a horrible sequence, where he just got sort of single-figure scores, a sequence of ducks actually in a row, and then he was out of the setup, recalled by Pakistan for that West Indies series that just happened, and got himself a glorious unbeaten 160, like old school Test cricket, like a 300-ball 160. I think he's the kind of batter with the kind of technique that could do really well in England, especially if the ball isn't hooping all over the place. We'll wait and see. I like Abdullah number 3 for Pakistan as well. I suspect Imam ul Haq will open the batting, but we'll wait and see. And then you got your Babar Azam at number 4, and and then your middle order. Or maybe sorry, there's Shan in the mix as well, isn't it? So yeah, sorry, Abdullah, I expect to probably maybe open the batting with Imam, and then you'll have your Shan Masood at 3 probably.
Is that Abdullah Fazal?
No, Abdullah
he's
Shafiq.
withdrawn. He's not in the squad.
I was going to say.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq played a few. I think he might have played on the last tour to. No, he didn't play on the last tour to England, but he was in the squad when England played Pakistan in 2024. And yeah, I just was really impressed with that 160. The way he played it, it was virtually chanceless as well. Just the kind of temperament you want, I think, in England. Just staying calm. Yeah, I say that they could end up 65 for 6 going into lunch on the first day. It would be very Pakistan to do that, but I hope they don't, because their lower order doesn't, history doesn't show them standing up to much. So, and then Abbas, man, you can't look past Mohammad Abbas. He's been amazing in county cricket, criminally underutilized in Test cricket for me. Like, this guy's phenomenal. A proper, I think the thing they sort of hold against him is his lack of pace, because he doesn't really get up beyond 80 miles per hour. So they're like, well, you got to be more than 80 for Test cricket. It's Pakistan, the country that gave you Shoaib Akhtar, Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, all that. But I think actually, like, a good technique swing bowler is really, beneficial. Just look at his county cricket record. He's had incredible runs, and at one point he kept. Do you know the story about him keeping Pep Guardiola out of his room?
No. I don't know that, no.
So he played at Hampshire for a long time, did Abbas, and he was very successful for Hampshire. And so they gave him like the big suite at what was then the Aegeus Bowl, the Hampshire Bowl. They've got a Hilton hotel at the Hampshire. Oh, this is nice. I can say brand names here. This is quite good. I don't have to say, the hotels are available. Don't have to say that. So the Hilton at the Aegeus Bowl, they gave him the suite, like the big boy room for Abbas, their big overseas signing. Now, Man City were going to play, I think, Southampton. And so they were staying in that hotel, and Pep always gets the biggest suites and stuff like that. So he turns up and he's like, whoever the person was, that we need this room for Pep Guardiola, and they're like, nope, sorry, that room is reserved for Mr. Mohammed. So Abbas at the Aegeus Bowl.
Manchester City always stay there, because when I went to see Middlesex play Hampshire, City were playing at Southampton, and all the players were there. Pep was there. I got into the lift with Tim Murtagh. Who was the big captain who's now captain of Bayern Munich? Vincent Kompany.
Yes.
Claudio Bravo, Sané, I can't remember, and Tim Murtagh and me. And I was a bit discombobed by the quality of the company. So we went up and I pressed the wrong floor. And they all got out. So they just followed Vincent Kompany, realised it was the wrong floor, and we waited and came back and said, sorry lads, that was my fault. I was just discombobulated by being in the company of world-class sportsmen.
Well, look, they all had really nice
Manchester
rooms.
City players.
They had some really nice rooms,
laugh,
but they didn't.
Be fair.
They didn't have the best rooms, though. We can put it. They didn't have the best room. That was reserved for Abbas. Probably not anymore, though.
That's really funny. I'm not sure you answered the question there. Oh, you didn't want to, did you? Because you didn't want to jinx anyone.
I told you Abdullah Shafiq.
Who's the big one?
The big one is Babar. Babar Azam.
Is he in form again?
Well, sort of. He got a really pretty 88 against the West Indies before he got out, and he was gutted when he got out, because I think, milestones are massive in Pakistan, obviously, right? So they're massive all over cricket.
He got 88,
the idea of, so if you can get past that 3 figures, then you get a little bit. But yeah, he got the 88. He was batting with Abdullah Shafiq. They were both batting brilliantly. So I think, I think Babar is still what he is. He's a world-class batter. He was on the cusp of becoming, one of the all-time greats before his form took a massive dip a few years ago. And part of that, again, comes back to him playing all the formats of cricket. Like, if Babar was a test-only cricketer, I think his game would have come on and on and on, and you would be talking about him in the same way as we talk about the likes of Joe Root eventually. But obviously, this is hypotheticals, and that's not the world we live in. And Pakistan doesn't care about Test cricket in the same way as, England, Australia, and some others. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's a world-class batter. What I don't want to see is another beautiful 35. I need him to get a big score. I think this is a big series for him, back as captain as well. In England, they all love playing in England. The Pakistanis, they love coming to England, and they got a huge fan base. And I think they'll be shocked that there's been a smaller fan base than usual for them already, like at Beckenham, where they're playing the warm-up match, and then granted it's a heat wave and blah blah blah, but less than 80 people turned up to watch them at Beckenham against the Select 11. Well, if you think about historically, if you got a Pakistan-England Test match in England, you'd get about a 60-40 split in terms of fans of the crowd, especially the cities they choose. It's more pronounced when India play. In India, like 80% anywhere they go. But like with Pakistan, but it'll be a lot lower than that, and a lot of that is because of their performance and the dips and the disappointment that the fan base has had with them. And I think he's got a chip on his shoulder about that. Like, I'm gonna be that star again that I am. Art or history or culture or anything else in life, right? It's just batting. That's Babar Azam.
Really? Oh, that's a shame.
I wish can you get him on the show with us?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd challenge that. He just possibly doesn't choose. If he's being interviewed about cricket,
he's really
about 19th century philosophers or whatever you want him to expound about.
He has the same thing that a lot of like really famous people, because like he's not on the level of Virat Kohli, but he's Pakistan's version of that, which is like obviously a less famous Virat Kohli, but maybe the most famous sports person in Pakistan. So when you have that level of superstardom, it has an impact on your behavior and the way you see the world, because obviously people are behaving with you a certain way, and it's very difficult to stay grounded and and he's got like an entourage, like he's got his brothers and his dad is always around and stuff like that, and he's like, I think it's really remarkable actually that he's managed to keep the singular focus on cricket. Like, people speculate about him all the time, like, oh, who's Babar Azam dating, when is he getting married, and all the this is all over the press, and the modern players are like, they're looking at their phones all the time, they're on social media, but he's managed, I think, for the largest parts, to make sure that's never become a story, and his story's always been about cricket, whether it's good or bad.
Cool, good for him.
Interesting. What about England then, Bear? I mean, is it a little bit back to the future in some of the squad selections? We got Surrey's Ollie Pope, we got Surrey's Dan Lawrence, both back in. Are they forward steps?
Well, they're not necessarily forward steps. I mean, I think Dan Lawrence probably deserved a chance. He was the one who got treated quite bad. I don't think his technique's really up for Test cricket. But as a number 6, again, if you stick him down there and England have got runs on the board, then he's the kind of guy who'll push it on, which is, is Fleming actually going to start this series?
No, he doesn't take over until the South African series.
So, I mean, how are England going to go? Are we going
It's Marcus Trescothick's in charge.
So are we going to carry on Baz balling? I don't know.
No, I don't.
I'm not sure we want. I mean, Duckett can't play any other way, really. Can he?
I don't know what Atif thinks. I might challenge that. I think he's.
I mean, he can.
It was interesting in the New Zealand series. He was leaving a lot more balls than he. But
he still scored
a while.
He's always. I think you've got to leave him to play his natural game. Okay, he doesn't have to go out and blast it, but I think he's quite an aggressive batsman. I'm not convinced about Emilio Gay, but then he's only played 3 tests. Let's be honest. Jordan Cox, I actually quite like. I'm not sure he's number 3, but where is Ollie Pope going to be picked then? Because Ollie Pope would be, for me, the guy who never really sat at number 3 very well, and is probably better suited lower down the order, which means you're going to go Duckett, Emilio Gay, Jordan Cox, and you got Root, obviously, Harry Brook, then you've got Jamie Smith, who's going to be 6
I think
or 7.
will be first choice wicketkeeper still.
Yeah, so then you've got the spot at 6, basically, if that's what you're saying, is where either Ollie Pope or Dan Lawrence sit.
They're positioning Bryden Carse as your one all-rounder, which is probably just as well, because if you both Matthew Potts has got way more wickets at way cheaper rates all season than Bryden Carse.
Yeah, I mean, Bryden Carse is. He started so well, didn't he, at the beginning, and he wasn't very good in the Ashes, and had a couple of decent.
So is Ben Rain, for that matter.
Yeah, but then you've also got. When you look at the bowling attack, there's actually quite a lot of opportunity. I mean, there's a lot there, isn't there? I mean, for me, so if you have a top 6 that includes either Lawrence or Ollie Pope at 6, then you've got Jamie Smith at 7, or one of those two switch around. What's going on?
Come on, Ella. One of the pub cats is being attacked by another cat, but she's managed to extricate herself and go and hide in a shady spot. Okay. I think they were only playing, but all is well. Carry on. Sorry, I'm back.
Right. So you've got down to number 7. So then you've only got 4 spots left for your bowlers, right? So you're going to go 3 pacers probably. You're probably going to keep Shoaib Bashir. Jofra definitely plays for me. Gus probably starts, which means you've got 1 place for Cook, Fisher, Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue.
Which you'd prefer Tongue, providing he's fully fit.
Wow.
I would suggest, based on form.
Based on form, but then Ollie Robinson is a...
that's true. No, Ollie Robinson.
He's going to get you wickets, isn't he? So it's a bit of an unbalanced side, really. I mean, this is the problem that Stokes being out of the side, really. I mean, Brighton Cast is nowhere near as, he's not an all-rounder in Stokes' class by a long shot. So it's interesting where England go with the bottom half of that innings, or do you just have 6 batsmen, and then Brighton Cast at 7?
And then 4, you still got 4 bowlers. But then the question is, do you want 4 seamers? I mean, this is it. Brighton Cast doesn't sit there for me as a genuine all-rounder as a batsman. No.
And therefore, do you have 6 bats, Brighton Cast at 7? Although I'd say Gus Atkinson's a better bat than Brighton Cast. So, do you actually use Gus Atkinson? I wouldn't really want him batting at 7, and who do I want out of all that lot batting at 7? Ollie Robinson's probably a better bat than Bryden Cast. I mean, it's tricky.
Well, there's a lot to break down there, but like if you look at Ollie Pope, for example, like this is a weird series for him because he was captain in Pakistan the last time around. Like Stokes was sitting it out, he was injured, and so Ollie Pope was captaining that side, and he's got a good record against Pakistan. So does Zach Crawley, for that matter, and he's not going to play against them either. Like Stokes became so integral to England's Test balance,
absolutely,
because of Anderson and Broad's retirement. So when Anderson and Broad went back to back over the course of 2 seasons, it really left their sort of bowling attack a little bit less convincing, and that's no disrespect to the likes of Potts and Atkinson and Tongue and Archer, obviously. But again, Archer, he's had this sort of stop-start career, and you have to manage your fast bowlers. I understand that. It's not a knock on Jofra Archer, but he's phenomenal. But
left alone that time. Got ball. Here he is.
Whoops, we've been caught out a little bit by the return of the England players. First ball went through to keep, no run from Archer. Welcome, Ed.
Hello, how are you?
I'm your replacement Hendo until Hendo comes back from the woods.
Excellent.
First ball then drilled by Southakil, past mid-on for 4. Let's just jingle that up. That's Hendo.
Have we said hello to Ed?
We have.
Yes.
Good.
Hello.
They caught us a little bit by surprise.
They did. Certainly caught me by surprise. Lovely shot. He's played a couple of excellent shots either side of lunch, has Saud Shakil. 9 not out now. Archer it is, racing in to bowl to him, and he's thrown his hands at that without a lot of foot movement and rather clattered it into the ground. Also clattering into the ground was Joe Root at mid-off to stop it, and he has managed to do so. Isn't it strange to see guys in sweaters on the outfield?
No. Well, I had to find my fleece for the first time in 2.5 months yesterday.
I actually thought, as I was walking from the car,
to take it to the Oval because it was going to rain.
Oh right, yes, you went to the Oval yesterday. Archer in again, bowls straight on the money and well covered up in defence by Saud Shakil. I just noticed walking from the car this morning, even at sort of 10:30, and just thinking you can come out in t-shirt and shorts, and suddenly it's a little bit.
It's a bit cool in the morning.
It's a bit cooler
until the sun gets up.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be okay going back to it. Ed, what have you made of proceedings this morning?
It's been interesting. I'd say they've dug in better than I was expecting, to be honest, these two.
Right, that's another good shot onto the back foot. It's going to be stopped. Is that Root again scrambling to his right to get there? He's in the wars a bit. They've only got the one, but it was a nice positive, firm shot off the back foot. If he'd got a little bit square, it probably would have run away for 4. But it takes Saud to 10. Masood is on 28. 59. I mean, we were kind of talking that this is probably a partnership that needs to raise a goodly number of runs.
Well, it needs most of the deficit to be knocked off by this pair.
Oh, certainly if you're going to have a chance of winning, but I mean in terms of just staying in the game for another, I don't know, session tomorrow. Back over the wicket, and I like this about England now. Masood defends on the front foot and there is no run. End of the over. What I like about it is England, although they still showing a preference for coming round the wicket, the right arm bowlers to the left-handed batsman, they will switch to over the wicket, which is something they didn't really do very much under Brendan and Ben.
Yeah, they've got to keep people thinking, I think.
Yes.
Ed. They've got to keep them reassessing their footwork and then lining up the ball. It just makes batsmen work a bit harder.
There was a stat earlier on about Masood's average against over versus around. I think he does do considerably better over the wicket. I think it was like a difference of like 85 versus 15, which was pretty remarkable. That kind of disparity.
That's a brilliant stat. There really is. Now we wondered why in all the overs that England didn't bowl this morning, we didn't see this man, but we're going to see him now.
Yep, it's this man.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. Is it going to fall safe? Yes, it is. Saud got squared up by that. Not that I think it was a particularly good ball. It's just that he was early on it and it popped up, but just short of mid-on, but too wide of the bowler. Got a leading edge, horrible leading edge, and Archer set off at mid-on and then realised he wasn't going to get there. So a little bit of a let-off for Saud Shakil, who looks into the ground and taps his bat on it and just tries to reacquaint himself with good sense. This one he aims a driver again, not really moving his feet, and he chops it into his leg. So just needs to settle again after lunch, despite that rather nice 4. Yes, I mean, it's good job that he's got the second line of defence there, because that would have been chopped straight down onto the stumps. It hits him on the back foot, isn't it?
It's right close on the ankle.
Yeah.
But I think it might have squirted through and Vasquez sliced.
Could have been. Very difficult to say. 3 slips, a leg slip in the position. That's straight. It was a straight ball, but it was full, and so it was hit straight as well. Full face of the bat from Saud Shakil. He'll feel better about that one. Picks up 4 runs. Now, I'm under instructions. Since we were talking before lunch about tickets and always being forced to do everything online, whatever.
Or in an app.
Or in an app, or which quite often don't work. We have Richard Asher with us today, our Austrian-based South African, and he's among his many talents, as Tongue comes in again outside your stump left alone, is that he's set up a organisation, I suppose, activism. It's a resistance movement. Pressure group. It's called Offline Rights. Now, it's not that we don't, see the benefits of technology. I think, the reasoning behind it is that you shouldn't be forced all the time to have to use technology. If you're young, you probably don't think about it really that much.
It's something which I have some sympathy with after this ball.
Tongue in, straight again, nice, firm, full face of the bat drive up to Archer at mid-on. But if, I've been in pubs where old men can't get served, or they've been served and then they can't pay because they haven't got a credit card or something like that. And it happens at sports venues all the time now, that you have to use a card. And, you know, I understand it's convenient if you've got one, but a lot of people don't have. Maybe not a lot, but a few, enough people don't have these things. In again, down the leg side, clip beautifully. Or is that caught? He's caught. Oh my word!
Oh.
I thought he caught. He did actually pick it up beautifully, but Dan Lawrence had been put in a position a little bit deeper than a normal backward square leg, and he dived to his right and took a very fine catch indeed. And Saud will feel really quite disappointed with that, because the timing was good, but you've also got to say England's field placing was excellent, and
that's one for the statisticians and the back room boys, the analysts.
He can't believe it. Look, focusing in on Saud, he had a couple of escapes earlier in the over in a sense, but he's given it away there. Very disappointing for him. 68 for 4. We'll come back to offline rights, but let's have some. Who's doing the socials?
Me.
Oh, right.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
There's not many socials people on, because people haven't quite worked out the timings of the play.
Yes.
So Lockie 6 says, when did the shit show start again and when will it be done? My painkillers are crapping out. Get on with it. And can't believe they gave Lawrence the ball just before lunch. There is no justice, says Stephen Kelk.
I thought he bowled quite a good over.
Well, I think he wants the Duckster to get a bowl.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah. And just going back to the offline rights, this is something that's quite close to my heart as in my day job, which is part of the NHS.
And you're an IT, but you are an IT man, so you are a tech guy,
And the 10-year plan in the NHS is digital first.
Yeah.
But it also means that non-digital people are getting disenfranchised, so they're trying not to get them disenfranchised as a result.
And also disproportionately, it's going to be older people that need those services.
Yeah. Older people, remote people.
Yep, absolutely.
So yes, I have some sympathy with Richard Asher's viewpoint.
I have more than sympathy. I'm pretty much totally agree with it.
As one of the disenfranchised.
Yes, and as someone who's getting older. Flicked away towards wide mid-on, and Masood gets a run off the first ball of a new over from Archer. Ed, I just wanted to ask you what you good piece of captaincy, good piece of field placing.
I think more just I guess the field placing is the good part of that. It's not a great ball by any means, and I suppose that's a conventional enough field placement where you don't give Root a huge amount of credit, but I mean it's worked, so you take it. It's the way with Tongue where he doesn't really need the ball that well to get
I'm just wondering, you don't think that you say it was not a great ball? Do you think it was a sort of it was put there deliberately, let's put it that way. Archer bowls onto the leg stump of Salman, who has come to the crease. The captain of this particular version of the Pakistan team, in the absence of Babar Azam. Yeah, I mean it's always difficult to say. I would tend to think as with my batting head on that's a little bit unlucky because he's timed it beautifully. But I think there's just something a little bit more thoughtful about this England team. That's a horrible delivery. It's a leg stump, not a half volley, it's a leg stump full toss from Archer. Maybe looking for the Yorker, got it wrong, and clipped away by Salman for 4.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Just got that horribly wrong, and it got what it deserved, and Salman will be very happy to get that sort of delivery when he's just come to the crease. He'd be happy to get it any time, but mind you, he did clip it in the air. Been a square leg, he might have gone. 3 slips go down, in comes Archer again outside the off stump, and that's where Salman likes to sort of throw his hands at the ball without a lot of foot movement, leaving a bit of a gap.
That's what it did for him in the first innings.
Yeah, and leaning back slightly, not quite committing to the shot in some respect. I mean, you would say you throw the hands through the ball, you are committing to the shot in one sense, but in terms of his balance and his shape, I don't think he is completely. Tongue it was who got rid of him in the first innings, took out his off stump. Archer it is this time, full and watchful on the front foot, defended up to mid off. Salmon 4, Masood 29. So how many wickets have we lost since lunch? Just the one. Was that the first wicket? Yeah, it was. Yeah. So anyway, if you're interested in joining this organisation, which I think is a very important thing.
I'm coming to that.
Oh, have you got the?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, good.
Richard has posted in the YouTube chat the website that you need to go to, which is offlinerights.subtext.com.
Archer, and again, a little bit more leg-sidey. I would say it was more middle and leg, which is a reasonably good place to bowl if you can get it to just nibble a little bit. That is the end of the over, 5 runs from it. 73 for 4, still trailing by 165.
And you just sign up there for notification emails. You don't need an account on the website. To which Brian in Brisbane says, so you have to go online to sign up to go offline? Question mark.
This is unless you want it delivered by pigeon carrier.
Yes, I mean, I don't. There probably is some other methods of communication for the digitally.
Well, I did see. Now, where was I? I think I was in Brick Lane earlier this summer at their jazz festival, and I noticed there was this something similar. It gets sort of anti the digital
Not sure
world.
Jazz and curry mixes necessarily.
Well, we didn't actually have any curry until later. It wasn't really jazz when it came down to it, but I will say that there were.
Jazz.
I found a lot of leaflets that have been pasted. He's edged and he's gone. Caught at slip. Sean Masood goes. He's been done by Tongue. He's been tied up by Tongue yet again, and he's on his way. And I do believe that Tongue is on a hat trick for the second time in the match. Effectively. Good ball.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I think that just proves the point that 85 over the wicket, 15 around the wicket.
That's a very good point, yes. It was Duckett who took the catch. I think it was Duckett, or is that Jordan Cox? It is...
No, it was Duckett.
It was Duckett. What was I talking about before the wicket went down?
Emails.
Yeah, there were just all these leaflets about the digital world and resistance to the digital world, and they were all taped to lampposts, which I thought was getting your message across in the right way. But then it did direct you to a website. So there's not really any way around that, is there? If you want to reach a lot of people, with something that isn't going to get publicity. So there you go.
It's like you have to sign up to get a physical letter to come to you.
Yes, indeed. Ed, it's looking like it's almost all over.
Yeah, it's pretty dire. I mean, Shan Masood was the glue because he actually bats really well at Headingley, having played a number of years for Yorkshire. And he was looking quite good, 29 off 50-ish. But then, that's one of Tongue's better wickets where he just completely turns him inside out.
What about this guy?
It's Mohammed Rizwan. He's a little bit tempestuous.
Let's give you his jingle.
Everyone knows he's not hit a bowl because he can hit the ball.
Yes.
Really quite far if the bowling's subpar, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is because he's Mohammed Rizwan.
Can't fail with that as a song to over the top.
Yeah, not to sort of forget the fact that he's got 3 Test centuries, 14 Test 50s, and a high score of 171 not out. So
and averages nearly 40.
Yeah, exactly. So he's as they used to say, he's no mug with the bat.
I was wondering, does anyone in this lineup, other than Babar Azam when he's in, average over 40?
That's a good question.
Probably not at the
Tongue
moment.
over the wicket on the hat-trick ball, I think, again, and this is nicely worked away between square leg and mid-wicket, and Jofra Archer is after it and gets down and throws. They should get back for a third, although Salman was having to hurry a little bit. That was a hell of a hurl from the edge of the boundary by Archer. Tongue, who was unused before lunch, now has 2 for 7. And this game is on its last legs, I'm afraid. And this is kind of disappointing to me. And it raises another argument about the way the ECB is going about things. You were trying to get in there with a couple of mentions.
Just Brian in Brisbane says, my local doctor and dentist are totally digital. All appointments, prescriptions, test results need a mobile and your app knowledge.
That's annoying. It is really annoying.
Lockie says, yes, send a pigeon. Farong thinks it'll be over this session.
I think you're right. Tongue in bowls, defended on the front foot. He's got a little bit of spring in his step. That's up at 90 miles an hour. Definite adrenaline coursing through the veins of Josh Tongue. And why wouldn't there be? 2 for 7. He's got, 7 wickets now in the match?
2 comments from Hooves who say, when Pakistan is on, it's almost the best cricket in the world to watch. But most of Pakistan is not on.
It's very rarely on at the moment, and I'm afraid to say, and this is what I was going to make the point about, is that the ECB committed in the future to 5 Test series against Pakistan. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have played Pakistan just because they're in a bit of a trough. Onto the front foot comes
that's
Salman.
a canny piece of thing saying
it's
5-0 victory.
Well, there's a 5-0 victory, but there's on current form. But I suppose there's a commercial imperative in the sense that they think, because there's a substantial community of Pakistan heritage in this country, that they fill up grounds in a way that New Zealand, who at the moment are more deserving of a 5 Test series, won't necessarily. But in terms of the quality of cricket you're going to get,
it's a long way to travel for the true supporter. There's not a big expat community necessarily.
Yeah, it's a long way to travel, but and in terms of having New Zealand, but there are plenty of New Zealanders in this country as well. And I think it's not about it. Shouldn't. I just think they're thinking too much about the commerciality of a series as opposed to what's attractive to
I'm going to be controversial
people to watch.
Here.
Go on then.
To be commercial,
yeah.
Maybe play or arrange to have games last more than 3 days.
Well, that's
on a Wednesday.
That's exactly my point. It's if you're going to get such one-sided matches,
you can monetize them as you.
Oh, that's hit the pad, and now they're appealing for a catch by. It's been given out. I'm not sure which one it was. He's going down the wicket. Is Salman to have a little word with his partner? I can't tell you without having sound up. I can't tell you whether there might have been an inside edge. And
I think that's an each-way bet.
I don't think it would have just been pad for it to pop up like that. Is my thinking.
I think it's bat on to pad and balloon to gully.
Yeah.
Well,
so I think he's caught because I think he's outside the line.
I
don't think it would hit the stumps. Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
I thought perhaps it might have done. Let's have another look. Here we go. Might be able to pick up something from this. It's done a lot.
Oh no!
It's definitely not hit the.
That's a bit high.
That's definitely not hit the bat, unless it's brushed the back of the bat or the glove as it comes away from. But I don't think so. Let's have a look. No, it's pad, and there it went. Then where does it go from there? What is its angle?
Roll it through, so we can see if it hits the bat or not.
No, can't be. Nope, it's nowhere near the bat, and there's a chance that that's done too much, I would argue.
Yeah. It might be umpire's call on height, but
which would be a bit unlucky if he's given out here, wouldn't it? I mean, it's quite full. Oh. No, it's hitting. It's hitting. Wow. It's hitting right at the top corner of the leg bail. And Salman, the captain, has gone for 4. Tongue has 3 now for 7. In 11 balls. 3 for 7 from 11 balls. And this game is dying on its feet. Not even on its feet, on its ankles, on its.
On your bike, mate.
It's just no contest, is it, at the moment? You feel like England haven't been the best team in the world of late, but they're looking, 2 or 3 levels above Pakistan here.
Josh Tongue is box office, isn't he? His strike rate across his career must be ridiculous because he doesn't have long spells, but he just gets wickets. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
And also that other thing, isn't it?
It's either hitting the stumps or it's going for runs. There's nothing in between.
And you think that he was not given a chance in the Ashes until the 3rd Test.
Yeah, and when they said after the series, the one person we were really afraid of was him, and he didn't play until the 3rd Test.
Well, I mean, if you remember back to the way he bowled, was it at Lords when he got Warner out? He bowled some absolute wicket-taking balls back in, that must have been, 23, I guess? Yeah.
He's the Steve Smith killer, that's his thing. Really.
Oh, and that's right, yes, that's it. That's right.
Well, killer as much as anyone can really be against him, but
I mean, even when Australia were failing against Bangladesh, Steve Smith was still getting runs, wasn't he?
This man has come to the crease, who's arguably one of the few Pakistanis to have performed in this Test match, getting a fifer.
He's got a Test century.
Yeah, it's this guy.
It's not all over yet.
Bringing all the beers and cheers and cake. Ali Usman. And all the latest video releases.
It's a hell of a ball. When you look at it,
did jag back a lot.
You just see the jag, don't you? And when it jags it, it's almost like it picks up pace off the wicket. But then again, he's a long way forward, and you would think there are times when you see those and you see the ball hits the pad much lower, and it's still designated by
the pace, though. It's got less chance to get up because he's bowling so fast.
I would say that if ball tracker is wrong on anything, I would say it's generally height, and you see too many. Anyway, it's full again, defended by Usman. He's got a leg slip and a short square leg in, as well as the 3 slips. It's the end of the over. 2 wickets, 3 runs. Tongue, from his 2 overs, was up at 92 miles an hour right then. He has 3 for 7.
And Lockie Six says, good job, get them all out in the next 20 minutes.
Well, this is not... I don't think this is a good job. I don't know what you feel, Ed. It's good to see England win, but
it's not good to see a non-contest.
Seeing a once great team struggling so much is
a shame.
Yeah.
I also think, I kind of briefly alluded to this, but starting the Test on Wednesday and not reaching the weekend.
I know.
Yeah, it's just pitiful, really, and it happens way too often.
It does.
I don't think it's even a dodgy pitch this time. They just haven't been up to it.
We talked about this before lunch and said, no, you need to start on Fridays realistically with the way games go nowadays. So.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Archer starts again, a little bit round arm that time. Ball dies on its way through to the keeper.
It's the same with county cricket, I have to agree.
Well, in fact,
they're slightly better in county cricket now. That they end up having days 2 and 3 often on the weekend.
Well, I mean, that's how you should aim it, because people are more inclined to take a day off on the Friday, aren't they? Because they're coming into the weekend, and then you've got those 2 days. And if tests are going to be over this quickly, Archer in, bowls edged, and he's got away with this one. Rizwan, it's gone wide of the 3rd slip and down to 3rd man for 4. Jordan Cox was the man there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But of course, we're asking the ECB to,
apply some common sense.
Apply some common sense, and to not put all their eggs in the 100 basket, which is basically what they're doing. Here is Archer again into Rizwan. Leaves this one outside the off stump, rising through to Jamie Smith. I mean, I was lucky in regards to that New Zealand Test at the Oval, which is when we booked the seats, we thought we could only go on the Saturday, and it hadn't occurred to me that it was starting on the Wednesday. So having bought the seats, I thought, oh God, it's almost certainly going to be over by Saturday. As it was, we were lucky enough to get a good day's play, but yeah, it's disappointing. In again, squared up a little bit, but he manages to jab it into the ground to the gully. Does Rizwan.
It's just a dream team fast bowling attack, though, isn't it?
It
Archer
is.
and Tongue.
On song, yeah. He's gone for a few runs, Archer, hasn't he? I didn't realise he'd conceded so many, but 41, but he's got 2 wickets.
We should be having a switch over. It's gone by so quickly.
It has. It's all been happening, hasn't it? They've lost
at the end of this over
3 wickets since lunch.
So I don't know who's doing what.
4 wickets. 3 wickets. Archer in again, bowls full, and well, Rizwan might have been tempted to drive that and give it everything, but he seemed to stop his shot a little bit and run it towards Atkinson at extra. I mean, you know, people say, oh, well, it doesn't matter because they get your money back. But if you've booked a ticket months in advance and you're looking forward to a day at the cricket, okay, you can't cope with
it's a time off. It's the incidental expenditure of things like
of course, and
hotels.
you can't. You know, obviously you can't account for rain if the day's washed out. That's something that can't be controlled. But you know, it's so disappointing for people if that's their really big highlight of the summer for them cricket wise. Onto the back foot goes Rizwan, works it down the onside of the pitch, fielded by Archer. That is the end of the over. Pakistan have moved on to 80 for 6. Time for change. Who's on? So it might be the man from Offline Rights.
Yes, I wonder if it's the man from Offline Rights.
You can come and talk more about it. We're looking at the wickets today. You could argue that maybe that Tongue got a little bit lucky with that first wicket of Saud Shakil, but then 2 genuinely good deliveries.
I'll try and interrupt the green room conversation to find out who's on now.
We don't know who's on. No one seems to be coming forward.
It's Messi and Will.
Messi and Will.
Yeah. Can you get Will in?
Will was mending a fuse earlier.
Yeah, Will's.
Will's so who's on ball by ball then? Richard.
Richard.
Oh, sorry. I'll get out of the way. First ball of a new over from Tongue. I'll just tell you about that. It's fended away by Usman. They've taken a run off the glove, I think.
Good work. Welcome, Will.
Hello.
Welcome, Richard.
Hello, Will. Hello, Messrs. Yeah, here we are. I'm the only one in studio, overwhelmed with technology, no doubt. If anybody wants to come and play jingles, because I've never done it, they're welcome. Or I'll just sit here and be overwhelmed. That's fine as well. We're 1 ball into the over.
You might ask your green room comrades to change the screen as well.
They're going to change the screen. If I need to sit in this chair, okay. And I'll tell you about this next ball now. Tongue comes rolling in with figures of 3 for 8. And forward comes Rizwan and just taps it out into the covers, where there is an easy single for him. Hello, Will. Haven't seen you for a while.
Hello. How are you doing, Richard? How's your jaunt to the UK?
It's very good. I actually have some fish and chips waiting for me after this commentary stint, which is my way of saying the eating through this jaunt has not been very healthy, but you've got to cash in.
I think you definitely do. You can go to the gym when you're home.
Healthy eating and Guerrilla Towers do not mix.
Well,
exactly.
I got my first cholesterol warning before I left, so part of me was a bit proud, and part of the other part said I'll worry about my diet when I get back to Austria. Here's Tongue again, over the wickets, down the leg side. Usman Ali misses it. Jamie Smith doesn't. No run. So you mended your fuse, Will?
I have indeed. It took bloody ages because I had to move the thing that was in front of the fuse box and then go and get a fuse, and it took me about an hour and a bit. It's been a faff.
That's often the hardest
part. You were completely invisible, Bob, at that stage.
I was indeed, yes.
But you know how to mend a fuse, apart from the moving things around, or was it your first fuse change?
Oh, no. I've lived in enough sort of dodgy student houses that I'm fairly good at DIYing electrics.
Tongue continues. It's a straight ball on the stumps and it is defended by Usman. Yeah, I mean, that is the advantage. You learn a few life skills, I suppose, and you have dodgy accommodation. I feel like skills that are going astray amongst my generation.
Yeah, I think there's something about kind of... I'm definitely more of a plumbing person. I'm definitely better at plumbing than electrics.
It's probably safer as well.
It is
to get something wrong.
To save you more money, plumbers charge like fucking wounded bulls.
Yeah, I was lucky I had a tame plumber.
There's one run into the covers here for Usman. It's just, again, really a timed defensive shot out to the deep enough point, and they'll trot through for that single. Yeah, I mean, Messrs' generation, of course, they could really wield a spanner. Mending cars and
mending cars.
Yeah, I don't know a big end from a little end, Richard. It's a myth. There were some people who could, but I could. I do recall turning the crank handle to start my dad's car.
Well, not just any mug could do that. So Tongue's got one ball to come. Let's see how that unfolds over the wicket. Oh, and it does tie Rizwan up. It goes past his inside edge, and he does a bit of a unconvincing shimmy, but he's gotten away with it. Dribbles behind the stumps towards the keeper. That does conclude the over. And Messrs, are you on socials?
I am indeed.
Oh, that's good.
Hooves, talking about the Australian-Bangladesh series, was saying losing to Bangladesh doesn't bother me. I will literally die if the Aussies lose to England. Taking a loss first up, I'll take that. We need to improve this season. And we've got 20 or 21 test matches in the next 11 months, which is a lot to go. But there's also a lot of improvement needed, particularly in the batting. Juangwang Lawangja says, good performance by England, well done. Where were these sorts of typical English pitches when England played India last time?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's true. I do think that there's a bit of... Oh, I'm stuffed again.
Oh, I thought there was a replay for some reason.
So did I.
It is,
which
it is a replay.
Oh, it is a replay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't know whether the sort of sudden downpour that's happened all over the country has actually really aided the sort of overheads and meant that bowling is better all over the country today.
Yeah, I think, well, the rain came just in time to make it interesting. But to be fair, I think if Pakistan were batting on the pitches India batted on last summer, there still would have been relatively short games. They would have found a way to make low scores. Yeah, my... well, our picture over here, even in London, UK, is doing odd things. So I think there's been two balls in this. I haven't seen either of them, but they're both dots. Let's hope it's sorted itself out now. Oh, that one from Archer actually moved appreciably away, just seeing the replay of it. No chance of the batsman getting you anywhere near that. Usman on 2 off 7 deliveries.
I'm pleased to say Dara Azizi has joined us from Arizona. Hello, Dara.
Archer continues. Oh, this one moves away again. It's shorter. And Usman stays well inside of that. Whether deliberately or not, you can talk about, but he doesn't really get anywhere near it. Just to tie up the offline rights conversation, unless anyone does want to talk about it further. I did post the link. Well, Guerrilla Cricket's profile did post the link in the YouTube chat about a quarter of an hour ago, I think now. offlinerights.substack.com. And you can subscribe to get emails without having to create an account.
Amazing.
So Archer continues. Oh, this one's much tighter into the stumps. It's a definite play and miss from Usman. In fact, Jofra thinks there might have been an edge, but he's got no support from his teammates, and he'll have to go back to his mark.
You're one of those sort of one-man band type authors, aren't you, Richard? You do your own audiobooks and everything.
Yeah, I do.
Which is amazing.
Well, thank you very much. It's hard work, but
I bet,
can't afford to pay anyone, so I don't really have much choice.
But your books are stunning.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Archer continues, and this one is wider and fuller, and Usman has half a prod. It really was half a prod. It's kind of hard to tell if he's really playing at these things or not, but again, nowhere near it. I didn't realize you'd read my books.
Yeah, I read the one where you went across Australia.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It's
The Road
really,
to Inaminka.
really, yeah, it's really, really, so kind of atmospheric, and kind of your imagery is stunning.
Oh, you are doing wonderful advertising. You should join my team of volunteers, which currently consists of nobody. Archer to finishes over as a relatively convincing defensive shot from Usman out into the gully region. Well, yeah, it would be remiss of me not to say after Will's fantastic bigging up there that if you do want to read up any of my books, go to richardasher.com and you'll see them there. You'll also find your way to offline rights from that richardasher.com website. Anyway, enough self-promotion, perhaps. Messers.
Stephen Kelk's with us all the way from the continent. He says it's definitely beer o'clock by now, right? And Mr. P in it says definitely. In fact, I believe it's a bottle of wine past beer o'clock.
Have you got anything cooking at the moment, book-wise, or are you substacking sort of primarily?
Yeah, I'm actually, since December when I got this bee in my bonnet about the offline rights thing,
Yeah.
I'll continue after this ball from Josh Tung, which is defended off the back foot by Rizwan. I just decided I was going to give this, let's say, activism a go. Not with any intention of making money. So it really is a hobby, if you like. But since there's
That's
not much freelancing work at the moment, I do have time for it. Yeah, and that is not meant to be a solo thing. That is meant to be a community where I get support from other people who want to help. Because clearly I'm not going to bring down digital coercion on my own. So yeah,
Hey,
all I can do is write and put the
though,
message out there. Yeah. Tung continues, and this is a fairly wild one down leg side, which is matched by an equally wild shot from Rizwan. He does not lay willow on it, and they'll both try again. Yeah, the book sales are really pocket money, unfortunately. So I'm not writing anything. I don't have plans to write anything more, unless I see a lot more people saying nice things like you and buying my books. Then I'll be encouraged, and I will continue. But
you really have to, because the world needs more of your books, essentially.
Oh, you're a fine man, Will.
You and Hendo both.
Tung continues. This one is full enough to induce the drive from Rizwan, but he hits it straight to the shortish mid-off. No run. Yeah, well, I'd like to think the same, but yeah, publishing is not a lucrative game, and it doesn't have to be. I don't need to get rich, but I do need to pay the rent, and yeah, it's a full-time job-ish. It's actually a full-time job if you want to do the marketing properly.
Yeah, definitely.
And you've got to squeeze in another job that does pay the rent. At some point, you get knackered.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. Tung carries on, even fuller, I would say. Driven again, but not very convincingly. The bowler does his own fielding. It's a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, to be honest, between these two. Tung's figures 3 for 10. Rather good.
And you've gone into activism, which I can speak from experience is one of the most rewarding things in the world to do, but there is zero money in it.
Well, that's it. I had this conversation with myself. Do I want to write books and barely sell any and get no money, or do I want to, try and make the world a better place and get no money? And for me, it was a no-brainer. I'd rather do the activism. Tung carries on. It's driven straight back past the bowler. This time it is a very convincing drive from Rizwan all the way to the boundary, almost directly behind middle stump. He couldn't have been much closer to the wickets without actually hitting them. So after several dress rehearsals on that drive, he's got it right. And there's 4 more to the total. Do you like that genre in general, Will? Reading true life travel stories? Did you read that from other authors as well?
I've always kind of, because of hydrocephalus things and having complicated medical stuff, I can't really travel, so I just read travel books all the time.
Another chop off the inside edge earns Rizwan an undeserved run. It's 88 for 6 at the end of the over.
We have a super chat from Jay Grover, who sent us £2 and says, my shed is considerably emptier now. Is that thanks to Becca, the wonderful Becca? I have no doubt. Leah has posted a link to her stream for tomorrow, the Australia-Bangladesh game. It says, please take note of the amazing thumbnail I made for it. Lockie6 says, hi, Will. I've missed you.
Hi, Lockie. I missed you too.
Hooves one says, my sister does books. Lol, good luck. He's an artist, not a profiteer.
I think, so I like to kind of read around the world if I can. I like doing that thing of picking a country and trying to read a sort of mix of stuff.
Okay, so vicarious travel. Yet another inside edge as Archer continues. And Rizwan will get one more for that. They'll have to think about putting a fielder there. Sort of shortish square leg for all these inside edges.
They just showed an interesting chart there of average speeds so far this test, and both Atkinson and Tung's the fastest, bowling faster than Archer on average.
Yeah, I saw that. It was quite interesting. I mean, it is tricky with Archer. It's easy to... He looks so smooth running in. It's very easy to accuse him of not, putting his back into it, because you know how quickly he can bowl.
I think he's definitely one of those people that kind of ramps up to the sort of late 90s, whereas if you look at Mark Wood, he starts at sort of 96.
Yeah. So here's the first one is a nondescript one, just defended off the back foot by Usman. Yeah, I think Archer also needs sometimes he might need a bit of a fight on his hands, someone to hate, a match situation to really get him going.
Yeah. And this Pakistan team are, like, from what I can see and what I know of them, they're fairly sort of innocuous and not really dislikable.
This one is short, and it's a very short but then ultimately unthreatening bouncer, which bounces again before it gets to Jamie Smith. Doesn't get all that high in the end. Look forward to the replay on this one.
Yeah.
Really banged in. Oh, it catches the shoulder. That's why it bounced the second time. Yeah, as Ali tried to get out of the way of that. Just remembered in time to keep his hands down because they would. Yeah, he almost went up before he went down, didn't he?
Yeah.
So Archer is in once again to Usman Ali. It's full just outside off stump, and Ali does not try to attack that too hard. Just drops the bat on it and it's fielded in the covers.
I think we do sort of, because we all watch a load of cricket, we sort of say, oh, Archer's not bowling that fast. But it is occasionally good to kind of go, no, he is bowling at 87 miles an hour. That's still very fast, and I think normal humans would be terrified facing it. But because we kind of get into the cricket sort of mindset in cricket terms, it's nothing. But
yeah. Exactly, and we live in a world of superlatives on increasingly unimpressed by great impressive things. This one is driven behind square on the offside, and it's going to pick up 4 runs. Usman's first boundary. He moves on to 6. And Jofra is muttering away to himself. Will Joe Root come running over and put an arm around? Is Jofra muttering, where's my mate Ben? Who knows what goes through. Well, he spoke in very, very heartfelt terms about how he was going to miss Stokes in the change room after that ridiculous third test against New Zealand.
Yeah.
And it was nice to see a cricketer actually say something of value at a post-match interview. I mean, he really meant it.
It was really nice.
This is a Yorker to finish. It's a good Yorker at 87 miles an hour, but Usman deals with it just fine. So 93 for 6, so a deficit of 145 at the conclusion of the over. Messers.
Jay says, Becca has purged. I am exhausted. Dara's easy apropos of books. Dara is, of course, a detective in Maricopa County in Arizona, the 4th largest county in the United States with a population of 4.4 million. He says, I've been booking a lot of people recently. Does that count? Lockie says, I do interpretive dance, yeah. Please don't play us the video, Lockie.
I think there's a lot of interpretive dance happening on the Western Terrace at about this time of day.
Yeah.
Banana says, I'm no fan of Archer. I don't think playing for England has a higher priority for him than looking in a mirror. I think that's rather unfair.
Yeah, I wouldn't go along with that necessarily. No. This one's clipped off the hip for an easy single, backward of square on the leg side. As it is Tongue continuing.
I think he's incredibly talented, and he's also, in the sort of 5-minute conversation I had with him once in Brighton, a lovely, lovely human.
So well, 5 minutes more than most of us have had. So we'll take your impressions on that.
I mean, I'm purely going on. It was literally kind of. I was staying with my brother who lives down there, and bumped into him randomly, and had a chat while I was waiting for a bus.
This one is another wild short one down the leg side from Tongue, as he is wont to produce every now and then. Usman doesn't really even try to get near it. No, but I mean, you are an excellent judge of things, Will, as I've picked up in this stint. You said my books are good, so you must be right on Jofra Archer.
Oh,
as well.
I'm definitely right. Yeah.
It doesn't take much, does it? It's the Trumpian way of operation, isn't it? You know, praise him enough, and he loves you.
Yeah.
The slips go down once again. Jordan Cox is in the cordon now. I think he's at second or third. This one is defended by Usman. Straight down the pitch, no run. And it's Archer doing it at mid-off there, actually. Mid-on, sorry. Standing, having a word with the bowler. So doing a bit of that leader of the attack thing, perhaps, that you're supposed to do. As the cameras pick out Joe Root as well. Keen-eyed, looking around, but we can't tell what he's looking at. That's the thing with screens. As Tongue comes in again, there are 3 slips. Back goes Usman. It is defended high off the bat, straight down into the wicket. And now we pick out Dan Lawrence, who's not doing very much, just standing with his hands behind his back.
It's a shame, really, because I love Dan Lawrence's utterly bizarre action. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a fantastic bowler, but my God, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him for a long time, and it did strike me how silly his run-up is. And delivery stride.
Mad.
It's certainly Monty Python-esque almost.
Yeah. I think he'd be the minister of silly walks, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Tongue into Usman. There's a big shout here, but it's struck him outside the line, I would say, and Root seems to be indicating same.
Yeah.
Sticking out a right arm as though calling a no ball. I mean, they're not really going to come together for this, are they?
Nah.
They have sent it upstairs. Well, I mean, my first reaction is that England are just bored. want to get off on the golf course early or something. We've all only seen it once, but we're all a bit sceptical that this is worth sending up.
Yeah, I'd say at the very best it will be umpire's call on where it's hitting him on the pad. It's a waste of time.
And it's just, I think it's missed the inside edge, but it's hit him above the roll. Okay, the knee's bent. But on line,
outside the off stump.
More than anything, it's outside the off stump. There might be a fraction of the ball inside in the line, but really only a fraction. Less than the half ball that Tongue received after playing on the first day. He's 2 wickets away from getting a full ball at 3 for 16 at the moment. That would be a really amazing memento. Come to my pool room and see the 1.5 balls I picked up for my 5-fer at Headingley in 2026. That would be truly unique. We're seeing they are still going through the motions on this review. It has definitely missed the edge. It has definitely hit the back leg underneath the Pakistan star logo. But it is all about the line, and everybody knows this, but we must go through the protocol in the same order every time, which is rather tiresome.
Yep.
Indeed.
Finally, the pitch map. Finally, it's come up, and lo and behold, as we all said,
miles outside
from various parts of the world in real time, outside off.
Well, that was a distraction for a moment. Do you reckon they're less bored now?
They're probably more bored. I mean, it's not the best telly watching the replays when you know which way they're going.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
need a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I mean, but Root said straight away it's outside the line. Well, he suggests that and looks for confirmation. That's his first instinct. He was correct, and he still allowed them to convince him. I don't know. This one is well timed around the corner by Usman, and he'll get a single down to fine leg for that. And that is the end of the over, so 95 for 6 messes.
Dan De Castro says, what's more embarrassing, Pakistan here or Australia versus Bangladesh? I'd say Pakistan's is a poorer performance, but Australia's was certainly more of a shock. Nitindesh Pandey says, Rizwan will make a double century. Bet me, £1 against 100. Come on. Yeah, I think 100 to 1 is probably fair odds on that, because even if he doesn't get out, I can't see the other staying there. Hooves, yeah, you got a fan. He says, I like this South African.
Oh.
And to be honest, I don't like many South Africans.
I was going to say, just the first line is that there was like a bat coming.
And on interpretive dance, he says, Shane Warne shaking the stump, West Terrace.
Interesting, Messi. We can see you've been in Australia a long time, because you say dance, not dance.
Yes,
like
true.
English gentleman should.
But I still say auction, whereas Australians say auction.
Yeah, well, do they really?
Yeah, that's weird. Australians.
Well, we've only got 7 minutes left in this stint, Will. Don't start something you can't finish.
Fair enough.
Spencer is disappointed this won't even be a 3-day test. And Jay says, my mum loves Jofra Archer. I fear not for cricketing prowess, though.
We have a bowling change as Robinson's in, and he bowls something that what actually looked a bit like a leg spinner almost, and it's found its way to slip. And England are celebrating the wicket of Usman Ali. Now, I don't know if there's going to be any referrals or checks here, but he is on his way. So, looks like Ollie Robinson has come straight into the action and picked up a wicket with his first ball. Rolled the fingers on that. It's hard to actually see it hitting the edge on the replay. We might need a couple more of those, but at any rate, it was Cox that came running in and dived forward to take the catch, which is never easy.
That hit something else after it hit the bat.
Did it hit the top of his back pad?
Yeah, I think it hit. It was bad and pad, I think.
Okay. Because it sort of deviated, didn't it?
Yeah, there's a second deviation, and
the keeper.
Yeah. There's a consensus from the green room that it's come off the keeper's thigh. And then it popped up so gently that was the sort of catch you don't mind running forward and diving to take.
Yeah.
Which Cox duly did.
That's the sort of catch that I could take, and I'm terrible.
Well, there was a very brief bit of resistance there, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. I think
it's over.
Oh, wow.
I've said I'll be at my next accommodation stop in my London tour at 8 o'clock tonight. And I think I might be bringing that forward after I've eaten my fish and chips.
You definitely will be, yeah. I think I've got a stint at about 6 or something tonight, and I somehow think that I won't be doing it.
Yeah.
I agree, yes.
I've got overspill, and that would be extremely optimistic to put plans on hold for.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
Robinson comes in again, and it's on the stumps. It is respected by Kuram, the new batsman. At this stage, interestingly, both he or Tong, who has 3 wickets, Robinson has 2, either of them could still get that full ball for a 5-for in the second innings, with 3 wickets still available. an interesting subplot to watch. Could it be that? We have had wickets for other bowlers in this second innings, so because Archer took some. Yes, that's right. Oh, this one beats Khurram. All ends up and very nearly catches the stumps, as the batsman was almost backing away from that one, as you would really. I mean, it's a jolly good ball. Keeper's back again. So it really is a horses for courses approach in terms of whether Smith is up or not to Robinson.
I quite like that, because you can't sort of get set as a batter, and then you're always slightly guessing.
Sets the jitters going as Robinson's in again. Much more accurate in terms of hitting the stumps in this spell so far than he was in his first spell, which I was commentating earlier today. Is defended into the offside, but he is hitting the wickets, which he hardly did with anything in his first bunch of overs earlier on. 143 the deficit, and only 3 wickets left.
He's a very odd bowler. He's either shit hot or bloody awful. There seems to be very little middle ground with him, you know?
Yeah. Here he is again, and or on today's evidence, bloody inaccurate or hitting the stumps with everything. This spell so far, almost that last one was probably too straight. I think a better batsman would have. Jofra seems to be indicating that it was the sort of ball that somebody might have hoiked to cow corner. He's having a laugh in the field, is Jofra. See, sends the ball on its way back to the bowler. Heading out to the boundary, so or towards a bit nearer the boundary, into the shadows. So will there be a big hit? No, it's a restrained one, and they decline the single, actually. There would have been plenty of time for one. The aforementioned Archer does the fielding out in the deep on the offside.
Seems sensible to turn down that single, though.
Yeah, last ball of the over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jay Grover says, Richard, I like the book, but I remain baffled. Who got you through university without a kicking for doing a trucker accent?
I don't know, I just got lucky. I was in a small residence of only 30.
The Game Cat says, good grief, this isn't very promising for the future of Test cricket. I think that's a bit of a catastrophisation. I mean, Pakistan are just not very good. It's not great for the outlook for Pakistan Test cricket, but they're certainly way down the bottom of the World Test Championship table, and you'd expect to beat them fairly easily anyhow.
Josh Tongue strays onto the leg stump, and it's full, and all Rizwan has to do is just flick the wrists over that one. He's picked himself 4 to square leg. And what animal is that we're seeing in the stands? Chipmunks?
Fox, maybe?
Fox, yes. Absolutely right. That was an absolute gift.
I think it's also worth remembering whenever someone says, the Test cricket is dying. They've been saying Test cricket is dying since it started, so
yeah.
I think we all need to sort of relax a little bit.
A little perspective as Tongue continues. It's just a little bit straighter, but still angled in towards the leg stump. Played in front of square this time with the old wrists by Rizwan, and I suppose he does logically enough. Well, that's never an assumption with Pakistan, but logically enough, he does decline the single, as that was the second ball. Oh wait, they got 2.
Yeah, they
Am I
came
going
back
mad?
for the second.
They got 2. Okay, fine. Well,
it was weird. It didn't look like they did.
No, and I've got
they
no
kind of cut away.
Yeah.
But
changes of camera do strange things to your perception of time, but we do what we can off screen. And this one, he will take a single off this third ball, plays it out into acres of space on the onside. So Khurram's got 3 to survive. This commentary trio has 3 to survive. As I believe we're due a change at the top of the hour.
We are. Mr. P has a fair comeback. He says Pakistan might be near the bottom of the WTC, but aren't England too? which is very true. Although it must be said that England has faced much more serious opposition in its run up to this game.
Bottom of the table clash, more or less. It's a point that's been made repeatedly in the preview stories to this series. His tongue carries. Oh, Curran's edged this, but he's managed to get away with it as the diving third slip. That's Cox, who is now examining his finger. Cannot stop it racing away for 4 runs. Cox is really depressed by what happened there. He's shaking that right hand. Let's see. Presumably the ball caught. Yeah, it did. He got a fair bit of one finger to that.
He's already got bandages on at least 3
I was going to say he's already taped up, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
very
so
much
it's probably
so.
hurt him quite badly.
That's the weird thing with sort of keeping and then being in the slips.
Oh, this one's full and floaty from Tongue. 89 miles an hour. Just squeezed out by Curran, who's now opened his account, of course, with that edge through the slips. And moved on to 4 runs. So we've got 1 ball left in this over and in our stint.
And then we've got the Bear, Jason and Hendo.
Well, all 3 of them are not very far away from me. I can tell because I can see smoke wafting into my line of vision. So I can't see the bear on the curtain, but I can see the evidence. I can see the tracks.
Is it wildfire or is it
Tongue to
bear?
finish over. Again, it's edged as he's caught on the crease. Again, it evades third slip. Again, Jordan Cox is lying on the ground, feeling unhappy with life. And once again, it's 4 runs. So we will leave you with the score 110 for 7. And possibly the last stint, depending on how long Pakistan can hang on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Richard.
Thanks,
Will. Richard and I will be back in half an hour if anything's still happening.
If we get there.
Catch you later.
There you go. Yeah, see you in a bit. Messi, did you change the... Okay. Damn, that's annoying. That whole over. I had 11 runs to play with for the next wicket, and it all went in 1 over from Tongue. That's a bit annoying. And I missed the 3 wickets after lunch, which I could have made good money on.
Oh, yeah.
Because they all went too quick, and the fucking bookies are so slow to alter their odds, the bastards.
Yeah,
cheating fuckers.
They are. You never see a poor bookie, do you?
That is very true.
That's because they stop anyone who's any good from
making money.
That's the free market, allegedly.
Not so free, would
Not
seem.
so free when it affects.
Ollie Robinson is in full and driven by Rizwan up towards long on. But presumably they want to roll at Curran anyway. He's got 8 off 8. Great one-day endings. But they need
He went a lot rate of knots in his first innings and then got out after about 12 off 4 balls.
Yeah, he seems that kind of player, doesn't he? Well, they average 9, don't they, or something, for the last 4 wickets?
Right?
I don't know if that's 9 per player. It can't be, I'd have thought. That would be 36 for the tail. I don't know. That was what Atif was saying in our podcast. Anyway, Robinson is in. Edged, gone.
Yep.
Well, I did say he wouldn't last very long.
He lasted... annoying. Anyway, Robinson picks up his second. Was that Rizwan as well? No,
it was Curran.
It was Curran.
It's another under you haven't got.
Well, no, I lost it the last over because he edged 2 4s, the fucker. Anyway, we have to say goodbye to Curran. Caught 3rd slip. Yeah, Jordan Cox.
Good catch.
He's good. Well, he's a keeper.
Well, he is, yeah, but he's not got the mitts.
No, but he got both hands on that.
Well, he's got ginger power. Gingers are very good at 3rd slip. Ollie Pope caught 3 screamers.
They can see in the dark, people with ginger hair, can't they? Much better than most people.
Their own lighting system.
Well, Curran goes. Only 2 more wickets to get for England. This game's going to have gone. How many overs did they last in their first innings?
Well,
50?
50 odd.
And England batted for 90 roughly, and then they're only in about 38.
So 200 overs for the match.
Yeah, it's a pretty short test match.
Yeah, no, I mean, you think about it. I've had all this.
Well, it's going to be done in 8 sessions. That's what? Max 240 overs. We've lost time as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you think, it started at 2:45 yesterday, wasn't it? So that was pretty much 4 hours lost.
And we didn't start till after lunch on day one? Oh, no, we went out and then missed a whole bunch, didn't we?
Maybe they made it up in terms of actual time.
Well, it did. I mean,
it
they finished at 7:30 yesterday and they finished at 7:30 on the first day as well. So they added an extra hour on both those days. That's an extra session.
Yeah. But it's still not a full day's cricket, is it?
No.
So
I know they're having a chat about World Test Championship in previous trios conversation. England are especially bad in World Test Championship due to overrate, says Tim Wilton Davis.
Not just that, obviously we've lost Test.
I mean, they always lose points.
We lose a lot of points to the overrates, which annoys me. I mean, look, if you're going to lose time for slow overs, you can't just say, after 80 overs you take that into account. You either take it into account for the whole match,
immediately,
or you scrap it entirely, because it's unfair. I mean, look, England were Baz Ballian and used to score 360 overs.
Yeah, and they had this gerrymandering of the metric so that it was down to 60 overs rather than 80 overs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't even really matter.
In the India series.
Well, it doesn't even really matter for that, does it? I mean, the point is, if you're bowling at slow over rates, you should be fine whatever. Just because you bowled your only last 60 overs shouldn't make a fucking difference. Because then we get penalised unfairly, basically, compared to everyone else who's bowling at just the same over rates, but don't get, because we decide we can't last 80 overs, everyone else gets away with it.
Well, I mean, also, surely the other thing is, I mean, it could easily depend on the type of pitch you're bowling on, couldn't it? I mean, if you're playing in India, like when England go to India, they're playing on Bunsen burners, aren't they? So there's going to be a lot more slow bowlers bowling.
Yeah, and quicker.
Yeah, so it doesn't. Yeah, there's got to be a better way. It's almost like they don't think hard enough about the kind of
and again
regulations they bring in.
As in the first innings, we've got the strange situation of seeing Mohammed Abbas bat at number 10,
which means there's someone worse than him, which is quite frightening, isn't it? Well, he's going to face up to Ollie Robinson. He's also got a 3 for. Tongue's on 3 as well.
No, Tongue's got 4 now.
Tongue's got 4 now.
Oh, they're not going to get 5 and 5 again. That really would be one for the record books.
Well,
probably would, yeah.
That's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Joffre's got 2.
I don't want to be crass, but it's time for Mohammed Abbas.
No, they
just imagine
they can't both get 5ers.
No, exactly. Josh Tongue's only got 3.
No, Josh Tongue's got 4.
Well, Joffre's got 2.
Hang on. Oh, maybe that's sorry.
And that would be 9 down. So
I thought he had 4.
No.
Maybe it went up briefly when he was
got that LBW.
Yeah, but that was given not out. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Mohammed Abbas plonks that into the offside. He's going to get a run. Well done, you. In front of square. 112 for 8.
Maybe I mistakenly saw one of Joffre's wickets as Tongues.
That's racist.
Well, he got the first 2, so it was never on from any point in the game that they both get 2 5ers.
Gus Atkinson hasn't got a wicket in his entire game.
Well, I know exactly. The thing is,
and he's bowled well.
They can go into his little corner of the dressing room, the two of them, and just go. And we got some runs, they can say.
Yeah.
You only got 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind that. I mean, the thing is that bowling attacks work as a team, don't they?
Of course. I'm joking, obviously.
I know. Robinson is in, and Rizwan plays up to mid wicket, and there is no run.
It's comedy Adam Surdam.
But you can imagine there being a bit of bants, can't you? Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But that's good. Competition for wickets. I'm sure.
What did you do in this test, mate?
Yeah, you did fuck all, mate. It was all down to me. Same to Joffre, really.
It's Woody. Woody is in the house. What's he doing? Has he actually officially retired yet?
Well, he's not fit to play, I don't think, for Durham. Stokes got a 50 yesterday, I think.
Oh, did he? I didn't see.
I don't think Wood's played all season, has he?
No.
Is he still on a contract and getting paid? Rizwan clips that into the leg side. No one's chasing after it, Rooty. You're going to have to go yourself, mate.
He actually might be, mightn't he? Because I've got a feeling they gave him a 3-year.
Yeah. So he's still getting paid.
He's still getting paid by England.
Yeah, he's quite happy.
If that's right, I mean.
Well, I don't know. But he might be on a contract with Durham. He's still at Durham, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, but if you get an England central contract, they're basically paying the equivalent of what the county would have paid him.
Oh, okay.
So
that money gets released back to the county to do something else with.
So you can't imagine that he's going to get, if both his contracts are effectively run out this summer, you can't imagine he's going to get other ones now.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? I mean, how old is he now? 36?
He is 36, yeah.
I mean, he might want one last hurrah.
Or
there's a White Ball World Cup next year, isn't there? I mean, he might try and get himself fit for that, I suppose. It's in South Africa. Probably a good place for him to bowl.
Or he'll be off to a knackers yard.
Yeah, the glue factory. Mohamed Abbas is going to face up. Tongue is going to start his 7th over, 3 for 32. It's been quite expensive, but it doesn't really matter if you're getting the wickets. That's driven nicely by Abbas. He's going to get. Well, he could have had a couple there, but I don't think he wants to fancies facing Tongue, so he just ambles a single.
Vast open spaces in front of square on the offside. They're untenanted by anybody.
Rizwan is going along all right. 25 or 23.
Yeah. Think of a Redinker.
I guess England have got very attacking fields, so there are, as you said, spaces.
Runs.
There's nothing wrong with that shot at all. It's perfectly executed.
It wasn't particularly brilliantly timed, but he did slightly open the face, didn't he?
Toe end.
I'll get down the other end and watch all the fun, he says.
Well, I was also going to going back to the World Test Championship. I think part of the problem that England have after this ball, Tongue is coming in, and I said this in the podcast, Tongue is in, inside edge from Rizwan down to long leg, they're not going to go for the single, is that each time we've started the last 2 or 3 World Test Championship cycles, we've played either India or India or Australia, either home or away.
Yeah, a 4 Test series where we don't get anything
5 Test series, and the problem is we don't spank them at home like they spank us. I mean, we drew with India last year, and the last 2 Ashes series have been 2-2 draws. So we never get off to a start, or we get off to a horrendous start.
I think you could say that I'm not saying that England deserved to, but last summer England should have won that series 3-1.
Yeah.
Not because they were that much better, but on that, that last day but one, they had it in the bag.
Yeah, they did. And then fucking Brookie. That's a nice drive from Rizwan. He's going to get himself.
Oh, look who's chasing it again.
He's chasing everything.
He doesn't need to be doing that.
You stick yourself in the slips, Root. You send someone else to do the work. They run 2, though.
Well, what he doesn't need to be doing, I don't mind him running after the ball, but that sort of leap into the sliding stop.
Oh yeah, you could do the knee
it's
very
not
easy on
really,
that.
Especially when it's it's been dry and then it's been wet. So I'm not sure this is a very clever. Look, there's a bit of a. He's taking a bit of surf out,
right on the front of the knee rather than on the side of the knee where you're supposed to slide.
I mean, the very notion of actually sliding on your knee is not a good one.
No.
Well, you don't. You just said you slide on the side of the knee.
Well, that is the knee.
Or on the shin, really, I suppose. That's a nice pull. Hit hard from Rizwan. Gets himself 4 runs. He's decided to open up.
Rare one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Kurum got 2 in his brief innings. Both down to third man. Off the edge of the bat.
Brian in Bristol is not happy. He says, my GPL is looking sad.
Oh. God.
So have a look.
GPL.
No. I don't think there's anybody will be close to it.
Refresh that page, just refresh it. I'll tell you who's in there. Scroll down.
Farong is, Dan Castro says this won't reach
Ombre's been guilted. Is this today's? Definitely today's.
Yeah, today's, yeah.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries today.
How many runs? We've got to figure out how many runs England scored.
43, wasn't it? So
no.
160, 170
That's a nice shot too.
That is a nice shot, driven straight down the ground by Rizwan. Rizwan.
It's
Gets 4 runs.
double one of these.
2 + 2 is on man.
Going back to the GPL. So what, they've got 168
now, I think.
168. Well, the lowest we've got is Hombre Nuevo on 187.
Ooh.
So
He's kind of in play for if we get another 20 runs.
And then Brian in Brisbane has got 245 and 269.
They're not unlikely.
Really in play. I wouldn't have thought, but you never know. You never know.
What, you reckon England got 43, so we reckon we're all right. Oh! It's caught the inside of the back thigh.
That's the Ian O'Brien hurts like a bitch.
Yeah,
shot.
that would have hurt. It's pretty rapid. I thought they were thinking about a pig,
Nope,
you know.
that's
Maybe
the
it was
end of the
inside
over.
edge. End of the over. No run.
And what was it? I'll go away so I can score back.
When you're ready.
Yeah.
Yes, the thing is, it's Sunday school part, a whole bunch of these. England evens for 2027. Ashes, £7 for a drawn series, says Great Stoke.
Evens?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's, just woke up. Are we doomed yet? Said Nick Waters.
No. Pakistan are doomed.
Where's Woi Woi Pom?
Well, he's something else now. I don't even know what he is anymore.
I've forgotten,
Somewhere in Norway or
And
Finland.
very annoyed R. Rahman says ICC should take away Pakistan test status.
Oh dear, that's a bit harsh.
That's a bit harsh. It's normally done for corruption rather than for poor performance.
Yeah, played up to mid on and there's no run.
I mean, it is kind of a worry, isn't it, that good, strong teams of the past are struggling so badly.
Yeah.
You know, every time you expect... You get a chink of light from the West Indies and they have a good series or something. Normally against England, actually, in the West Indies. But it's so disappointing, isn't it?
They haven't won there for about 14 years or something. That one's played up to mid-off and there is no run.
It's because we play incredibly short series now, seemingly.
We play short series, we get rolled in the first test and then we draw the second one.
Yes, it's always like a 1-0, isn't it? It's, yeah.
No. Normally because just Jason Holder's got a double 100 or
Someone's
we've
done
picked the wrong
something
side and
miraculous.
don't pick Broad and Anderson when they're fit.
Well, yeah. I don't mind Broad and Anderson now. They're just going around the celebrity circuit earning loads of money in theatres.
Exactly. Doing it large. Robinson is in. Oh, that beats the outside edge of Abbas's bat. There's no run.
He's quite sweet looking, isn't he, Mohamed Abbas?
Yeah,
he's got a
quite
sort of
chill.
It's quite sort of,
little
friendly,
chubby,
cheeks,
sort of schoolboy-like look about him.
Yeah.
I think Rizwan has got a point to prove to his other batsmen. Saying,
Well, there is. I mean, the thing is, the seeds of a half-decent batting lineup, really. I mean, you know, you've got quite experienced guys in Shafiq and Shah Masood. That one's defended by Abbas up towards mid-on. There's no one. Sal Shakil's quite solid. Rizwan's pretty good. Salman Agha could be better.
Yeah, I have to say,
but
what
the
I've seen
bowling
of him,
was
I don't.
fucking terrible.
Yeah, and of course that.
Well, the A-team bowling attack isn't available, is it? Shaheen Shah.
Well,
he doesn't play anymore.
He's not interested in Test cricket, apparently. I read.
Naseem Shah, not really.
What's happened to him?
I think he's gone the franchise route.
I think he's lost form, apparently. That's into the 5-pad of Abbas.
No,
but that's always been true of Pakistan, hasn't it? I mean, that they've
no run.
Their tendency to dispatch anyone, or and then bring them back, and then dispatch them again, and then bring them back.
I mean, they're very changeable, aren't they?
Very bitty selection.
They never settle.
And the other one who could have made, although he's getting on a bit, but he's a good player, is Harris Ralph.
Yeah. I mean, Hassan Ali's had his moments, hasn't he?
Who
is he playing for now, Hassan? Is he? Is it a county?
Warwickshire?
Warwickshire,
I think. Not sure.
So, I mean,
it might have been Lancashire.
I mean, there's got to be better bowlers than the ones they picked here, apart from Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, you would think that, wouldn't it? I mean, even the spinners are not. There's no sort of real consistency.
Yeah, I mean, Abrar Ahmed, wasn't he? The leggy was
Shadab Khan.
Yeah. He's a bit of an all-rounder, doesn't play tests again either, does he? Driven up towards mid-on.
I mean, their two spinners in the last series were
Nauman
Ali and
Khan, wasn't
it?
Sajid Khan.
Sajid Khan.
And Abrar Ahmed was ill, wasn't he, or something?
Yeah. Sajid is he's on this tour.
He's on this tour, yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't pick him at Headingley because he's not going to spin. And then the only spinner they do pick takes 5 for.
Oh, of course. I mean, obviously, one of the biggest losses was Yasir, wasn't it? When he came to yeah. I mean, not only did he have a great jingle.
But he had one of the most famous pieces of commentary ever from Fazir Mohammed.
Which was?
Unbelievable.
That was it?
Why did he do that?
Oh, why did he do it? Why?
He was the one that was bowling.
Oh, to show
to Shannon Gabriel.
Shannon Gabriel, yeah. Change of bowling.
Atkinson's back.
He's desperate to get a wicket.
Yeah.
To avoid the bants. Here he is.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Well, he gets slapped out to the cover boundary. First ball. But Ollie Robinson runs round from deep backward point to field it, and there'll be 2 runs.
I mean, they probably would have had 3 had it not been Mohammed Abbas at the other end.
43 to 170, I think we're on now for the GPL. What was the lowest?
187, I think.
187.
Tim Moulton Davis is trolling a little bit. Says Pakistan can still win this series 0-3.
Atkinson in, defended by Ruslan.
And poor Brian in Brisbane is not having a good time. But he says Northampton are crawling along at 2.9 run rate on a gloomy day in Manchester. So he's not having good results wherever he is.
There's no other sort of day in Manchester.
It's not a rainy night in Georgia, is it?
Certainly not.
Which our own Tony Tone Bishop.
That's right. I was trying to think, where did I, in my head, I was thinking, where did I hear that the other day?
Oh, right. Now it's slashed out by Rizwan. Could have quite easily got a little feather through the keeper, but he didn't.
Yeah, it was. It changed. It's sort of Tony's blues night with his mate on the guitar and him on the harmonica and voice. It sort of changed tack slightly after the interval, didn't it? The second set, it went from full-on blues to some sort of almost easy listening. Easy listening soul. Though he did. No, he didn't. Only for a little bit. And he did Rainy Night from Night Really Night in Georgia.
He's enjoying his second coming as a blues harpist.
He is. He's very, very good. Bear, you should go. And see him.
Yeah, it's too far away. It's Carl Short.
It's when he lays out all his harps with him.
Yeah.
He had about 7 or 8 mouth organs there, all taking up the space of a cigarette box.
Presumably they're all different keys.
He wears his harp on his sleeve.
Oh, dear. That's gone.
That's a great homage there from Mr. Hendo to the dad joke.
Yeah, I'm just playing tribute. It's what Tony would have wanted. Well, still, I'm not. That makes him sound like he's
dead.
And then the landlord takes him an instrument off the wall, which I thought was just a piece of.
Down the leg side. Good stop by James Smith.
Of stage prop, and starts playing it in the encore.
I was trying to say to Rich Turner, who has been in here a couple of times. He's a fiddler, a sort of folk musician, and I think he should. I've tried to I know that Tony's been down there and practiced with him actually, or down in Hampshire, and I think he should get up and play the Colston Bowl as a guest appearance.
Atkinson in, Abbas ducks underneath the last ball of the over, through to the keeper, and a run.
What are we looking at in terms of
change?
Change, yeah. Is there anything coming up?
Probably another over.
Probably got another
and
5 to 10 minutes of it. Yeah.
Oh right. Who's the next?
If you go to that thing and you go to one of the tabs, it'll probably be on there. No, the other one, the one in between that and the GPL. There you go.
Oh, Ed. Ed is coming at 3. Hang on. Oh, we're about 15 minutes behind, aren't we?
Yeah. Just the same thing. So it's Ed, who and who?
It's Ed, Messers and Richard. We're there on ball by ball, and that will be in about... Well, it should be 3:25, to be honest.
Well, it should be, but we decided to go to the hour, didn't we? So it's after this over,
3:30, and then they'll do it to 4:10.
Okay. That's all that will be needed. I think David Brooke can possibly stand. I better not say that because he will, and then we'll need him. But
yeah. Robinson is in. Rizwan chops that down behind square towards backward points. Again, steady run.
Yeah, they did. First ball of the over.
Because he trusts Abbas with Robinson.
Well, not sure why. I mean, he's just as likely to get him out. He may not hurt him as much, but
might be as quick.
There's lots of chat on the YouTube feed about the next Ashes tour, and they think that Aussies will be cooked by then.
Well, it depends who comes over as a bowling unit, really, doesn't it? I mean, that one's thrown up outside the off stump, tempting Abbas, who is tempted but misses it. It's through the keeper, no run.
I mean, you've got to say that surely Smith's eye's got to go at some point soon.
Well, I mean, he hasn't been as good for the last couple of years, has he really? I mean, he scored a couple of tons. But
he's still
I mean,
better than half.
He's still better than half of the rest of the batting lineup.
He's been made to look good by Marnus's lack of being good.
They haven't got an opener. Travis Head always does good against us, which is really annoying. But I mean, he hasn't done much outside of that recently. Cameron Green, is he still going to be there? I mean, he's still Ware with him. That was beating the outside edge again, through to the keeper. Alex Carey, I rate, and he'll still be there.
Yeah, I mean, you still.
It really depends on the bowling unit they bring over, really, doesn't it?
Cummins will come, and Hazelwood missed most of the team missed the whole tour, didn't he?
He missed the whole of the Ashes.
Yeah,
Cummins only played 2 tests in the end, didn't he? I mean, Stark was the one that destroyed us.
I think Cummins only played 1.
No, he played 1.
Yeah, he played 1. That's right. Robinson in. Oh, now
high.
Too high. Yeah.
Too high. Yeah, not much of an appeal. I mean, for me, it all depends on what bowling unit they bring over, really. I mean, their batting looks flaky.
We can't believe that their replacements like Brendan Doggett and the other guys will be as effective in England as of course the metronome, what's he called?
I know who you mean. Yeah, I know who you mean, but I can't think of his name either.
Alzheimer's, it's terrible when you forgetting everything.
Getting old is terrible. Beaten again on the outside edge.
Boland.
Scott Boland, yeah.
That's it. But again, he's quite old as well, isn't he? I mean, he's 36 last Ashes.
They're definitely in some sort of transition, aren't they? And they're not finding superstars in the same way that they were. I mean, Nathan Lyon he'll go on forever, won't he?
Yeah, but Todd Murphy's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not saying I feel a bit sorry for him.
More than adequate replacement when Lyon eventually does call it a day.
But I mean, as England have found, one of my thing about bowling attacks is some bowling attacks get as many wickets via reputation. That one's beating the outside edge, and there is no run, as they do by the fact that they're very good.
Yeah.
Because people rate them and therefore play slightly different against them, and therefore offer more opportunities.
And there's a mythology that builds up about them.
Right.
Is it time for a change?
It is time for a change.
Yep.
We'll be back. Well, we might not be back because
Mr. Asher is primed and ready. And we will say goodbye for now and possibly for good in this test.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ed. And who else have we got with us? Richard is coming back. Yes. Just on what the Bear was saying, I would say what Jason was saying actually, that Lyon's replacement may not necessarily be Murphy. I think Corey Rocchiccioli is a very strong chance to be Australia's next off spinner, but that's by the by at the moment. I'm surprised to be back, to be honest.
Whipped away, but no single is taken. Rizwan's finally learned to decline the single. Took him a while, but he's got the hang of it now.
Hello, Ed. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
I think it's the first time we've been on together.
So, yes.
As for Rocchiccioli, I think every commentator in the world hopes he doesn't make it on the international scene.
Oh, it's not too bad. Once you get used to it, just call him Rocky. Rocchiccioli.
Rocket Man.
Rocket Man. It's a very good ball. He played county cricket a bit last year.
Atkinson defended, but gets a bit of the outside edge, but trickles off to points. No run. Rizwan's 39 off 35. Pakistan just 2 wickets left. And what would be a bit of a thrashing. It's looking like an innings and about 100 runs at the minute, which is very disappointing for Pakistan.
Well, in terms
disappointing for the rest of the series too, isn't it?
It really is, because it doesn't feel like this has just been an underperformance from Pakistan. It feels like a fundamentally worse team that lost to a team that hasn't really got out of third gear.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Atkinson in. Nicely played by Rizwan on this occasion. They're looking for 2, I reckon, to get back. Yeah, they'll make it comfortably in the end. Throw comes in. Collected by Smith. Moves to 41, 131 for 8.
Well, Rizwan at least has something to aim for. 9 away from a half century.
It's true.
Yeah. He's batted well, actually. He's been very...
I would agree, yeah. Atkinson's still wicketless in this test, even though he's not been a wayward or anything. It's just been one of those performances where the wickets have fallen at the other end, which is often be the way it goes in this video. Defended back to the bowler there on this occasion. Yeah, I mean, economy in this one 1.4, and he won't have been much over 3, I imagine, in the first innings. He's a very, very tight bowler.
3.33 in the first innings. Gus Atkinson, 12 overs, none for 40. Yeah, but particularly tight in the second dig, as they say.
Yeah. He's a more consistent bowler than I would say Archer and Tongue, who both have the ability to put one on leg stump, as it were, and get whipped away more often, but no wickets on this occasion for Gus. Driven nicely, but no run. Must be Joe Root's fielding at mid-off, as he has spoken about regularly.
England down to 2 slips there for the first time, well, I can remember in this match.
Yeah.
Odd time to start taking slips out, but maybe they feel they can just frustrate Rizwan by having drawing up the runs.
Trying to put the squeeze on him, I suppose.
And Atkinson is exactly the bowler for that.
Yeah, definitely. Final ball of the over. Oh, bowled.
Oh, God.
Rizwan taking an enormous heave at that. I'm not quite sure what was going through his mind, but Atkinson gets his wicket that his economy rates deserve. Off stump has been dismantled there. Great piece of bowling, but a slightly wayward shot that shows a resignation, I think, here.
Yeah, and putting
31 for 9.
Putting the squeeze on, absolutely.
Slightly wayward shot. It was a fucking swipe. It was just rubbish.
Oh, he's missed it completely, yeah. Straight through the gate.
we were talking about putting the squeeze on, and it absolutely worked there, because they'd taken that slip out, and there was suddenly a lot in the batsman's eye line, saving one on the offside. And this is a man who already likes to swipe things to leg. Yeah. And Atkinson bowled it a perfect ball on off stump, and the swipe came, and the bails went flying. So good bit of captaincy, you might say. And got rid of the one proper-ish batsman remaining. And also with that wicket for Atkinson, who is now finally in the wickets, the dream of a double 5 for goes for Robinson and Tongue. So no one's going to get a ball and a half to show their grandkids.
Yeah. What have we got?
We do have some poetry from our Welsh bard. Well, I'm assuming Gareth Davies is Welsh. That's probably...
either plays centre or scrum half, I would say, the 1970s national team.
Yeah. He says it's sad to see Pakistan playing with an occasional bowler from Afghanistan. The game in Leeds, where Budges succeed, means that they have no chance. Oh man, that's not bad. That's not bad, Gary. I don't know why you've got an umlaut on the N of Anne, but
he'll be using a Welsh keyboard. See. Who knows what letters they have over there? But like your Western Australian keyboards, I should imagine. Full of sand between the keys.
The difference between Australian and English keyboards is largely the pound sign and the dollar sign. It's
going to be Archer who's got the ball, and this could be final over here. Having a Bass on strike. Oh, guided quite nicely actually by a Bass. He'll get runs for this. How many will it be? Lawrence in pursuits. No, he'll stop it. No, gone for 4.
Yeah.
Archer 2 for 50 now. Mohamed Abbas goes to 6. Trail by 103 with just 1 wicket left.
Yeah, it wasn't an elegant dab, but it was well timed. He was backing away from it as he hung the bat out towards it, but in terms of the timing and the placement, not much you can say. Their 4th slip has gone a bit wider now into that area where the last ball disappeared.
Oh, big heave at that. Missed it completely. Not good enough to edge that, I don't think.
Well, he's going to have a bit of fun now, isn't he, Abbas?
I reckon so, yeah.
I have another poem, which I'm going to squeeze in just in case the match finishes.
Yeah, go for
it. From Gareth. He says, a new Pakistan technique is to turn up in England so weak, with occasional showers, they might last an hour, but the position might need a slight tweak. He says, sorry, a bit pissed.
Archer, it's been skied. This could be the test match here. It is.
It is.
Catch taken.
Pakistan
all out for 135, losing by an innings and 102. 103 is that?
103, yeah.
103.
102.
I mean, there we go.
Oh yes, you're right. 103.
A very well-rounded England performance. But Pakistan just not at the races at all in the 3 days, and we've got another test match that doesn't make it to the weekend.
Yes, another. It's a nice gentle start for the new Joe Root era, isn't it? You couldn't have asked for an easier easing in.
But I think that's because they did everything they needed to do, and they did it pretty well. It wasn't startling fast bowling, but it was good. The fielding was excellent, actually. Really was.
That was one of the biggest.
And I thought Root's captaincy was very good as well. So I think overall England would be really pleased with how this went.
Yeah, they obviously weren't put under the pump, as you say. They did what they needed to do. The scary thing for Pakistan is that England definitely do have potential. You think of the 4 batsmen who made 50 but didn't convert.
Yes.
In a more challenging environment, that could have proved very costly. But Pakistan let them get away with things like that in this match. it could just unravel further going into the series. There are not a lot of straws for Pakistan to clutch at, are there? Or conversely, people with tickets to remaining Test matches that are after day 2.
The only straw is the Babar Azam straw, who should be coming back in for, I think, the second Test, and that would make some difference.
They've got an A team touring England as well, haven't they? I'm just wondering whether they might, rip out Shahin Shah Afridi or someone like that. Is he playing? Harris Ralph is, I think.
I always forget where they are with international retirements in Test cricket, but I think they'll. Harris Ralph for sure will be in and around the selection committee. We've seen the two teams shake hands now. I would say the biggest disparity was the fielding, like you mentioned. I mean, Pakistan's fielding was really poor at times, whereas England didn't drop anything. If you take all your catches, you're not going to lose that many Test matches. Yes.
Well, I mean, it does make me wonder about the Ashes and the fielding cage. Sorry, but it's such a fucking fundamental thing. Because England, as you say, England have caught just about everything that's come to them, it ties up the match for them so easily.
Yeah, the only thing worse than a drop catch is a drop catch at 5 a.m. I think, and that's what it was for us. So.
Yeah. Fittingly enough, that ended with a catch with Lawrence taking that final catch off the bowling of Archer to get rid of Abbas and wrap up that second Pakistan effort, if you can call it an effort, for 135. Even worse than the 175 they managed in the first innings, and of course England. In between those two, posting 409, more than enough to bat only once. Highlights in the Pakistan second innings, thin on the ground. You've got Rizwan's 41. That's really about it. Shan Masood contributed 29 in a little flicker of resistance. And then for the England bowling, Ollie Robinson 3 for 29 off 11. Archer a bit expensive, but did pick up the 2 early wickets that set about another Pakistan batting decline, as he took 3 for 50 off 10 and a half overs. And Josh Tongue, of course, also worth a mention for his 3 for 43 in 7, most expensive of the lot. So the trend in the second innings was really, you can give some runs away, but as long as you take wickets, it's all right. Unless you're Ronnie Robinson, then you can be cheap and effective. He's definitely the pick of the bowlers in this match, I would say, with his 8 in total.
8 for 80, that is, which is pretty tidy figures.
Yeah, really good. So his comeback continues to go well after his Lord's outing. He's done it in the south, he's done it in the north. They won't leave him out for the next match, will they?
Surely not.
You wouldn't think so.
It was almost typical in the New Zealand series where he bowled 2 spells and got injured again, but it looks like he's getting fitter, and that's all England need really for all their home tests. If he can stay fit, good things will happen. They've built quite a nice bowling core when that was the worry. Seems to be coming together quite nicely. Josh Tongue I'm always impressed by when I watch him. It's just wicket taking ability is fantastic. And then Jofra Archer and Gus Atkinson, a great pair as well.
Looking from an England selection point of view, is there not a strong chance we might see an unchanged 11 for the next match? Could it be?
I think so. It's hard to see who's knocking on the door, really.
Can't see any reason to change anything, and Pakistan will be hoping that Baba's back, and obviously they've got a lot more question marks on their team sheet in terms of performance. One imagines there will have to be some changes for the next match at Lords.
Indeed. Well, the first thing I was going to say was thank you for everybody for being with us. You're the ones who we're here for, and you make it a lot of fun to be with. I would remind those of you that haven't been able to subscribe to Patreon yet to have a look at patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. We really do need help to cover the costs of everything from hiring the studio to the equipment to running the website. And while I mention the website, I'd also say use our website. It's now got a fantastic streamer across the top of every game in progress, and it is the most comprehensive list I've seen ever on a website. It will cover every single first class and T20 game. It was covering, I think, some Chinese cricket today. So that streamer has all sorts of games on it, but of course the important ones are on the left-hand side, and you can click on those and get information, comprehensive information, in the same way you would at Cricket Info, but I think it's actually better organised. So I draw your attention to that. The other thing I would say is there are a few farewells. Leah points out and sends a link to her YouTube stream for tomorrow's test in Mackay between Australia and Bangladesh. Brian in Brisbane says, oh, well, pub time now to watch Lancashire versus Northants game. Bye all for now. And who says Chinese cricket? Hell yes. So thank you all for being with us. We love having you here, and it makes our broadcast having the interaction with you, the audience.
Yeah, and I presume the 178 runs scored today was not threatened in the 177 scored today. Nobody guessed that, right? Did they? I presume.
Yep. So the GPL will carry on at £86 for the next test, which starts when? Thursday.
Starts on Thursday, and between now and then we've got Australia-Bangladesh starting tomorrow. Whenever your Saturday begins, it'll be starting wherever you are in the world.
Some big games of the County Championship as well. Keep an eye out for that.
Ongoing, yeah. Those of you who can't go to Headingley because there's no game on, there's plenty of proper red ball cricket going on around England. Any other housekeeping, Messrs? Any further socials? Are we through?
I think we're just about done. Brendan Wovo says, cheers, Guerrilla Cricket. Asked about the GPL. No, the GPL survives for you to win it next test, Ombre. But thank you all, and good night.
Very good. Thanks to all my colleagues here in London as well. It's been great fun. Pity it was cut short by abject Pakistan. We'll see you for Lords.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. You've now got to click on... Bear's got it.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin,